How are we now?
In 10 days, and Nathan's untroubled scrutiny of her character is profoundly curious given the circumstances. The investigation
Should
took
be
a
good.
dramatic turn the following day when forensics came back with the results of the blood and fingerprint.
Got
The
you.
blood was Becky's. The fingerprint belonged to Nathan. A warrant was immediately put out for both Nathan and Shauna's arrest.
Hey, buddy, get my next one right. The reason I've come here is to make an arrest of yourself, okay? And what I'm going to do is explain everything here now, okay?
Just put your hands like that for me, alright?
Police at first withheld the fingerprint discovery from the couple, as offering this information could enable them to amend their accounts to fit with the evidence. It's far more effective to disclose vital information once an initial alibi is gathered to give detectives the capacity to cut through and scrutinize any adjustments made at a later stage.
Is there anything that happened that could be significant in the disappearance of Rebecca?
How's everyone doing?
Are you absolutely sure?
Yes,
Why are you so sure?
because none of them's like produced anything like that.
I know you've got something to tell us. I can see it in your face.
I was just making sure there was nothing like a weird significant thing that I hadn't thought of. But I don't know anything.
You were at the address at the time that Rebecca, or Becky, I think most people know
Becky,
her as, yeah? Becky.
Or Bex.
Yeah, okay. Do you know her as Becky or Bex?
Good job, guys.
Bex.
Nathan's first line of questioning lasted 2 hours. During that time, the police had
Hey.
already searched his
Sure,
house,
Rux.
found a recent
Relax.
receipt for the purchase of a circular saw, and traced it to a segment of surveillance showing him making the purchase on the day of Becky's disappearance. He also bought a pair of protective gloves, 2 goggles, and 2 face masks. He was confronted with the evidence the following morning on day 11 of the investigation. He had already requested legal counsel and was able to discuss his options with his lawyer. By 10 p.m. that night, Nathan had issued a written statement confessing to the murder of his 16-year-old stepsister. He admitted to suffocating Becky in what he called a prank gone wrong. He stated he was merely trying to scare her through the event of a mock kidnapping. When she resisted the false abduction, she was then suffocated by mistake during the struggle to subdue her. Becky's body
makes
was
sense.
then dismembered into 6 pieces using the circular saw. Each piece was wrapped in cellophane and then stuffed into 3 separate suitcases, which were then hidden inside a shed just a short distance from the assailant's house. He may have thought this was the end of his interrogative process, but it was only just the beginning. As Becky's remains were recovered, the medical examiner discovered that she was stabbed 15 times, and adhesive substances were found on her neck, providing the assumption that she most likely had a plastic bag taped around her head as a method of execution. A prolonged,
Jesus.
excruciatingly painful and terrifying way to
That's
die. Now
terrible.
the investigators' focus would be on deciphering Nathan's true motives, attaining proof of his premeditation, and also his girlfriend Shauna's involvement. The next stage of questioning recommenced the following morning. It was now day 12 of the investigation.
It is now Tuesday, the 3rd of March 2015, and it's exactly 12 midday. I'm DC 3302, Marie Stephen, and the other police officer present is
DC Mark Luther 2702.
Nathan. Can you give us your full name?
Nathan Charles Matthews.
Thank you. And your date of birth?
The 9th of the 1st, 1987.
Thank you. And the other people present in the interview are
Robin Rowland on behalf of Crossroads Solicitors.
And Liz Warlock, appropriate adult.
Thank you. So, Nathan, we've had a short break. Perhaps if I just flag up for the recording what this interview is about. It's about the kidnap and murder of Becky Watts. Over the last couple of days, we've had 4 recordings. The last was a very short recording, and I know you needed to have a break then. I explained to you this morning why we needed to, rather than simply take at face value the written statement that you have given to us last night, that we need to explore what you've told us some more. I know that was difficult for you first thing this morning, but that's what we need to carry on and do, and ask you some more questions.
Can you rephrase? I don't know what questions you need to ask, but obviously you said something about Shauna. Can you rephrase it? So you can include basically everybody in it and not use her name. Like,
Do you want me to say
I think, yeah.
Like,
the other person? Is it just saying the name?
just include everybody in it. Like, obviously she's in it, obviously it will be included in it, but include everybody. Don't say her name.
Okay. Okay.
Back to back.
Best
What's
to
up, my man?
avoid using that
Wayne got a
number of
coffee with my homie.
Nathan, okay? I can't make promises. And what I would say to you is that I'm not going to be doing anything to deliberately wind you up or anything like that, okay?
Shawnee.
But we've obviously been here a long time, and if I make a slip up, it may well be because I'm tired and those things happen, okay?
The investigators in this case later stated that they were adamant that this was Nathan trying to protect Shauna. This may have some accuracy. Yet another theory could be that Nathan was expressing his despair and dejection under the guise of chivalry. Rather than be seen whimpering into a sobbing mess over his own demise, he would much rather be seen expressing emotion over the concern of someone else, impartial to his own fate. He would have known that he had nothing to lose at this point. Grasping at his own principles and brandishing them in a better light was the only semblance of control that he had left. It's a form of self-reference criterion related to long periods of incarceration. It's the reason for the many unwritten codes and conduct in prison culture, and boils down to the very basics of the human form. When you strip an individual of everything they have, all that remains is the intangible mask of reputation. It's the only thing left that an individual can define and develop to influence their environmental positioning. Nathan overly emphasizes his desire for Shauna's
Yes, sir. What
name
about
not to be
Garfield? What
mentioned.
about him?
It could be argued that if his true intention was to shield her from incrimination, he would be more composed and far less emotional due to the ciphering of his cognition. His thought process would be too focused on improvising a method to help save his girlfriend rather than using it for expressive emotion.
Can you tell me then, Nathan, because if we work through what you told us in this written statement, this idea that you had...
obviously used, I think you wanted more detail.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah, I do.
Obviously, I should,
Oh,
I should
no.
be able to go into more detail.
No.
Remember the discussion we had before coming in, though?
Huh?
Remember the discussion?
To be honest, I can't remember what I said, so. Stoner moment.
I don't know.
There are a couple of
Are
ways...
you gonna have to read that statement?
No. There are a couple of ways we could get around this.
Obviously, I don't want that to be read to someone.
I don't want to read this out in full again, Nathan, but what I wanted to do was get some more detail from you about things that you've said in it. So perhaps if I could pull out some things from what you've told us and ask you to expand on it, tell us a bit more. Does that sound all right? How about if we start with this idea you had about scaring Becky? Tell me about how that started up then, how you got that idea.
I don't know if it was on TV or something like that, but obviously I had a couple of dreams about...
Drinky poos.
I can't keep interrupting, but do you remember the discussions we had before you came into interview? And how you and I discussed you dealing with the interview?
What was the question again?
About the idea that you got, and you said it might have been something on TV or you had a dream.
And also I came up with the idea to scare her, because like to try and basically make her more appreciative of life, so she'd be more appreciative for other people. She'd be like grateful that, you know, she wasn't harmed or anything like that, or, you know, because obviously she'd leave things out on the floor for my mum to trip over, and obviously would talk to her, like saying nasty comments and talk to her like dirt on the floor.
Yo, what's up, Kyle? How you doing,
I
bro?
thought if I was, you know, able to
You were rolling, bro. Death Zone.
her not be harmed and obviously be released. Obviously when she got back, she obviously would have been scared and more appreciative of things, as people are.
Okay. So tell me what you thought you were going to do. What your plan was.
So obviously stick her in the suitcase. Obviously, obviously put tape around her mouth so she wouldn't make any noise.
Checking to see what's up. It's chilling, bro.
And then
Choking the chicken.
I don't want to interrupt you, Nathan, but just one thing, it might be difficult to hear this later. Do you reckon you could speak up a bit?
obviously, the plan was obviously once I got her in the car to make up something to say to
Yo, kitties, what's up? You good-looking man.
Shauna, obviously I had to leave, like to help someone or do something or something. And obviously I was gonna I was thinking of like a wooded area or whatever to obviously take her back out. Obviously still have the mask on. And obviously like scare her and, you know, say something along the lines of, you know, you got to start treating people better, you know, not being a bitch or self.
Kyle, if you want me to take a toke, bro, you're gonna have to wait till I finish killing this boss.
And then like make a threat of you know, or you know, or
I have to kill this boss.
or something like that. And obviously
Give me a minute. You doing alright, kitties? That's what I like to hear, dude.
I hadn't figured out exactly how to obviously walk away after without obviously. I don't know if she'd try and follow. I'm assuming she wouldn't have followed because out of fear we wouldn't want to follow someone who just obviously has done that. And obviously would have come back. Well, I would have obviously chucked away obviously everything first and then come back. And obviously would have acted as normal. Kept coming back to my mum's. Obviously acted as normal.
Ooh.
So when did you think all of this up?
I can't be certain. I'm no good with dates. I've said this repeatedly, and days muddle into other days. I don't have a specific memory of coming up with it, but I remember thinking about it a couple of
Alright, I gotta kill this boss and then I'll toke.
Just basically trying to think of ways to, because obviously she won't listen to me about leaving shit on the floor for my mum to trip up on. She doesn't listen to her dad about it. Just trying to find a way of making her actually listen.
Had you had a conversation with her soon before that?
I can't remember when I last saw her. Like I said in the statement, it could have been Wednesday when we went over. Or it could have
Alex,
been
I don't want to hear that
depends on when
negativity.
she was in and when she wasn't in, and if she was in, depends on when she would have come down.
Nathan, do you think you want some legal advice at this stage, given that this is going differently than we discussed?
I don't know, probably here.
Okay.
His statements, for obvious reasons, weren't taken at face value, and the focus then switched to Shauna. In America, detectives would have believed immediately
Yeah,
and
it
told
is.
the suspect that her boyfriend had already announced and settled on her full involvement. It's a very effective variant on the dossier technique. UK legislation, however, doesn't allow its criminal investigators to lie to suspects and severely narrows their plan of attack. They need to accommodate more of a soul-searching approach as opposed to intimidation and coercion.
I did
They
with smoke
focus
bush
solely
weed,
on
damn.
psychological
I don't
stress
really, even in high
involved
school, I
any
never smoked
coercive
too much
pressure
bush.
whatsoever.
Always
Shauna
had,
would have
like,
been told of
top-notch.
Nathan's confession,
I
including
was
the
always the
fact that she
kids were
was
coming
excluded
too, like,
from being
man, what the
involved or
fuck? I
even
wish I
having
could
any
get shit like
knowledge of the
that.
incident.
Just so I'm clear, as far as the kidnap's concerned, you are not aware that Nathan was planning to do that on that day. Okay. How do I know that you weren't involved?
Again, I shouldn't have any
Bush kush.
DNA reason to be involved, and again, especially with my past, to think that I could allow harm to come to somebody else like that is highly unlikely. And again, the fact that, as far as I knew, he was, changing, he wasn't as violent anymore. I'm carrying his children. I didn't. To think that I would know.
Tokes up, Kyle. Tokes up.
Sorry. No. Take a moment, that's right.
Oh, don't tell me I left my fucking lighter in my buddy's car. Okay, it's good through. And I say that bastard got a lighter from me. Cheers. Cheers, chap.
Again, it's just more of, I couldn't even look at him to think that he'd be like that. Even if he had those thoughts, let alone to actually carry them out. To know that at any moment I could have walked out and think.
Because I suppose the thing is, from someone outside looking in, is that what he's saying is he's gone to the dress.
Smoking that
intent
bush.
to kidnap her. And it's been quite convenient that you're at the garden having a cigarette and he's doing what he's doing.
Yes.
Do you see what I mean?
Yes.
And someone might say, well, wait a minute, she'd have to know.
Yeah.
There's no way you could do that or take those...
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. It's kind of like the
some
shit I'm
stuff
smoking
with
right
it
now.
And the intent to go there without you knowing. Do you know what I
Hey.
mean? That's, I'm just trying to...
You want up?
You know...
Again,
You want
in the
up?
car,
Come on.
I didn't see anything in the car.
Come on.
Again, like I was saying to my sister,
Oh, look who it is!
the boot would be more...
Look who it is! Hello.
I'm not sure if this was like a big planned thing or if it was a big convenience. I turned around and said...
Hello. Look who it is.
When I get to Andrew's, he said yes, and then he
It's
saw
the
it.
boy.
Or if he
It's the man.
and for months, I don't know.
No, and if you don't know, you don't know, but...
I'm not sure. Do you know what I mean? I'm not sure if he would have sent me to the shop later on if I didn't happen to go out for a fag, or...
Whoa, if she just said if I didn't... Whoa, she's trying to get me demonetized here. Whoa. If I didn't go for a fag.
Were you concerned about leaving him on his own in the house with Becky? There's never been any previous occasions where he's been a bit...
If I didn't go for a fag. I remember saying that in high school and getting in so much trouble. I'm just going out for a fag, and my teacher's like, "What did you just say? What kind of homophobic slur was that?" I'm just like, a cigarette, a fag, you know?
Has he ever said he's interested in kidnapping anyone, or have you seen him go on any websites or anything at all? I mean, where does this come from?
I have no idea. The only kind of violent things he's ever said is he's got a thing about... Again, I didn't take him seriously. If the shops annoyed him for some reason, or if he's got angry that I petrol bomb the shop. Never done it to my knowledge. But he's never mentioned kidnapping somebody or killing. Obviously, he said, "I'm going to kill him," but not in a way of actually saying, "I'm going to go out and murder this person." So again, I'm not sure if he's just kind of lost his marbles or if he's just deeply disturbed without anybody knowing. Again, I thought he was completely normal. He seemed obviously violent, but reasonably normal. He'd never mentioned wanting to do anything to anybody else, really, or anything like that.
Right.
Again, I'd only ever seen him be violent
Aye.
towards me. He'd never been violent
Yeah, big
towards
boy.
anybody else that I'd ever known.
Okay.
So I didn't think he was.
I suppose the question is, why Becky?
Does Rocky want to make a Nick? No, but ever since he started talking about Mike and Nicks, he's been making me crave them.
I wouldn't say they hated each other. I'd never seen them have an argument.
So, curse you.
She'd make kind of remarks to Angie about Nathan being, horrible, or, favourite Nathan.
No, look at your little kitty.
Remarks to Angie, why is Becky getting more money? She already owes you loads of money. That kind of thing. But over the past couple of weeks, like I said, I thought they were getting on a bit better. I wouldn't say they were friends or anything like that, but they were getting on a bit better. Again, they were kind of moaning about Darren because they both didn't particularly like him most of the time.
Mm.
So to my knowledge, it was better than what it was before.
Right.
Again, he didn't make any remarks.
$1, sir. Maybe check him next time you go. I'll definitely be looking.
So I assume that everything was okay between them. I'm not sure.
Alright.
Again, I don't know if it was just some sort of sick thing he had in his head and it was just convenience. Or if he actually planned specifically, for months I'm going to do this to her. I don't know.
No.
Again, he seemed
My boo boos.
Because basically, Shauna, what you've got to do is prove that you're not involved in this.
Yes.
So
This statement was pronounced in a manner that indirectly beleaguers the suspect. Shauna's answers could be analyzed in various ways, yet nothing she stated up to this point was incriminating, nor approximate to assured signs of guilty conduct. This was simply a psychological ploy from the investigator disguised as timely advice. She's trying to intensify anxiety and decrease confidence while keeping a steady rapport.
Good to know, Alex. I will definitely be keeping an eye out for those bad boys. Some of my favorite. They're so fruity. Like some of the most fruity candies, other than like Jolly Ranchers, but those are kind of like
we've still got this position
super
where
sweet
you
too
are
at the same time.
You are in the house. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, is there anything at all that's going to help you? You must tell us
Yes.
now. Anything at all?
Oh, I don't know if it's relevant in the slightest.
Shit, bro,
it
need
was on
candy.
Monday the 26th that we
Shit, bro, need candy now. I'm sorry. There's a golden rule in my Discord. If you talk about candy, you get banned. Because my buddies used to sit there and be talking about candy at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning and be like, fuck, man, I'm sitting here just like fiend and so stoned. I finally kind of eclipsed that. So I've been trying hard to find him. Yeah, I don't blame you.
went to my mum's. We didn't take his car home. Nathan.
I gotta say, like, Skittles are my go-to.
So we called it up one of his friends. I don't know which friend it was. I don't think I'd ever seen him before. To come and pick us up.
Yeah.
And he drove us all home. Obviously I got out and Nathan stayed in the car for a little bit chatting. Again, I don't know if that's relevant to anything or not, but...
Well, I think in fairness, everything is relevant.
Okay.
Alright, so that's why I say it's really important that you tell us everything.
Yeah.
So even if you think that isn't important or that's not relevant, it could be.
Okay.
And it's better for us to know than for you not to say. Okay,
Yeah.
but obviously you take your legal advice. We can't force you to say anything you don't want to. But what I'm being clear, and I hope I'm being clear to you, is that we need to either prove that you were involved or you weren't involved. And if we don't know information...
Yeah, I wonder what, like, I bet you some lawyers have heard crazy stories from people, man. You know what I mean? I bet you some lawyers out there got some crazy stories.
Made a couple of calls before that and went outside to make the calls, but I assumed it was to the person who was getting the lift home from.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Obviously, I'm assuming you're aware. On my phone, I have an app. I can't think what's called A something, and it records all my phone calls.
Right.
I'm not sure if obviously you were aware of that. So all you have to do is, if you click on it, you can listen to all the phone calls, which obviously you have to listen carefully because you can hear the person talking, but on the other line, it's quite quiet, but you can still hear them as well.
Right.
So if he has any help and he's rang anyone, you'd be able to hear.
I know that you've said about I wouldn't have any evidence on her, no hair, the skin cells or things like that. But that doesn't stop you from not, because you might not have touched, but you not knowing. Let me try and rephrase this. That doesn't stop you from actually knowing that she was there.
Again, I
Do
could.
you understand what I'm saying?
I suppose there's no reason that you should or shouldn't believe me. I can just obviously tell you that I genuinely had no idea. I can't even look at him. I was sat in the courtroom today and I just wanted to, I say kill him, that's a bad choice of words. I felt sick looking at him, knowing what he did. And yeah, I didn't always like Becky, but she was a nice enough girl. She was so young. So I'm carrying his unborn children. I don't understand how we could have done it to us.
Her compassion was subjective to herself rather than the victim, and her empathy was directed inward, which provoked the emotional response. Although self-seeking, it's not necessarily suspicious. She maintained her innocence and upheld her alibi throughout the entirety of her questioning. If this interrogation footage was all prosecutors had to go off, it may have proved an almost impossible task to establish her guilt in a court of law. Unfortunately for Shauna, a computer forensics team were able to uncover deleted internet search history from both her laptop and phone, which included child pornography and abduction fantasy searches. They also uncovered deleted text messages between her and Nathan.
Next message is 9th of December 2014 at 18:14. It says from Shauna. Just went to Cost Cutters and saw a very, in big caps, petite girl. Almost knocked her out to bring her home. LOL. And there's crosses and zeros. Shauna, what can you tell me about that?
No comment.
Am I right in thinking that this girl was similar to Becca's age?
No comment.
Just 12 hours after this interview, a crime lab technician found Shauna's DNA on one of the face masks that were brought alongside the circular saw, and also on one of the bags containing Becky's remains. It was the only piece of physical implicating evidence, and was used to connect Shauna to the dismemberment and disposal of the murdered teenager. Both cases went to trial in October of 2015. Nathan stuck by his far-fetched narrative, being that Becky's death was the result of a miscalculated prank and a freak accident. The prosecution were having none of it, and submitted the 28-year-old's depraved internet search history to the jury, which included snuff films, illegal pornography of a varying and distressing nature, and videos involving the torture of animals. He was found guilty of first-degree murder and rendered him a life sentence with no possibility of parole for 33 years. He currently resides at Her Majesty's Prison, Long Lartin, a Category A men's prison, infamous for its inmate-on-inmate violence and suicide rates. It's designed to hold the most dangerous offenders in the country and has the largest segregation unit in Europe. It's widely recognized as the most horrendous institution in the United Kingdom. A little over a year into his sentence, Nathan had a large jug of boiling hot butter thrown in his face, leaving him with life-changing injuries and partially sighted in his left eye. According to reports, his request to have laser surgery to help conceal the burns was denied by the Ministry of Justice, as it was deemed a cosmetic treatment rather than a functional necessity. In his 4 years of incarceration, he has received only 4 visits from his mother. He is denied all contact with minors, which is to be imposed throughout his sentencing and upon release. He will never see his daughter again, and
hold up, upon release? This motherfucker shouldn't be getting released? Are you fucking kidding me?
never meet his twin boys. Shauna stuck by her narrative of being completely oblivious to the events leading up to and on the morning of Becky's death. The defense argued that the DNA found on the bag was inconsequential, as Shauna could have come in contact with it before it was used to store Becky's remains, and stated that she could have used the face mask for a multitude of purposes that had nothing to do with a teenager's dismemberment. They focused on her loving relationship with her daughter and how her occupation as a care support worker requires compassion and decency. The prosecution took the same approach as they did with Nathan's trial. Shauna's disturbing internet search history was brought up, with particular focus on 2 videos where an underage girl that partially resembled Becky's appearance was performing sexual acts on an older male and female. They argued that Shauna eventually became discontented just watching her dark imaginings fulfilled on a screen, and decided to turn fantasy into reality and use the 16-year-old girl to satisfy her impaired sexual compulsion. The prosecution stated in their closing arguments that if the teenager hadn't fought for her life and the pair has succeeded in the kidnap, they would have turned her into a sexual plaything for a certain period of time before delivering her to a similar fate. The prosecutor solemnly stated that Becky was in some respects fortunate to have died fighting, as her suffering would have been more than likely prolonged and severely intensified if she had surrendered and submitted to the young couple's depravity. Shauna was found guilty of manslaughter and rendered a minimum term of 17 years by the jury. She currently resides at Her Majesty's Prison, Bronzefield, the UK's highest security prison for women. In November of 2017, she was beaten so severely by 4 other inmates that she had to be resuscitated twice and spend 3 weeks in intensive care. She maintains her innocence to this day, insisting that the allegations against her are untrue. She has been denied all contact with her children until the age of 16.
Very good afternoon to you and welcome to BBC News. The stepbrother of the schoolgirl Becky Watts has been found guilty of her murder. 28-year-old Nathan Matthews suffocated 16-year-old Becky while trying to kidnap her from her home in Bristol in February. Her dismembered body was found in a garden shed. His girlfriend Shauna Hoare was acquitted of murder today, but found guilty of manslaughter. Well, our correspondent Andrew Plant is at Bristol Crown Court. And Andrew, a harrowing trial with some very gruesome evidence, but in the end, the verdicts were returned relatively quickly.
Bro, that's a wild case.
It's been 9 months now since Becky was...
That dude did that to his own fucking sister, man.
Here in
That's
Bristol.
wild.
And we saw searches going on all across this city, from forests to lakes. We saw members of
Be
her
sure.
community, her friends and family, turning out in the cold and the dark, trying to help find her, but they were hoping in vain, really.
Together, Shauna Hoare and Nathan Matthews. The prosecution claimed they were motivated by jealousy and by a sexual interest in teenage girls, which led to them killing Becky Watts.
Jeez.
Nathan Matthews told police he was a Neanderthal and psychologically disturbed. He confessed to killing his stepsister, but said he'd done it by accident. He claimed he'd only been trying to scare her. Shauna Hoare, who was pregnant at the time, claimed she knew nothing about the schoolgirl's death. But the prosecution said they were in it together, that this was an attack on a shy 16-year-old who'd recently been treated for anorexia.
Bex, if you can see this, get in contact.
When Becky disappeared, her father and stepmom told me they thought she'd been kidnapped. They had no idea that his daughter had been killed by her son.
If you've got her, then put her somewhere we can find her. We want her home, please.
They now know that less than 2 years after they posed for wedding pictures as a new family, Becky, their bridesmaid, was killed by her stepbrother. Nathan Matthews was the best man that day.
That's wild.
And the other bridesmaid was his girlfriend, Shauna Hoare. The next morning, the 28-year-old went to a DIY store and bought a circular saw. Then, with Hoare, he bought tape, rubble sacks and a large number of cleaning products. When police searched the couple's home, they found every room filled with junk and mess apart from the bathroom, which was spotlessly clean. This is where Becky's body had been dismembered. Her remains were then packaged into bags and cases and hidden in a neighbour's shed 80 yards away.
The circumstances of this case are truly horrific. They're gruesome and they are grotesque.
That's wild.
To dismember a human body is a very, very unusual occurrence, and for it to happen in these circumstances after a stepbrother kills his stepsister is just despicable and brutal.
Shauna Hoare told the trial she was entirely innocent and was terrified of Matthews herself. But the prosecution likened her to Lady Macbeth, saying they acted as a team.
There's only one way of paying for the sort of crime they've done, and that's by losing their own life. This is Becky's room.
Becky Watts would have been 17 now.
Yo, that old man's gonna lose his mind.
Knowing how she was killed here, their lives can never be the same again.
There is no universally accepted cause
Damn.
or theory explaining the origin of sexual sadism. Some researchers have attempted to explain the condition as a result of biological factors. Others believe it could be related to brain injury or substance abuse. Most, however, look outside the paradigm of science and unreservedly see it as evil, a portrait of wickedness that no amount of neurological imbalances or deterioration can justify.
Man.
Our story begins in the small town of Campbell, Ohio.
My emergency. Hi, my name is Ken Essenbar. I live in Campbell, Ohio. Okay. Me and my wife, we just found a dead body in our freezer. Dead body in the freezer? Yeah. All right, it's okay, sir. Is it a male? Is it a female? I think it's a female. I need to Campbell police here right away.
To best tell the story, let's start at the beginning, 5 months earlier. Just a 10-minute drive from Campbell is the historic town of Youngstown, Ohio. Debbie DePaul was born and raised in Youngstown. Debbie, an only child, was 27 years old when she got the shock of her life. She has a younger brother and sister. Debbie learned about her half-brother AJ and 5-year-old half-sister Shannon from her father, whom they all share. Their father received a letter from Shannon's mother with a picture and a note informing him that Shannon was his daughter. As Shannon grows, Debbie and her father make strides to be a part of Shannon's life. Debbie cared for Shannon as if she were her daughter. But as the years went by, Shannon ventured off on her own. Now in her 20s, Shannon was always out and about with her friends. However, she would periodically stop by her father's for Sunday dinner. And according to Debbie, Shannon was always there for birthdays and holidays. But in 2017, Debbie's birthday came and went with no sign of Shannon. Her absence was odd to her family, as she hadn't shown up for Sunday dinner in a while either. The family wasn't worried, as Shannon sometimes went radio silent for weeks. Debbie believed that Shannon was busy with her boyfriend and that she would call in a few days. Then came Easter and eventually Father's Day with no sign of Shannon. With no one in the family hearing from Shannon for months, Debbie and Shannon's father called her boyfriend Arturo and asked where she was. Arturo said that the two had gotten into a big fight, broke up, and that Shannon had moved to Cleveland with a guy. To her family, this didn't sound uncommon for Shannon. She tended to disappear occasionally. After multiple unsuccessful attempts to call Shannon's phone, Shannon's brother AJ sent Shannon a text. A reply came back saying, "Who is this?" AJ said, "Your brother." The following response shook the family to its core. The message read, "I don't have a brother." The family knew that Shannon would never say that. They now believe that someone other than Shannon is using her phone. With this realization, Debbie reported her sister missing on the 22nd of June. When investigators received the report, Shannon had been missing for 4 months. Detectives began their investigation with the strange text message Shannon's brother had received from Shannon's number. Someone else appeared to be using her phone, but they needed the data to confirm their suspicions. Detectives obtained a search warrant for the phone records. However, the results will take a few days. In the meantime, investigators learn as much as they can about Shannon Graves. Shannon got in with the wrong crowd during high school and dropped out after her sophomore year. At that time, Shannon began living with friends and became an exotic dancer. That lifestyle, along with drug use, went on for a few years. Debbie, Shannon's half-sister, introduced Shannon to hairstyling. Through Debbie, Shannon saw a different path to life. Intrigued by this other path, Shannon attends cosmetology school.
Today, Shannon gets to graduate.
Shannon's family, especially Debbie, was glad Shannon was finally getting her footing. Shannon's family told detectives that Shannon lived with her boyfriend Arturo Novoa. When detectives speak with Arturo, he provides them with the same story he told Shannon's family, that Shannon had run off with another guy. This story was suspicious because Arturo still had Shannon's car and her dog, Molly. According to Debbie, Molly was Shannon's baby. The two went everywhere together. Detectives were unable to check Arturo's alibi because they didn't know when Shannon went missing. After a thorough search, detectives could not substantiate Arturo's story. As they dig deeper into Shannon's personal life, her friends reveal a troubling pattern. Shannon had a thing for bad boys. With this in mind, detectives asked Debbie about the other men in Shannon's life. Debbie informed them that Shannon's prior boyfriend, John Scarata, knew her best. John was Shannon's boyfriend before Arturo. A quick search into John uncovered his criminal background, which included drug dealing. John and Shannon broke up when John went to prison. What investigators learned next raised their suspicion. They discovered that John was released from prison a short time before Shannon went missing. The detectives brought John in for an interview. By the end of the interview, it was clear that John was deeply concerned for Shannon. In the following days, John began surveilling Shannon's apartment and led community search parties. Hey Crime-tastic viewers, the best way to listen to our videos is through Raycon, known for files to choose. Go to
It's everywhere.
burning of some. Go to buyraycon.com/crimetastic. The link is in the description and the pinned comment. Raycons make for great holiday gifts too.
JCS would
worry,
never.
I will remind you about Raycon
He would
at the end of
never.
the video. Although John appeared
would
helpful,
never.
detectives kept him at arm's length as they were unaware of his true intentions. Through the grapevine, John found out about the burning of some of Shannon's belongings at a Youngstown residence. One of the witnesses to this burning event stops by the station to recount what happened.
You have some information about this. We're looking for this girl, Shannon Graves.
Yes, sir. It's been a big thing. I've seen it everywhere now.
It's everywhere. We can't find her. We don't know where she's at. We have the case now, and we're trying to figure out what's going on.
Okay.
Anything you can do about it.
All right, basically, I know her ex, or whoever everybody's looking at right now, Mr. Arturo.
Okay.
Excuse me. I haven't known him very long, but it's been a couple years. Used to do music with him, that kind of stuff. He was living with me at one of my past residences, and Shannon Graves also moved in because John Shikarda, another one of her exes, asked her to stay there with one of his friends because he knew it would be safe there. I believe Scarata was dating her at that time. At that time when she moved into that house. After about a couple weeks, couple months, something like that, I'm kind of hazy on how long it really took.
Yeah.
I believe she left him, and when she moved out, she went with Arturo.
Okay.
And he moved out as well. Didn't really see him at all after that.
Some people call Arturo Anthony.
Yes, sir.
He has people believe his name is Anthony.
Yeah, he just doesn't tell people his real name. I don't know why. He just does.
Like people that are close to him, like friends.
Well, some of them. I mean, I was close to him for.
Oh fuck!
a
I'm
period
not
of
paying
time,
attention.
and I learned his name, so.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know how secret he really keeps it, but
yeah.
Everybody just calls him Anthony. I hung out with him briefly. I can't remember exactly what the date was, but it was late winter, early spring, somewhere around there. I asked him how everything was going, and he pretty much he told me that she left him. She wasn't staying with him anymore. Basically, what he wanted me to do is he wanted me to help him get rid of the last of her crap that she left there.
Okay.
Like old documents, a couple clothes, stupid shit like that. I figured he was being spiteful, and I kind of helped him burn it. But now, over the months, and everything's going on, she seems to be missing. Nobody seems to be able to know where she is. Everybody's telling different stories, and from what I hear from John, I've heard like 3 or 4 different stories from him, and I'm not liking the way it looks.
Yeah.
And that's why I came into.
John's been calling us around the clock.
Yeah, well, he gave a damn about her.
Yeah.
Like I said, I started feeling like after all this information started coming out, because I didn't even really ask questions about it when he asked me to just tell me burn that crap.
Yeah.
But from what everybody's telling me, everybody thinks it's foul play, and if that's the case, I feel like I might have been used.
We don't know for sure, but we also can't find her, so
Yeah.
it's kind of like.
Well, everybody in town's talking like that.
Yeah.
And it's starting to worry me Because if that was the case, and if it is foul play, then what the hell did he have me do?
When's the last time you saw her?
Saw her?
Yeah.
Last time I saw her wasn't a personal interaction. It was I saw her driving down the road with them, with Arturo.
Okay.
I'd say that was sometime right after Christmas, I think.
Do you think it was late winter when he asked you to help him get rid of stuff?
Yeah. It was like end of February area.
And he burned it.
Yeah.
How did that go down?
It was just garbage bag, felt like papers and stuff. It really wasn't heavy. One that had like a pair of clothes or something. I pretty much just grabbed some sticks, went to my buddy's house, started a fire, and I said, there you go. Sure.
So, of the things that were burned, papers and clothing?
Yes, sir.
Personal items?
I believe so. Like I said, I really didn't look in the bags. I didn't really ask him any questions. I figured he was just being spiteful. So I mean, she said she left him.
Did he elaborate on that?
That's really all he really told me. She left him for some other dude, and that was it.
Best we could tell, the last people to actually lay eyes on her was around February 17th, right after Valentine's Day. There was a birthday party. One of John's friends, she was at. And after that, John doesn't hear from her no more, and nobody sees her again. So what we're thinking here is, if something happened to her, it's an if right now, it could happen between the last time anybody saw her and when you guys were burning the stuff. Because I would assume he wouldn't be burning the stuff if she was still alive.
No shit.
But he's also driving her car and living in her apartment. Did he also have his own girlfriend at the time?
When he got together with her?
Yeah.
No.
Dude, he's living in her apartment?
Trina Layton. Yeah, that's not what I would consider a
suspect
girlfriend.
as
I don't think
fuck.
he's ever used that term either.
What?
I remember them telling me about their story. She's pretty much been there for him like a wife, but they've never been a thing, at least in his eyes. And that was honestly one of the reasons why I couldn't stand being around them two together, is they would just be at each other's throats all the time, yelling and screaming at each other about stupid stuff.
Are you talking about Katrina or are you talking about...
Yeah, they would both, like Katrina and Arturo, would kind of just yell at each other over and over and over again about stupid shit. Like, she'd get overly paranoid and say, like, he's cheating on her or something with some chick off of Facebook, for example. She would start an argument over it, and of course the typical man response is like, what are you even talking about? It's a chick I just added on Facebook kind of, mentality, and then it would boil over into, I wouldn't exactly say like screaming, it's just like aggravated yelling at each other.
Does Katrina have kids?
Yes.
Are they his?
No. But he has helped take care of them.
Yeah.
At a certain point.
They were on and off together for a couple of years.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Like I said, they never used the term.
Yo, my fucking chat.
Like that.
My chat was frozen, Alex. I'm sorry, I didn't see any of your chats.
But
that thing crumbled. It did crumble.
Really wanted it to be.
What's your feeling on this?
On the whole thing? Well, obviously I can't.
What a poor way to do sponsorship. Yeah, it's like these videos aren't for sponsorships.
Everybody at this point is thinking it's foul play.
Or if you do a sponsorship,
that's not good for the situation.
better be a better one.
When everybody really started saying they thought it was foul play.
No, my shit was frozen. Like sometimes I'd be looking at my chat and I'm just like, because there's not a lot of people in my chat. There are like 5 people in here. You know what I mean? So it's just like maybe no one's talking, but at the same time, people, I don't know, people talk quite often, even though there's not a lot of people. You guys talk quite often, you know? So I was just a little suspect about it. I'm gonna lie.
Like I said, I watch a lot of crime shows.
I watch a lot of crime shows. I know what I'm talking about.
The less chances there are of actually finding them. I said that doesn't look good because he said they pulled a bracelet out of the fire, like a pit or
We
something.
keep hearing that there was a
Who
bracelet.
pulled a bracelet? He said the landlord of the property did. And I said, if that's the case, that's something she wouldn't leave behind.
Landlord of which property?
The Sherwood.
If stuff was getting burned and we didn't know what the stuff was, and we found out it was a bracelet, then how do we know it's hers anyway?
He said it was engraved with her name.
Oh, well. But if he's burning her shit, what's the difference if it's a bracelet or...
Well, like I said, if it's something that has her name engraved on it, that seems like something that would be rather important to her, in my opinion.
Personal.
Yes, very personal.
As opposed to
that, and they're saying that
her normal belongings.
That, and from what I hear, he still has a dog.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
And from when I lived with her, that dog was treated better than a freaking toddler. Like, that was her baby. I don't see why he has a dog. I don't see why she would leave it. And like I said, I watched crime shows, and when he said that bracelet was pulled out, it was engraved with her name, that's a personal item, he was burning her stuff, I started thinking about it more and more, and I'm like, that just doesn't look good. I've seen this movie.
John went over to the house and he collected a
Seen this movie. This guy fucking kills me. This guy reminds me of my buddy Eric.
so our crime lab guys.
His mannerisms and shit.
The fire department was called that day, so it makes it kind of gives us a nice marker of what day it was. Otherwise, who would know what day you had a fire? I wouldn't. So, you guys brought a bag over there?
Yeah, felt like shoes, like heels. I didn't really look in it myself either.
Okay.
Just kind of brought it there because we were supposed to burn the fire over there.
You guys made a trip over there with one bag.
Well, we needed to go get something to start the fire. I needed lighter fluid, so it was kind of wet.
You had other stuff to burn too, right?
Yeah, but those were in
You think this guy gets arrested for conspiracy to commit murder, Chad? Sure.
bags.
That'd be pretty wild.
Did you come to know what was in the bag?
No, I did not. I believe that was just tossed in.
Or like destroying evidence? Tampering with evidence?
Sorry.
The trash bags. What was in them? Clothes?
Like I said, it was like papers, I think almost clothes. It was real light shit. It really wasn't all that heavy.
How many bags? Were it trash bags?
Yeah, there was like 2 trash bags. Black ones.
Not a lot of stuff.
Not too much. Like I said, it was more paperwork just kind of tossed in the bag. And
Is there anything that led you to believe that what he was doing was destroying evidence?
not at the time, but after I started thinking about it, when the missing reports came up, that's why I came.
Do you?
Open shell, good or not? What do you mean open shell?
She's dead. Anything that would lead you to believe? Did you mention anything? That something went wrong?
He didn't mention anything. He said she left him for some other dude.
Didn't say who, no details, no nothing. Everybody thinks he killed him, which is a logical jump, I guess. But
yeah,
now they're freaked out because some
Mm-hmm.
killer was burning his dead girlfriend's shit in her yard. You know what I mean? So they're a little freaked out.
If that was the case, I really highly doubt that. He doesn't seem like the type to do that. I mean, then again, you don't even know people anymore.
Yeah.
If I had to say, I don't think he would. He did spend time in prison, so I'm sure he's got that mentality where he's got to do what he's got to do. But I've never seen him have really any urge to be violent.
Bro, this guy is super cool. This guy is like amazing. Oh my god. One of the best interrogations I've seen in a while. Mind you, he's in there as a witness more than anything, but
Looking at things. Here's a
open
guy
hell, good or not? I don't know what open hell is.
calls you up to help him burn his shit at some people's house that he doesn't know. There's you and there's people. That's a lot of people to involve if he did something wrong. You know what I mean? Like,
Right. Like I said, I wasn't really thinking about it.
yeah, no, I mean that's a whole lot of people that. I mean, if you kill somebody, would you call somebody to help you burn the clothes at somebody's house that you never know?
Right, you figure that's something you just do on your own.
The only reason I can see that he would ask you to do that if he did that is if you knew, if you saw. Otherwise, if I killed you right now and he wasn't in the room, I would never tell him about it. If he was in the room, I'd be like, we gotta get rid of him. Make sense?
Right.
So, the only reason, if he actually did something to her, and we're not, still an F, We don't know. We don't have a body. And we don't have her anywhere, alive or dead. Would be as if you actually had personal knowledge. So,
like I said, that's all that really went down. I wish I could give you more.
no, I know. I understand. As time goes by, when she doesn't show up, if she doesn't, alive, or if she shows up dead, it's going to become a murder. And he's going to be a prime suspect. And the facts of the case would be this girl was last seen in February. You were burning her shit in March, and you were helping burn the shit. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you know something, but it looks like you know something. If you have any other knowledge, this is a good time. If it's even rumor, if it's something he just said in passing, if you happen to be there when he lost his shit and killed her, and it was like, holy you just do that, this would be the time.
No, I feel like he was playing me like a pawn.
Well, here's the problem. You see the problem I'm getting at?
Yeah.
She don't show up. The longer this goes on, the worse it looks. She does show up, but she ain't breathing. I mean, you know, we start close to home. That's usually who kills you. Somebody who knows you. So she shows up dead. I mean, you and him, I don't know how close you are, but
Not very.
But yeah, if you kill somebody in front of somebody else, your relationship becomes real complicated real fast.
No shit.
Not good ways. So
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think he'd come and kill you. Then again, maybe he would. You're kind of a loose end. But when we're talking about loose ends, we got loose end number one, loose end number two. This is a sloppy kind of deal. When you kill somebody in a fit of rage, you kind of don't have a plan.
Well, it's a crime of passion.
And you f things up.
Yeah, that would be a crime of passion.
You get emotional.
So, boyfriend, girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, the John factor, all this stuff going on. This guy f***ed up and does something stupid. Kind of makes sense. Do you have other knowledge about this crime?
No, sir.
Or,
I'm just
or
worried
that there
about.
even was a crime? Because right now,
At this point, I'm just worried like he used me. Like I said, that's what I'm scared of. I feel like, because everybody else is saying that. They think it's foul play. And like you said, even a rumor can screw somebody over. Yeah, I understand how rumors can destroy somebody's life real quick.
there's another way your life gets destroyed real quick is you watch a guy kill somebody and you're a loose end. That ruins your life real quick too.
I didn't watch anybody kill anybody.
Okay. Another way you ruin your life real quick is you know about it and he knows. That ruins your life real quick too. If you know something about this, we need to know. Number one, we got a girl we can't find.
And Chad, do you think this guy actually knows?
No idea.
I don't think he actually knows.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. And he has the opportunity to kill you. I would. I haven't met one person yet who told me that they had any idea why you would do anything to this girl.
No, I didn't.
Well, I wouldn't think you did. Wouldn't accuse you of that.
Well,
You
I was
know?
kind of raised with a decent respect.
Okay.
I am.
Well, you're raised with something that isn't common anymore. So
Ain't that the truth?
yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't think you did anything to her. That's not why you're here. You're here because it looks like you helped them dispose of what might have been evidence. And for anybody to do that, to allow somebody to see that, I would think they'd have to be so deep with that person that it didn't matter. Otherwise, why do that? I wouldn't burn my wife's shit if I killed her with you.
Yeah.
And I sure as hell wouldn't do it with some friends of yours. So,
Yeah.
if you're holding in something about this, please let me know so I can find this girl and get her family some peace. And get this guy out of the way because it sounds to me like this guy did something bad.
I'm not gonna lie, you've made me rather paranoid today.
I'm not trying to make you paranoid, I'm trying to make you unparanoid. This guy tell you something?
Unparanoid, huh?
You know something about what happened.
Random mad? Let's go.
I'm telling you that what you explained to us happening is understandable and we're not even remotely thinking of charging you with destroying evidence. Number one, we don't know that it is evidence. That's it. Yeah, no, nothing else.
If I think of anything, I'll give you a call.
Over the next few days, detectives collect statements and search for Shannon. As they searched, the phone records for Shannon's cell phone number came back. Based on the cell tower data, Shannon's phone made its normal daily route to her workplace and back. However, that normal routine stopped at the end of February. In the following months, Shannon's cell carrier reassigned her number to a new customer due to no activity from the number and lack of payment. Shannon's bank statements showed no activity since the end of February. With the phone record and bank statement dead ends, detectives and Shannon's family were losing hope. July 29, 2017, 5 months after Shannon disappeared. In the nearby town of Campbell, a 911 call comes in.
Oh,
what the
I live in Campbell, Ohio. Okay. Me and my wife were just on a dead body in our freezer.
Dead body?
Freezer up. Yeah.
Alright, it's okay, sir. Is it a male? Is it a female?
I think it's a female. I need a Campbell police there right away.
Campbell police responded to the home on Devitt Avenue. They detained the homeowners and secured the scene. At that time, Campbell police had no missing persons in their town, so Campbell detectives called nearby law enforcement offices to notify them of the discovery of a female body. With Youngstown just a 10-minute drive away, Youngstown investigators responded to the scene. They are ushered to the back of the house and into the basement. Black trash bags littered the basement floor with a chest freezer nearby. The black bags and a Home Depot bucket had been inside of the chest freezer. What they found inside the trash bags was horrifying. The trash bags contained body parts. Every part of the human body was there except for the head. Detectives locate a tattoo on one of the severed legs. That tattoo and the rest of the body fit Shannon Graves' description. Believing that the body was Shannon's, Youngstown investigators took over the case. Stunned at the scene in front of them, detectives are naturally suspicious of the couple who placed the 911 call.
Yeah, like,
the
what the
homeowners,
fuck?
Ken and Jill Eschenbaugh, are brought to the station for an interview.
So the reason we're here today is because you found something in your basement today. But there's a story that leads up to this. So, and you start from the beginning. I know we've talked to you, but
This is the real deal.
slowed down and we're.
My head's kind of calmed down too.
Yeah, well, I mean this doesn't happen every day. So now we're calmed down. Things are under control. So, what happened
Today?
Well, start from the beginning of this story.
Why don't you start with how you met Anthony? Okay, I met Anthony. I went over to my neighbor's house, and I was playing some
Fucking
music that I
click
knew.
on the
That's he
browser.
was there. He liked the music. He said he was a rapper. You know, everybody's a rapper. But he really liked my music, you know, and could we work something out, right? I said okay, and I didn't think much of it because I always heard that from people. Then like 2 days later, he actually knocks on my door. You know, he had long hair at the time, long hair and ponytail.
Right.
How long ago was this? This had to be, I'm guessing, I'm running about on time though, sorry, but I'd say between 4 and 4.5 years ago. Okay. And he said, hey man, I was going to hit you up on that music while I was listening up. So, you know, we got along, and he just started hanging around, and, you know, we started playing Xbox together. You know, just typical friendship stuff, you know. And then me and my wife would help him out, you know. I said they had 2 kids down there, they always had gas off, or electric off, or water off, or something. We just help him out, you know what I mean? That's how we started, that's how we became friends. He was always with this Trina girl on and off, right? Like, she'd get her income tax return, he'd be with her. And then that would run out, and then he'd be off with some other girl, and then income tax come. He does like 3 years in a row. He goes back with her because she gets like $6,000-7,000 or something.
Do you know this girl named Star?
I knew her from when Anthony brought her to the house.
And when was that?
First time I brought her was last summer.
It was like his girlfriend at the time.
Yeah.
Okay. They get along?
When the first couple times they came over, yeah, they got along. But then a couple after that, they just a lot of fighting and stuff. I even asked him, with the same problem as his other girlfriend, Trina, I asked him not to bring her around no more. And I asked him not to bring Star around no more because there's fight. They probably sat outside the house, you know, yelling back and forth at each other, happening this and that. Come on, my landmark's right there, you know.
Yeah.
I just asked him not to bring her around anymore.
Star?
Yeah.
Did you ask her not to bring Katrina around too?
Yeah.
So you had the same problem?
Yeah, because they're always right this way.
So whenever he's with either one of them, he's fighting with them?
Mhm.
But it didn't start out that way?
No.
Okay.
No
Last time
way.
you saw Star?
I didn't make enough.
It's been a while. It was
Oh my god.
the end of last summer. I guess it was around the end of last summer. Actually, it was starting to get cold because the pool water was getting too cold to swim. In fact, they came and they went to swim and it was too cold to swim. So it got to be like the very end of the summer. I remember we got some Mike
Yes.
lemonade, you know, sat outside underneath the umbrella and thing. We drank a couple beers and then he had a little bit of weed. We smoked some weed. He went home. That's last time I saw her.
Do you know her real name?
No, I just heard you say it though, but I didn't know her name.
I just fucked up.
Our story begins in the
What's the matter?
You listen?
I just had found out what he don't just put it.
So you had the same off.
investigators responded. Investigators
Something out, right? I said okay, and I didn't think much of it because I always heard that from people. Then like 2 days later, he actually showed up on that music level and her off or something. We just help him out, you know what I mean? Just ask him not to bring Star around no more because there's fight.
But it didn't.
You need a hand? Need a hand? Two. That's alright. Ice Star Rick D. Rick D.
Start out that way.
No.
Okay. When's the last time you saw Star?
Oh boy, let's see. It's been a while. It was the end of last summer. I guess it was around the end of last summer. Actually, it was starting to get cold because the pool water was getting too cold to swim. In fact, they came and they went to swim and it was too cold to swim, so it got to be like the very end of the summer. I remember we got some mics, hard lemonade, you know, sat outside underneath the umbrella and thing. We drank a couple beers and then he had a little bit of weed. We smoked some weed. He went home.
Had a couple beers, smoke a little weed. Come on, get down tonight.
I just heard you say it though.
Come on, get down tonight.
If we showed you a picture of her, could you identify her?
Yeah.
So, Monday, July 17th, he brings his freezer over. You tell him where to put it?
Yeah. I told him, I said, as soon as you walk in the basement door, there's a little thing, just put it in there. You know. I said, there's a plug right there, you can plug it into.
Did you notice at the time there was a padlock on it?
I didn't even look at the freezer. When he brought it out of the thing, he was on top. He got the top. Mike got the bottom of it, and Anthony got the top, you know, of it, and they carried it. And I didn't look at it or anything. And then you come down, he said, hey, your outlet doesn't work. I said, oh, we got struck by lightning last week, like right at the pole, and some of our outlets got burned out.
So he brings his freezer over, puts it in the basement, and your power doesn't work.
That outlet by down close to the thing doesn't work. Right.
So he had to get an extension cord.
Right.
Yo, Rick D, there's no way you died.
So
It sent half the crew to the. No!
They put it in the basement.
Bro. Yo, you got rinsed, Tommy.
Then he plugs it in. Now, when do you first know?
Rick D, you got rinsed.
My wife, when she washed clothes, she come up, she goes, there's a padlock on there.
You made it home just before it started pouring with rain? Yeah, that's what's up. Man, it's been pissing it with rain all day almost here. It just stopped like maybe an hour and a half ago.
Me and my wife started discussing what are we talking about Star. Like, what Star is in here. I mean, just like kind of joking, but kind of not joking.
At that point, you knew she was missing?
I just had found out maybe, I get goosebumps, I'm sorry. I found out like maybe a week and a half. It's when he was at my house and this Trina was calling him. He was like, stop, don't freak out, stop freaking out. And then he hung up and she called back again. He's like, just go in the house.
When was that?
That was the night I fixed his computer. So the 17th I brought the freezer. I think it was 2 or 3 days later is when I wiped out his computer. And that's the night Trina called him. And I asked him, I said, what's going on? Why are you freaking out?
So on Monday night, he brings the freezer. On Tuesday, you find the padlock. And you already know Star's missing.
Yeah.
And you jokingly say, I wonder if Star's in there.
Right.
Arturo, Anthony. You know him as Anthony. Do you know him as Arturo?
No.
You don't know that that's his real name?
I mean, I know that it is his real name, but which one I have my last name? Yeah, that's the last. Oh, that's it. Okay, yeah, that's Anthony. Yeah, that's Star. That's Star.
Katrina and Anthony, pretty tight. You think she knows about this?
You mean like my personal opinion? Absolutely. They never have any money. He just got the job out of the back. That freezer looked brand new. We were talking about what to have for dinner, you know. I said, I'd like to make some spaghetti sauce or whatever. And I was over there for maybe a half hour or so, 40 minutes. Came back, sit on the couch smoking a cigarette. My wife's sitting next to me. And she's just sitting there, and I just look on her face. You know, we've been together 30 years. And I said, what's the matter? Oh. She said, I opened that freezer up downstairs. And I said, and? She said, there's a 5-gallon bucket and a big black garbage bag. I said, did you look in it? She said, no. And she was like, thank you. I said, you want me to go down and see? She said, yeah.
She went down and unscrewed the hasp. Why?
Because she said, because she wanted to see if there's any hamburger in there. She didn't make spaghetti sauce. I think it was gnawing at her, and she wanted to see. But
it's your house.
Right.
You got a freezer in your basement,
and
there's a padlock on it.
You're paying for this guy
to
run a freezer at your house.
Well, that's another thing. He said, I'll give you $100 a week to keep it.
$100?
I said, Anthony, $100 a week? I said, your rent's $450 a month. I said, just give me like $20 a month or, you know, whatever for the electric bill or whatever.
He offered $100
a week. He said, I'll give you $100 a week.
Well, the light had to go off when he said that.
It did. I'm like, well, first I thought maybe he just misspoke or maybe, you know what I mean? He said, I'll give you $100 a week or whatever. That's how you followed up. Or whatever. I said, Anthony, I thought we were friends.
So
I'm
he
like,
brought a
"No,
locked freezer to your house and
I didn't-
offered to give you $100 a week.
Yeah, well, I didn't know it was locked.
Yeah.
My wife told me. I just figured, well, you don't want us to eat the meat. I went down, I undid it, and I opened it. As soon as I opened it, my stomach just flipped. Then I just like, what? This is how you store your meat? So I picked up the bag. It was pretty heavy, the big one. And I picked up the 5-gallon bucket, and I set it down, and I open it, and there's a backpack. I'm like, take the backpack out, open up, there's a green garbage bag. Open up the green garbage bag, another green garbage bag. But it's frozen frozen together.
Big solid block.
Right. So got these scissors, and it smells really bad. I'm like, why would it? That's when I knew. I was like, why would you wouldn't put rotten meat in the freezer and freeze it, and then rot in the freezer because it would be frozen. And Joel and my wife's looking, and it just looked so weird to me. I've seen lots of rotten meat and thing working in restaurants and thing. And my wife said, nah, she said, just put it back in the thing. I said, no, Joe, I'm looking. I said, I've never seen nothing like this. No kind of meat or nothing like this. I had the other bag sitting on the floor. I couldn't get the knot out. It was like frozen. I just couldn't do it, and then the strength to get it out. She said, you want me to get you some scissors? I said, yeah. She brought me down a pair of scissors.
Well, hell yeah, you got to get in there
Right.
now.
I said,
right?
I got to see what's in here.
These cops definitely think he's in on it.
And then I'm like,
I mean, the thing's found in his house. How could you not?
And then I recognized the foot in the thing, and I just my wife grabbed her head, and I grabbed mine.
You knew it was a body.
And I said, I turned around, I said, call the police. But she didn't. She was right down, so I just took the phone, and I didn't call nobody, nothing. I called Camel Police. I only saw her girl 4 or 5 times, but she only talked about 2 things: her dad and her dog. How close she was to her dad, and how much she loved her dog. And then he's driving her car, and he has her dog. And that's when I started actually thinking maybe he did something.
Because you handle things at the scene. We want to take a DNA swab from you. It consists of 2 cotton swabs in your mouth. For elimination purposes, we're going to be looking at the freezer and the body and the tools and all that. And when we start sending stuff in, they're going to want DNA from you and from your wife. And that's, You all right?
Yep. It's just like, you know what I mean? It's like outer space. I'm looking at outer space or something.
The detectives then interview Ken's wife, Jill.
Jill Eschenbaugh?
What? Dude, how is that man wheeling her? Dude, that is a good looking old lady, you know what I'm saying?
Human remains you found. And we believe it might be
Like, what the fuck?
a missing people we have here in Youngstown.
That man's got a game.
Can you tell me what happened today?
Today, my husband went over to his friend's house, and I was thinking about what to make for dinner. And I didn't have any hamburger in our freezer, so I thought maybe there might be some in there. So I went down, and I knew that the padlock was on that freezer, and so I took a little screwdriver down with me, and I just unscrewed it. And when I opened it up, I saw the black trash bag and that 5-gallon bucket with the orange lid. And I saw that, and my stomach flipped, and I just shut it. And I put the screws and stuff back in, and my husband came home like maybe 10 minutes later. And he knew something was wrong, so he sat down on the couch, and he said, what's wrong? And I told him.
What an attentive husband, you know? What an attentive husband. He came home, he looked at her exact words. He looked at me, and then he immediately knew something was wrong. Damn. Good man. That's crazy. That's crazy.
So he went down, and he took the screws and stuff out.
What a G.
And he opened it up, I guess. And he was down there just for a couple minutes, and I stuck my head down, and I went down the steps, and I just sat down the steps, and he was taking that black bag out of the backpack. There's a red backpack. He tried to open up that, and I think I wanted to get scissors because it was tied real tight.
The recollection of like events that's happening as well. They both just like, that's crazy. They're spot on.
And then there was another bag of that inside of that bag, and he cut that one open, and when he tried to open it up, it smelled horrible. I thought it was spoiled meat at first. I was hoping that it was just spoiled meat. And I said, it just stinks too bad. I said, just put it back. I said, just wrap it up and put it back, give it back there. And he went to go open the other one, and it was the same thing. It was tied, and then he cut that one, and then he opened, there was another bag inside of that. And when he cut that open, that's when he saw the foot in the bag.
Okay.
And he said, it's a foot. And I said, no, it can't be. And I went over to where he was at, and I was like, oh my God, it is. And then we both went upstairs, and he went out I went upstairs to check on my son, and he went out and called the police. And then they came after that.
Legally, there's nothing wrong with you looking in the freezer. So, it's not a big deal if you were like, man, I need to know what's in this freezer, and you open up this freezer. But, you know, I mean, is that what happened? I mean,
I really was just looking for stuff for dinner tonight. I really was.
What I'm trying to tell you is there's nothing wrong with you
Right.
saying, hey, this is weird, I need to look at it.
Right. I mean, at the time when I saw the padlock, did I think that was weird? Yeah. I even told my husband that. I said, why would you put a padlock
Well, you said
on
you
your
guys kind of
freezer?
joked around and said, well, maybe Shannon's in there.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Okay.
But I didn't really think that was that. No. I wouldn't even.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're a kid around, but.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's weird.
Right. I just would never. Okay. I still can't believe it.
With Ken and Jill's matching statements and their lack of a motive to kill Shannon, detectives let them go. Investigators focus on the man who brought the freezer to Ken's house. Ken identified him as Arturo Novoa, aka Anthony Gonzalez. He was Shannon's boyfriend at the time she disappeared. With the witness's identification and Shannon's name on the lease, detectives obtained a search warrant for Arturo and his girlfriend Katrina Layton's residence. That residence was Shannon's former apartment. During the apartment
so
search,
insane. Homie's living
detectives observed a large meat cleaver stuck in the front door frame. They also found a lease agreement signed by Arturo for a different property. Detectives discover another item in the apartment, an owner's manual to the same model of freezer housing the body. Samples of what appeared to be blood on the apartment walls were collected. The blood in the apartment, the freezer manual, and all of the circumstantial evidence they had were enough to obtain arrest warrants for both Arturo.
I thought he was gonna say they came back and it matched her. I was gonna say, homie's literally
and
living
Katrina.
with blood
The
splatter
question is, where
around
was
his
she
walls.
between February and July?
I don't know. I didn't even.
Right now, she's in your freezer.
Well,
So.
that I didn't know.
Oh, okay. You know, I told you about 10 times that the missing girl is dead in your freezer. I'm looking for some kind of reaction, but
I because
You don't
I'm,
look shocked at all.
yeah.
no, it's not that. I'm just trying to process everything.
Oh, okay. Let me ask you something. Forget all this. Did you kill her?
Hell no.
Were you there when she was killed?
No.
Okay.
What?
Well, sure looks like you did.
No. What do you mean? It looks like I did.
She's in your freezer, the one you paid for. So it kind of looks like you killed her.
I can't sit in this room with the door shut. I'm getting claustrophobic.
You use the small rooms.
I didn't do anything to this girl.
You use the small rooms.
How are you gonna accuse me of this? What the?
Yo, I don't mean to flex on him, Rick.
Must be serious enough to pull me out of work.
Yeah. I wouldn't do that.
I don't mean to flex on him, but I'm out here, you know, stacking.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to read you your rights. I'm going to tell you what changed. And I'm going to have questions for you. You may want to answer them. You may not. You may have questions for me. I don't know. You're definitely under arrest. I wouldn't have sent them out there if there wasn't a warrant for your arrest.
I totally didn't give myself 500 bonus points to start with.
I don't have to answer anything now, even though I'm signing this, right? But
No,
it's just
correct.
allowing you to question.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't have to answer anything you don't want to. Okay. The other day I asked you about the rumors about you burning things up.
Yes.
Okay. You told me you did.
Correct.
Okay. Is that still true?
Correct.
You did not burn things up.
I did not.
Okay. Did you, at any point, take a freezer to a house in Campbell?
I did not.
You did not?
I did not.
Okay, so you didn't go to Kenny Eschenbaugh's house on Devitt with a freezer, with a padlock on it and put it in his basement?
I did not.
You did.
And leave and go get an extension cord and plug it back in.
You didn't do that?
I did not.
Okay. Okay, so up until now, has anything we talked about not been true?
Everything.
The last time you saw Shannon was when?
I don't even know. Like the end of February.
Okay. You have no idea what became of her? Where
I
she
do
ended
not.
up?
I do not. I have said this to everybody.
Okay. When I told you the other day at your house that some people who were acquaintances of yours said that you burned her things up.
Okay.
Okay. Now,
I don't understand how, like, acquaintance of who exactly means. Because I don't know anybody that she personally knows. Which was
talking about your people who know you, not her.
Oh.
Okay. People who know you said this, that you burned her things up. Now I have people that know you saying you brought a freezer to her house. When they opened it up, guess what they found?
What did they find, sir?
Why do you think you're here? The charge is abuse of a corpse.
Excuse me?
Abuse of a corpse.
Are you being serious right now?
I'm not fooling with you, man.
You're 100% serious.
I would not
right
make
now.
this up. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I would be sitting here with you at, 10 o'clock at night, man, if I wasn't talking about a body in a freezer that you brought to a guy's house. Not making it
Yo, Rick D. Shiny! Let's go, baby. Arrgh.
all these people that are not her friends, they're people that you know, are saying this.
Alrighty then.
Arrgh.
Alrighty then.
Arrgh.
This is up.
It's
We need to make a phone call.
It's kind of too many people.
The thing is, I don't do anything but work and sleep. So when somebody tells me that
Yeah, that's actually
they're
perfect.
talking about
Big
me
dude,
or
that's actually
saying
perfect.
anything about me at all kind of baffles me. Because all I do is work and sleep, work and sleep, work and sleep.
Okay. And all these people who know you.
Well, we're gonna have to. I'm definitely gonna have to make a phone call
Okay.
because this is some up shit that you're telling me.
Yeah.
And I don't really believe you, but I have no choice but to believe you because I'm sitting here.
No, we don't do this for.
We wouldn't make it up.
We sure as shit wouldn't arrest you for this not having happened.
Right.
You know what I mean? Obviously.
So I basically got all these fingers just being pointed at me.
And we're really kind of hoping that it's Shannon.
This is
Because if it's not, then this guy says you brought a body to his house and it's somebody else and Shannon's still missing, then what are you, some kind of serial killer? So we're hoping it's Shannon.
Definitely not, man. This is gonna take so long. I'm gonna lose my job.
You're going to lose your job? Did you hear what I said? This ain't about your Outback dishwasher job anymore. There's a body in a freezer. And the guy said you brought it to
Your
his house.
Outback dishwasher
Whether it's her or
job.
not, you understand whether it's her or not? Doesn't matter. Your dishwasher job at Outback is okay. That's a weird thing for you to say. Like, my job's.
I'm trying to tell you, like, if I'm trying to tell you I don't know what you're telling me, then obviously, I mean, excuse my language, but
Okay.
if you're trying to tell me all
So-
these fingers are pointing
so
at
listen,
me and
I'm
I
telling you-
supposedly went to this house and supposedly put this thing in this guy's house, this is insanity to me. It really is. So I'm trying to figure out where something might have, like,
I'm
somewhere
telling you,
might have went wrong.
I'm telling
or-
you that 4 people who know you said you burned her shit up, and now 2 people who know you said you brought a freezer with a body in it to their house, and you're talking to me about your dishwasher job. I'm like, what the f is wrong with you? Because that is not the normal reaction.
But I just got done telling you I don't talk to a lot of people.
Okay,
Like
that-
at all.
4
Like,
people
I
saw-
can count the amount of people that I talk to in my
Anthony,
hand.
4 people saw you burning her shit, and 2 people said you dropped the freezer off at their house with a body in it. Did you hear what I said?
I'm hearing what
Okay.
you're telling me.
All right. So I don't care who you talk to and what you do with your personal life.
Why would I do something like that? Is my
I have
point.
no idea why you would do something like that. None. I've got a few ideas. I even got a few ideas that you didn't do something like that, but you know who did. But that's something I would like to hear from you. So I've tried to learn everything I can about what's going on in your life to the best I can do without being in your life, because you are a private person.
And what have you learned from my life, sir?
There's a couple people in your life. You're getting pushed and pulled in a couple different directions. You got a job.
That's fucking him.
You had a few scrapes with us. Nothing serious. I've learned that inside your apartment there was some blood.
Who is that?
Don't really look too good right now. Scrapes missing. I would like to
The
know.
only blood that I can possibly think that you might have found in my
There's a lot
apartment
of
is
reasons.
mine.
There's a lot of reasons why there might be blood in your apartment. But when you add that onto the fact that these people saw you burning some shit, and when we went through the shit, we figured out it was hers because her bracelet was in there. And when you add in that these other people who know you have a freezer in their basement that they say you brought over there, it kind of, we're past the point of no return on this thing. Like, you didn't bring no freezer with a body in it, and you don't know what's going on.
Right.
That don't happen. So there's a big part of your life that I'm not a part of, and that would be the part where you got a freezer with a body in it. I wasn't with you.
Apparently.
So
like, how do I end up in this position?
it would be very interesting to me to find out how you came upon a freezer with a body in it. That would be very interesting to me right now. It would also be very interesting to me if that's Shannon in there. It's a bad thing to say, but I'm hoping it is, because if it ain't, then I gotta wonder what the do I do.
Hello?
If you got a freezer with a body in it, it ain't hers.
Huh?
See what I'm
What
saying?
delivery? What are you
So I
talking
got a lot
about?
of questions,
No.
and none of them are good. You have an apartment that was your missing girlfriend's apartment that you're still living in.
It used to be ours, but yes.
Yeah.
The fuck?
You also have a new house that you guys are paying rent on and you don't live in. And according to Katrina, the only thing that you guys owned in that place was this freezer. You have a half a house that you're paying
This
for,
man
that you don't
just.
live in, that you don't keep
This guy
nothing,
just
but a
called
freezer
me and
that
he's
just happens to have
saying my
various
delivery is there and shit. What the
Kinda
fuck?
looks bad.
I don't have anything in that house. We literally
Not
had no
anymore,
furniture,
no, yeah,
nothing. We literally had nothing in that apartment.
So you never moved anything into that apartment?
We never moved nothing in that apartment.
Okay.
Like, we had nothing in there. All we did was just pay the rent. All we did was just simply get an apartment ahead of time so we had a place to lay our head. You know?
Okay.
My lease is up in September. Like,
This guy
I gotta make
fucked
sure
my
I have a
whole
place to
run,
stay.
man.
Yeah, I got my apartment on the east side.
God
but
damn it.
That thing is just, it's basically tore down already. Like, I have no bathroom there. I can't really have company there. I do music. I can't really be loud there. I mean, I can barely walk without my mother
That
screaming.
guy fucked me royally.
So, I mean,
Raw, no rubber.
I don't really have any
9
leg
inches
room
deep.
over there.
We're like way off the beaten path of what we're really talking about here. There's a freezer with a body in it in Camel that the guy that you do music with says you brought there.
It's impossible because I didn't do no such thing.
Okay. Shannon has a direction
God
card.
fucking damn it, bro.
She did. And Shannon's direction card got used in a bunch of places after she went missing.
Hello, your delivery is here.
I don't
Like,
understand
motherfucker,
how,
I didn't.
if I don't even
What fucking
know
delivery?
exactly when she's even come up missing, to even know that she's missing in the first
For a
place.
second, that person was calling. I thought it was my
How-
ex-girlfriend. I'm not gonna lie. I was getting ready to pick up the phone and be like, "Bitch, what the fuck do you want?
Let's make sense of that. Do
Leave
you
me
use
alone."
Shannon's direction card regularly?
No, I used to. She was around.
Until when?
Hey, when that happens in Runescape, yeah,
Until the
facts. She
last time she
doesn't.
was around.
Which was when?
I just told you. I don't have
Refresh
a direct
my-
you. You want me to give you an exact date? I feel
No,
like
give
you
me a
guys are
month.
trying to catch me up.
Give
in
us a month.
Give me a
some
month.
crap.
Give me a month.
February.
Okay. So in March and April, when you were using her direction card, did you happen to be with her? And just you're not telling us you were with her? Were you helping her hide out?
So you want to ask me about somebody else's direction card when you know that it's illegal to share, trade, or sell food stamps in the first place. And you want to sit here and ask me about somebody's direction card.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Absolutely.
As if what you're telling me isn't bad enough.
As if after I tell
Wait,
you
you're
about
worried
a
about-
body in a freezer, direction card fraud is baby shit. Yeah, absolutely.
Can I make a phone call? Because I'm going to need to obviously get a hold of a lawyer.
Oh, would you like to talk to a lawyer?
I would like to call my lawyer, yes.
Okay.
With Arturo denying any involvement, detectives speak with Katrina again.
I wanted a new freezer for the house because we needed it for the fridge and the freezer.
Katrina, he's going to say he doesn't know nothing about no freezer, and you're making that up.
Well, then how did her body get in a freezer over to Kenny's?
Exactly.
I don't know that. I mean, I gave him the money. I thought he was buying one. I don't know.
Listen, if you gave him money to buy a freezer, and there's a freezer.
It was supposed to be at the new house. That's all I know. I know I didn't kill her. I have kids. I have a job. I know I didn't kill her.
All he's got to do is trade you for him. That's it. You see where this is going? You understand we're at the end of this road?
So what am I supposed to do?
Just tell the truth. I don't care what you said before. Just tell the truth. Tell us what you know about everything. Stop doing this and just tell the truth. It's not going to get better.
No, I know that.
Okay.
I just know I gave him the money to buy the freezer. I thought.
Trina, tell me everything you know about everything. It's the only way to fix this.
I just know what he told me. I don't know what he did.
Tell me what he told you.
When I moved in, he told me that she was gone, that she left with some guy in his car, and that. I'm sorry. And she left with some guy, and she took all her stuff, and then she said she was gonna be back for the dog, and then she never came back for the dog. And he said that they had an agreement about the car, that he was gonna drive the car until she came back for it, and then she didn't go back for the car either.
You understand this looks like you did it and he helped you.
I know.
That's what it looks like. And me sitting here trying to be impartial, I can't assume he killed her. I can't. He was getting what he wanted from her. The only person with motive here was you, hon. Understand? See what I'm saying?
I did it, but I mean, why would I even do something like that? I have my kids, I have my job.
Your boyfriend. You understand how many people are in jail for that? It's not complicated. It's real simple. She took what was yours.
Yeah, but that doesn't make me kill her. No, you're right. I've been in a situation.
Of course not.
I didn't like her, but I didn't.
I understand that, but you gotta understand what it looks like. She screwed your boyfriend, then she disappeared, and then you got all her shit, and she's in your freezer that he says he don't know nothing about. Just tell me what happened. It's got to be better than what it looks. It can't be as bad as it looks.
I mean, I didn't.
It cannot be as bad as it looks, can it?
I don't know anymore.
Katrina, did you kill her?
No.
Okay. Did you take her apart?
No.
Did you put her in that freezer?
No.
Did you put her in Kenny's house?
No, I didn't even go to Kenny's.
Okay. So tell me what did happen. Because nothing you're saying is making no sense, hon. You can't leave it like this. It doesn't make any sense. Nobody's going to look at what you say and think it's reasonable. Nobody.
Sorry, they're my kids. I didn't kill her.
You understand, you are swearing this on your kids because when you go,
I didn't kill
you
her,
understand
though.
what's going to happen to you?
I didn't kill her.
You're going to go over there and you're not going to come back for a long time.
I didn't kill her.
This is it. You're leaving. You're going for a ride.
Peanut butter and jelly.
This is it right now. This is your moment. What you do in the next 30 seconds is going to depend on what happens in the rest of your life. And probably your kids.
I understand.
Okay.
I'm trying not to panic because.
I don't want you to panic. No reasonable alternative. Right?
What do you mean?
You don't have any reasonable explanation for why this woman's in your freezer.
I mean, obviously somebody put her there.
Okay.
Obviously.
Thanks.
But if Anthony did it, then he needs to fess up to it.
Not if he didn't do it. Not if you did it. If he's helping you, then he doesn't need to fess up to it. And he has his rights too, you understand?
I understand.
Okay. He didn't buy a freezer. You did. He didn't buy an apartment. You did. He was getting what he wanted from her and you. Why would he kill her?
I was just under the assumption that we were getting back on our feet.
You're not getting back on your feet.
Because I was...
It's not going to be okay.
I was trying to pay stuff.
He's going to jail and so are you. You're not going to get back on your feet. That's not going to happen now. That's done.
But I'm telling you, I didn't kill her. Why are you asking me if did I take her apart? Why are you even asking me that?
Because she's not one piece.
What do you mean she's not one? You just said there's a girl in the freezer.
Yeah,
though.
well, you know what? She's in the freezer, but she isn't all one nice big piece anymore.
Oh my god.
So you see what I'm saying? The only reason that we even think you bought it in July is because you said so. But I know you didn't buy it when you moved in because there was a dead girl on the floor and you didn't want your kids falling over. You see what I'm saying?
I get it.
I knocked on the door on July 17th. And on July 17th, that body moved. All the way to Camel.
I didn't even know you...
One of the days when I was knocking on the door and everybody was playing hide and seek with me was the day that the body got moved.
I'm being honest with you guys, though. The only reason I don't open that door is because what was going on with Tim and Tanya.
Okay, but how do I know it's not because that freezer was on the other side of the door with a girl in it and you were like, because that's how I would have been. You see what I'm saying?
No.
I'm knocking on the door and there's a dead girl in there. You got to be like...
I mean, I get it. I get it.
Okay.
I get where you guys are coming from. I mean, I keep to myself. I work all the time. I take care of my kids.
Listen, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to take care of your kids and go to work. I don't care. You bought a freezer. He said, what freezer? You didn't say what freezer. You said, yeah, I bought a freezer. It's my new house.
Yeah, because I didn't have anything to hide.
Except a dead girl who used to be banging your boyfriend, and now you got all her shit. You do have something to hide. You are the picture of someone who has something to hide. You see what I'm saying? That's the point I'm trying to make.
I'm so confused.
What are you confused about? You bought a bunch of shit for a place. You bought a bunch of shit that you never used for a place that you've never been to. For a man who's been around on you, whose girlfriend is missing, and now she's in your freezer. What are you confused about? There's no confusion there for me. What I'm confused about is if you're not saying, God damn it, all right, this is what happened, and you know what, I hung tight for him, but I'm not going to prison and being away from my kid for the rest of my life. If you're not saying that, then I got to be thinking, you killed her.
I'm telling you, I don't know how she got there. I didn't kill her.
This is going to be really bad. You're going to go over to the jail, and by tomorrow your booking picture's going to be all over the newspaper.
Yeah, I realize this.
You're going to be on TV.
I realize this. For something I didn't do.
Well,
you're telling me that there's this parts of a body that are fitting in a freezer. I can't even wrap my head around it. I can't. Who does stuff like that?
Either you or him.
Well, it wasn't me.
Both.
It wasn't me. That freezer did not get over there by me.
I know. Doesn't matter.
I did not put it there.
Totally agree with you. Never said you did.
I did not put her in it.
Didn't say you took it over there. Don't know if you put her in it.
I definitely didn't put her in it.
Wouldn't have took much.
That girl weighed more than I did.
Yeah.
You can tell by pictures.
Yeah, but not now she don't.
I can't lift over 10 pounds.
That's about the size of the pieces.
I'm saying I cannot lift over 10 pounds because of my back and my shoulder.
They're trying to figure out why break her up like that. Because he could have picked her up easy. You see what I'm saying? Everything you say makes it sound like it's you. You couldn't pick her up. Okay, that explains a lot. Because he could. He could pick her right up and pop her in there, not a problem. You couldn't. Unless you made her into small pieces. Which just happens to be what happened.
Because I turned off the
I
gamble
know.
feature, Rick D,
This is gonna
because
get crazy. And
every
you have
time I was
children.
every time people would
I'm
gamble
gonna
and
go to
they'd win,
school,
Streamlabs just wouldn't
and
give
they're
them the
gonna say,
points.
your mommy chopped people
Heists are the
up.
best
How many did
option,
you get?
and plus you
see what
win
I'm
more in
saying?
heists anyway.
Like, I'm trying to put this thing down now.
No, I realize
Okay.
that.
And this is gonna be ugly and
I know.
public.
I know.
Very public.
I know.
You understand that this is the kind of thing that may bring like CNN here?
Yeah.
Okay. No matter how bad it is, I need to know what happened to Shannon. And hope to God that is her.
I mean,
Because if that ain't her,
I mean,
I don't know what to tell you.
I know that I did not do anything to her.
Okay.
I know I didn't do anything.
Tell me what you know about what happened to Shannon. Please tell me that is Shannon. Because if it's not Shannon, we're going to have, I don't know what's going to happen here. Tell me that is Shannon. Tell me it's not somebody else, because I got some other missing girls right now.
I mean,
Okay, I'll be right down.
I don't
Thank
really
you.
know how to answer that.
I'm asking you. Please tell me that is her and it's not somebody else.
Thousands
I
count.
don't
I gotta change that.
know if it's her 'cause I didn't put it there.
I mean, I'm pretty sure she's been dead a while. You know, I mean, we'll know exactly how much, but I'm saying March. Like the week you moved in, she moved out the hard way. Katrina, I started knocking on your door, and it appears to have created a reaction. It appears that when I knocked on your door on that Monday morning, and I got no answer, and I started looking around that apartment, it caused this body to be moved in that freezer. I'm trying to think of every possible reason why, even though everything's doing this to you, it's not you. I'm trying.
What I'm saying is, if I for 1 second even thought that there was a dead body in a freezer, I mean, considering the fact that I have my kids and everything else,
all that.
I mean, I would have came to you guys.
Okay.
Because of the fact that that's my kids, that's, you know, my job, my career. Like,
I know. I'm just. This is how it looks.
I get that. I just don't.
Let's go, boys. We're undefeated
I
tonight,
didn't have
chat.
nothing to do with it.
Oh, it's not her in there. Did you have something to do with it?
I didn't have nothing to do with it either way.
Okay. You have anything to do with the girl in the freezer?
No.
Okay.
I don't have anything to do with the fact that she's dead, that she's in a freezer, or how she got over there. Here's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
Here's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
I want to be able to go home with my kids.
Well, I understand that, but you got to understand something here. I'm not about to trade. How would you feel if somebody said, "Well, I just want to go home to my kids, so I'm going to tell you whatever you want to hear"?
No,
that's
no,
not what we're doing.
That's not
Listen,
what
when
I'm
I
doing.
talk about,
That's not
listen,
what I'm doing.
I'm talking about bolt of
I know,
lightning,
and
knock
this
me
is-
off my horse kind of shit.
this
Is what I'm looking for.
This is why.
That's what I'm looking for. Okay.
Hey, you want
And you gotta
to
understand,
show me something?
You may have a problem
Look
here
at the
anyhow,
screen.
depending on what it is you got to talk about.
I need basically to know
That's pretty wild.
what to do to be able to go home to my kids because I had nothing to do with this.
Well,
I had nothing
here's
to
what I'm going to tell you.
What do I do?
With everything I know right now, you're going to be charged with abuse of a corpse. And you're going to go tonight. The longer this goes on, the more it looks like you're just doing
Screen and the
what you gotta
NPC
do to
just
save your
flew
life.
away because the NPC.
I'm exhausted.
I love the
I'm sorry, but
ragdoll
it's
mechanics
been
and old school
8
GTAs.
hours and that's it. That's all I got.
The
You
fucking
may
pie.
come out of this fine. I kind of get the feeling you won't, but you may. It happens. What I think might happen here is you killed this girl.
I didn't kill her.
Okay, well, listen, it's not that I don't believe you, but I don't believe you. You see what I'm saying? Because I have to keep that as a possibility. You guys are neck and neck on the finish line here, you know what I mean? And what it's going to come down to is who says what first, period. That's what it always comes down to in these kinds of situations.
No.
We're past the part, this thing, this reuniting thing, you got to know it's done, right? Like, no matter what happens after today, this is done. You and him, you're not going to end up in the same place. I don't think. So unless you got that lightning bolt, we got to go. I am exhausted.
I feel.
I gotta go take a piss, boys. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Let's go, chat. Hot dogs and French fries. Let's go. Sounds piff. What's piff?
Like I got into a mess that I didn't expect to get into.
Well, that's what everybody's saying. That's what.
And I don't.
That's what Andrew's saying.
I don't.
Poor Andrew's like, I think I helped him get rid of the Decker stuff. He thought we were arresting.
The whole situation scared me.
I understand.
The whole situation scared me.
Listen, I get all of that. If you told me right now this is what really happened, I would completely understand you, because this kind of thing doesn't happen to most people every day. Just because I go through it 12 times a year doesn't mean you do. You know what I gotta say? I like to stay in this room until you tell me the truth or you ask for an attorney. And I don't like to walk out that door until I have the truth or you ask me for an attorney. So what I'm going to ask you to do right now is this. Stop everything else. Two things. Tell me what happened or ask for an attorney. Because I'm not going to be able to rest knowing that I didn't stay in here as long as I possibly could with you. So
You know what the secret is with French fries, though, chat? Is when you pour a little bit of honey on them.
I can see it. I can look at you right now and tell that you are about had it with this, because I am too.
I just.
Either tell me the truth or ask for an attorney, please, so we can end this, because this has been way too long. Even I think you've been in this room too long.
I'm really scared that I'm gonna go to jail for something I didn't do.
Okay. I will tell you that I will keep working every possible lead to do one of two things, because I have two jobs, to either catch you for what you did or free you for what you didn't do. I have two jobs. Now, in the meantime, one of two options here. Tell me you want to stop talking, you want to speak to an attorney. Or tell me.
This guy is like trying to give her an out here. This guy is straight up. This is a good cop. This cop here is actually a really good cop. He can tell that she's like, hey, what a good cop, bro. He's straight up telling her, just go get an attorney, essentially.
No, being in this room with you this long, you've got something that you're not telling me. And I don't know how bad it is. At this point, it really doesn't matter. However bad it is, things are going to instantly get better when you tell me. So, one or the other. Okay, because it's like 3 o'clock, I think.
I know.
It's 3 o'clock.
When I moved in there, he seemed fine with everything. He seemed calm. He seemed like nothing was wrong.
Are you telling me that something happened in the car on the way home from Akron?
I don't know.
Okay. I'm asking you what you're telling me, because you just pitched out a totally new scenario that you haven't said up until now.
I don't know if that's what happened. And
did he get in the fight with her in the car on the way home and dump her body, then have to go get it? Is that what you're saying here?
I mean, it could be what
Listen,
happened.
Is that what happened? Because that is such an abstract thing to pull out. But the good thing about it is this. Nobody put that in your head in this room. So if you're saying that, that is such an oddball thing to pull out of your butt to say that it's believable.
I feel like it's a possibility.
Okay, well, why would that be a possibility?
I mean, just because they used to both get drunk all the time. Coming home from
Okay,
the bar.
did he tell you something happened on the way home from the bar? And then he dumped the body somewhere?
He didn't say that he dumped it, but he said that they got into an argument.
On the way home from the bar?
Yeah.
And what happened?
And he just said that they got into an argument. And I asked him, what happened, and he said nothing, just everything's fine. And then, shortly after, that's when we moved in, and she was nowhere to be found. Okay. And I hadn't seen her since. I mean, I might have to get an attorney. I don't
I mean,
know because I don't have.
not really much you can see here.
I don't have exactly what you're
Right
looking
now,
for.
there's not really much to see. I'm just cooking. Not really much to see.
I think you have the ability.
He never flat out admitted anything.
I think when you start talking about rides from Akron and fights in cars and bodies dumped, I think you have the right information. I don't know why we would go that far down that road and stop, but like I said, it's really late. So,
I don't know.
So honestly,
I can't say that he killed her because he didn't admit to me that he killed her.
okay. So do me a favor here. You want to talk to the lawyer?
I mean, do I need to?
No, I'd like to end this. So if you say lawyer, I can end this because I'm like exhausted here.
I mean, I guess, you know.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know what else to do. I don't know what else to do.
Based on the evidence gathered so far, police book Arturo and Katrina on abuse of a corpse charges. During the search of Arturo, the police located a lock key. The key fit the padlock on the freezer that housed the body. The following day, investigators received word back from the coroner's office. After the body thawed, saline was injected into the fingers to rehydrate them. Within a few hours, the coroner was able to lift a fingerprint and positively confirm that the body was Shannon Graves. However, the coroner was unable to determine the cause of death because her head was missing. The detectives shared the disturbing news with Shannon's family. Shannon's half-sister Debbie described it as a nightmare. She wondered how someone could do what they did to Shannon. With Arturo and Katrina's mugshots plastered across the local news, a witness who had interacted with the two came forward.
So the reason you're here is you saw our people on TV.
Yep.
Okay. You saw Katrina Layton and Anthony Gonzalez.
Yes, sir.
He made some kind of internet order.
Yes.
What they shipped to Walmart to save on the shipping.
Yes, sir.
And it came in batches, not all at once.
Not at once.
But by the 11th of March.
Yes, sir.
All of the items that he ordered
Were in.
And
Yes.
what were those items?
They were bottles of sulfuric acid. I don't know if it was like drained sulfuric acid. My paperwork just said, you know.
Sulfuric acid.
Yes.
All right, bottles of them.
Yes.
Anything else?
No. You either have to give me an order number or a photo ID.
Okay. But
You
verify
are.
that you didn't give somebody's stuff
To the wrong
somebody
person.
else.
Correct.
And then your real customer comes in and like, hey, where's my stuff?
Correct.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's pretty
So on
crazy.
the 11th, you're working.
Yes, sir.
And both of these people that were on TV, Katrina and Anthony, come to the place
Yes, sir.
and tell you that they'd been there the night before,
Yes, sir.
that they couldn't get what they ordered, and now they want it.
Yes.
Okay. So now you're looking into the order.
Yes.
And what happens?
So then I go, obviously your name is not Chicken Man. I cannot give you this order.
Okay.
He goes, my phone must have auto-filled it in.
Gotcha.
Okay. Possible it happened, you know. I go, but I still can't give it to you because that's not your name. I go in there, his email was chickenman at like Gmail or something, you know. So I said, okay, let me go discuss this with my manager and see what they say about what we can do.
Okay.
So I go to AP because this is like, I have already contacted them about the crazy boxes under Chicken Man coming in. So they knew. They wanted me to come in there when they came in. So I did. So I go in there and she looks at them on camera. She's like, okay, do they see? I'm like, they seem a little funny, but said their drain's clogged. And that Chicken Man was her email. She said, okay, so can they like add an alternate pickup person? Because that's something you can do too. So if you can't make it in to pick it up, you can go back into your Walmart account and you can add somebody to pick it up for you.
Okay.
I will add their name to their account.
Right.
I said, I don't know, I could see, you know, it sometimes that does take 24 hours to
So
update.
AP wants a proper identification
Correct.
of somebody on this.
Right.
Okay.
So I said, okay, that's fine. So I went out there, I said, if you guys can add one of you guys' name to the account to properly pick it up, then I can properly release it to you. Katrina's like, okay, and she added her name to it.
From her phone?
From her phone, right in front of me.
Okay.
I said, okay, well, it could take 24 to 48 hours to update. Sometimes it does.
Yeah.
But she got lucky. It went right through.
Okay.
So I said, okay. She gave me her ID. I looked at her ID. It matched. I said, all
So
right.
she put her name in,
Mm-hmm.
authorizing her
To
pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
She did.
Yes. Yes, sir.
And then she gave you her ID to prove she was who she said she was. And now you have proper ID.
Yes, sir.
At any point, do we ever identify Chicken Man?
No. Chick Man never gives an ID. He just stands there.
Anything else you think is pertinent involved in this? Or?
It's crazy. She gave me her ID. I looked at her ID. It matched. I said,
So
all right.
she put her name in,
Mm-hmm.
authorizing her
To pick
it up.
Mm-hmm.
She did.
Yes. Yes, sir.
And then she gave you her ID to prove she was who she said she was.
Mm-hmm.
And now you have proper ID.
Yes, sir.
At any point, do we ever identify Chicken Man?
No. Chick Man never gives an ID. He just stands there.
Anything else you think is pertinent involved in this? Or?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's like eating me.
Yeah.
To know two people can stand in front of you and possibly you've done something so
Well, here's what you need to know, okay?
gruesome.
At this point,
It's scary.
At this point, I believe this girl's already dead. So it's not, they didn't use this to kill her.
Right.
That's not what they did.
But to know that
Yeah.
they were still standing in
It
front of you
is.
after they did it is
Absolutely
frightening because we were this
creepy.
close.
Yeah, I know.
And they looked at me like, how can you go about a normal day?
Months pass as investigators build their case against Arturo and Katrina. As Katrina's trial date approaches, she takes a plea deal. This deal required her to divulge the truth about what happened to Shannon. Detectives discuss Katrina's version of events during a third interview with Andrew Herman.
Andrew, this is our third interview. We were asked to find you, get a third interview because of some new information in the case. When I came to find you, you and your wife asked if you need a lawyer. Said that it's up to you. You have a lawyer. Even though you're sitting here with your lawyer, I still have to read you your rights. We're getting a little more accusatory in our conversation here, and that's the reason.
The guy from earlier.
Okay. During Katrina's dealings so far, she has since decided to cooperate against Arturo, has got herself an OR bond. She's out of jail now. And on top of testifying against her, she intends to testify against you. Specifically that you aided in the dismemberment of Shannon Graves after she was dead. At no point did she say that you killed her or anything prior to her being dead. But her story was that Arturo came home one night. She's dead in the car. She couldn't help him move the body because she's too small, so he called you. You came over, and the two of you took this body apart in the garage of her house. So that's why we're here. The prosecutors asked us to come find you, tell you this, confront you with this new evidence, and see what you had to say about it.
It's untrue.
So at no point did you help Arturo chop up a body.
No.
Katrina was specific about this, you being the one that helped him. I've always felt from our conversation here that you know a little bit more about what's going on. I've always felt that. I'll be honest with you about it. We've spent a lot of time in this room. And that much time, I mean, what I think doesn't really matter a whole lot. But I spent a lot of time with you in here, and I think maybe you know a little bit more. And I would much rather use that against the main characters in this. No part of me feels like you killed this woman. I don't see why you would.
We don't see any motive to.
I have no reason to believe that.
There is none.
You're obviously closer to this than we are. You're in a position to know more than we know. If that's the case, I would much rather hear it from you and use it against them than hear it from them and try to use it against you. The way things are right now, without that corroborating evidence, I don't know how I use it against you. So basically, we're just giving bonus points to killers. And I don't know. What I do, that doesn't sit well with us. But that's why we're here.
There's nothing I can provide.
Okay.
I've told you everything. I came down to the station before you two even came to my door.
I'm aware of that.
Right.
I'm aware of that. You came down here twice with us voluntarily. You came down the third time voluntarily. Now you're with counsel. That's 3 times.
I've been cooperative as I can.
Okay. Anything else?
With Andrew denying Katrina's version of events, the detectives searched for additional evidence to corroborate Katrina's story. As detectives searched for more evidence, they listened to Arturo's jailhouse phone calls. They heard a familiar voice on the other end of the line. It was
No.
Katrina. Her communications with Arturo violated her plea agreement. When notified of the communications, prosecutors revoked her plea deal. With Katrina's plea deal up in smoke, Andrew sees the opportunity to strike a deal with prosecutors. The agreement requires his truthful account of what happened and his testimony against Arturo and Katrina. The following is Andrew's version of events on the day Shannon was killed. Andrew receives a call from Arturo telling him to meet at Katrina's house. Once inside Katrina's house, Arturo shows Shannon's body to Andrew. Arturo tells Andrew that she was killed in her apartment and brought to Katrina's house. Arturo said that Shannon was bludgeoned to death by hammer strikes to the head. At the direction of Arturo, they dismembered Shannon's body using a machete. They placed Shannon's body in a 55-gallon drum. Katrina then recommended the idea of using sulfuric acid to help dispose of the body. They purchased the sulfuric acid, and they removed Shannon's head and torso from one drum, put it in another drum, and poured the sulfuric acid on Shannon's head and torso. According to a detective, the sulfuric acid they had purchased wasn't sufficient to dissolve the body, as they had purchased off-brand sulfuric acid that was not 100% pure. With the sulfuric acid not working, Katrina bought a freezer for the remaining body parts. Andrew did express remorse for his role in the crime. Andrew said he agreed to participate because he feared he would be next if he didn't. In September 2018, prosecutors indicted Arturo Novoa and Katrina Layton for the murder of Shannon Graves. With the death penalty on the table, the two quickly made a deal. Arturo pled guilty to 47 of the 48 counts, including murder. Arturo Novoa received a sentence of 43 years in prison. Katrina pled guilty to tampering with evidence, obstruction of justice, and abuse of a corpse. Katrina Layton received a sentence of 18 years. For his cooperation, Andrew Herman pled guilty to tampering with evidence, abuse of a corpse, and engaging in a pattern of corrupt activity. Andrew received a sentence of 12 years. Shannon's circle of
He still
so-called
cooperated.
friends stole her life. Shannon's family continues to mourn her loss and wonder what could have been. Shannon's dog Molly now lives with Debbie. Even with Arturo's murder conviction, it is believed by some, including a few investigators, that it was Katrina who killed Shannon. Let me know what you think in the comments. Remember to check out Raycon using the link in the description or the pinned comment.
Bro, Raycon can suck my fucking cock.
On June 18, 2018, at 7:56 p.m., a dramatic 911 call was received by the Boulder Police Department. The caller was an 11-year-old boy named Michael Jones, stating that he had just discovered his mother's body dead on the laundry room floor. In the background, a man can be heard screaming.
Please help me! He's not free! Please help me!
The police quickly dispatched Deputy Mike Perry to the scene. The footage that you're looking at now was recorded on Mike Perry's body cam. Within minutes, he arrived at the grounds of the Ponderosa Mobile Home Park at 4475 North Broadway.
Hello?
The person you are looking at, kneeling on the ground, is 47-year-old Scott Jones. The woman laying on the floor, just outside of our view, is Scott's wife, Deborah DePinto. The couple had been married for over 10 years, raising their 2 children, an 11-year-old son and a 13-year-old daughter. Tragically, their son is also in the room with them.
Please help me.
Did you find her here?
I don't know.
You've got to help my wife. You've got to help my wife.
They got
my whole life, dude. Please help her. Please. Oh my God.
Take a deep breath, okay? The best people that can possibly be working on her, okay? We got paramedics on her, all right?
Oh my God.
Let's see what's going on.
Deputy Perry immediately administered CPR, and within minutes, the EMTs arrived on the scene. During this time, they couldn't help but notice Scott's strange behavior. When they asked Scott exactly what happened, Scott stated that Deborah was complaining that the laundry room was excessively warm and she found it hard to breathe. before she suddenly collapsed. He then explained that he believed that Deborah could have had a heart attack brought on by her weight or some other medical condition.
He's like 220 pounds, man. I told her, man, you gotta take care.
Bro, this guy's saying this in front of his kid.
He would bounce back and forth between emphasizing how much she meant to him.
She's a fucking fat slob too, though.
Her risky drug use and her unhealthy weight.
We got her.
Bro, should be holding your hand or something.
I know, but they're taking care of her right now, okay?
I don't know. Always hear about it. Smokes that damn pipe where they heat up the end and stick it in that stuff. Oh God, that's my whole life in there, man. That's my whole life. Oh my God, Mama. Oh God.
In situations where a parent just passed away, it is typical for the surviving parent to provide comfort to their child. However, in this particular case, Scott appeared to be somewhat disengaged or disinterested in his children. Given that his son was still in the room with him, officers asked about the whereabouts of his daughter. His response was, "I do not know."
I don't know.
Deborah DePinto was quickly loaded into the ambulance and rushed to Boulder's emergency center.
That guy clearly doesn't care about his family.
Shortly after arriving at the Boulder Health Foothills Community Hospital, Deborah succumbed to her injuries. Although at this point there was no clear indication of foul play, the detectives...
Yo, the guy on the right... The guy on the right was telling his wife that she needs to lose weight? Fuck off. Suck my flaccid penis.
Asked Scott to join them in the police department following standard procedure. Detective Don Dillard of the Boulder County Sheriff's Office was tasked with leading the investigation.
Detective Don Dillard from the
Scott.
Yeah.
Scott stuck
What was it?
Events that occurred in the
I can't remember what that guy says.
According to him,
Dimsdale Dimmadome? Yeah, Dimsdale Dimmadome.
Before she abruptly collapsed.
I don't know, dude. Like, she went like this. She started going like that and stuff.
He also went on to explain that although he and Deborah were separated, they had been amicably co-parenting their two children. Scott spoke positively of his relationship with Deb, asserting that the two had no issues and worked well together as parents. He would constantly reinforce that he loved his wife and that he had absolutely nothing to do with
no!
She loves me, man, and I have no idea how that went down like that today, dude.
Okay.
When she fell, yeah, she was face down, she fell.
Did something happen in that room
that
that...
like a South Park episode? That's funny.
No way.
I mean, I know accidents happen. If you're arguing, did something happen that went too far? Did she have a heart attack and die?
No, man.
The interrogation went on for several hours, and without receiving any incriminating information, the detectives were still unable to charge Scott. Exhausted and wanting to be with his children, Scott requested permission to go home.
I'm tired. I want to get my kids home. And I've answered a lot of questions. I've been very cooperative.
Within moments of Scott leaving the interrogation room, a call was received by the sheriff's office that changed the course of the investigation. Deputy Mike Perry, who was the first officer to arrive at the scene, received a phone call from the manager of the Ponderosa Mobile Home Park. The call was regarding a video that the manager had discovered on one of the surveillance cameras. The park manager quickly uploaded the video to a shared Google Drive and sent the link to the detectives.
I put up a Google Drive, I downloaded the video, it's an hour long. If you need more, I just got chills up in my spine. I couldn't watch it anymore.
The footage he is referring to was actually obtained from a makeshift hidden camera that the manager had placed inside the laundry shed to catch people stealing. Detectives decided to set up a computer in order to play...
Dude, that's crazy.
Scott. What you're about to see is the surveillance footage captured from inside and outside the laundry room shed during the moments that Deborah died.
So this is the video that we were talking about.
At around 6:50 p.m., an exterior surveillance camera captured the daughter heading to the car, while Scott and Deb made their way from the trailer towards the park's shared laundry room. At this point, it appears that the two were already engaged in a serious argument.
I thought there was some common sense with you.
Well, I thought he knew that you don't remember being there.
He doesn't know.
I didn't. So that's why you told me last night. What are you doing over there? I'm getting one. Get out of here, common sense. We're fighting for an hour over nothing. I'm done. we are never going to be together.
You're so cruel. Is that all you got, cruel and mean?
You're in my way.
Weird.
You're out of my way. Nah, whatever. Get away from me.
Get away from me.
Oh, don't touch me. Stop. You can't force me to love you anymore. Get out of the way of the door. I'm trapped. Get away from me. You make me feel terrible. Get
Wow.
away from the door.
The audio captured sounds like it could be a physical altercation, lasting for approximately 90 seconds. The confrontation concludes around 7 p.m., at which point the audio goes silent.
What the fuck?
The details of the event were still unclear.
Bro,
However,
it's giving me
the audio
goosebumps.
recording captured a new sound. This time, the distinct sound of a dryer. In the background, Scott's heavy breathing was discernible, suggesting that he was likely pacing back and forth in the room. As Scott watched
Yo,
along,
this piece
his
of shit had the audacity to even bring his fucking kid into the room.
reaction revealed a complete lack of awareness regarding the presence of a camera in the laundry room. He anxiously denied any involvement in the laundry room, despite video evidence clearly indicating that something terrible had occurred at that precise moment.
That doesn't prove anything, and you know that.
It shows us that something happened in that room. What's going on during that time?
The
Oh, yeah,
timestamp
I'm
on
watching
the video
it.
recording revealed that Scott had remained in the laundry room alongside his wife's body.
Alex, God bless you. What would I do without you? God damn. What would I do without you, kid?
Body for approximately 47 minutes before he is seen again on camera.
This entire time you're still there with her. What are you doing? Are you looking at her? Are you trying to figure out what to do next? Help me.
The video then captures a visibly distressed Scott as he exits the laundry room, walking past the camera towards the front door, then continuing to pace uneasily.
Oh my God.
It is at this point Scott finally steps out of the room. He was captured on an exterior camera as he made his way toward the camper. The footage then follows him as he returns to the laundry room, this time accompanied by their 11-year-old son, Michael.
Homeboy.
Oh, man. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Scott's decision to bring him...
Dude, what a foul fucking piece of shit. I figured maybe the kid walked in there or something. Holy fuck, this guy is evil, bro.
his son to the laundry room and see his unconscious mother seemed very unusual for a parent. From the video footage, Scott had spent almost an hour after his altercation with Deb waiting in the laundry room. It is common for individuals who find themselves in a similar situation as Scott's to deliberately craft a narrative about the incident. Scott taking his son to the laundry room could be interpreted as a way for him to use his son to add more credibility to his story.
Hey, how it doesn't have emotions. There.
Not only did Scott expose Michael to his dead mother's body, but he even went as far as to persuade Michael to call 911. At 7:56 p.m., Michael proceeded to dial 911 on Scott's phone. When asked by the dispatcher to provide more details about his mother's condition, he was heard saying, "Mom is purple. She is cool to the touch with a bruise on the bridge of her nose." The 911 dispatcher went on to ask for their address, at which time Michael handed the phone to Scott. Scott can be heard screaming, "Please help me."
Please help me! Please help
As emergency units rushed to the scene,
That
Deb's
poor fucking
13-year-old
child,
daughter,
man.
who had been spotted walking to Deb's
Oh
car
my
earlier, was still
God.
seated inside the vehicle. From her statement, she had received a text message asking where she was and that Mom's dead, but she did not respond due to fear. It later emerged that her brother Michael had used Scott's phone to send her the message. She said that she was not sure if the text was real, but was scared regardless. She also expressed concerns about her own safety, unsure if she would be next. Scott continued to deny any wrongdoing on his part, but with further evidence mounting caught on camera, Scott's loving attitude towards his wife began to take an interesting turn.
Hey, where do we go from here, man? I need a lawyer, don't I?
It was at this point in the interrogation that officers walked into the room and told Scott that he was being placed under arrest for the murder of his wife.
Do me a favor, stand up.
As Scott's handcuffs click into place, he says to the detective, "There's no hurry."
Do you want to keep talking about him? Because if you do, I have to read you.
Where do we go? Let's talk our options. Discuss our options.
This is where the pacing of the interrogation completely shifts. Instead of denying any involvement, Scott is now willing to cooperate with the sheriff's office.
But I didn't think anything through. I didn't think about anything. I just reacted. I don't know what happened. I just reacted. I don't know, man. It's nuts.
As the questioning gets more intense, Scott starts to recall moments leading up to the incident in the laundry room, but also tries to make it clear that there was no premeditation. Scott also states that Deb was a cruel person, pushing him to his limit and causing him to snap. It is possible that
Bro,
Scott
she just
says
didn't wanna
this
be
with
with
the
you 'cause
hopes
you're
that
an
the
asshole.
court will deem this as a crime done with malice but without premeditation. If a defendant is found guilty of committing a crime involving killing with malice but without premeditation, the conviction carries a lesser sentence than if it was committed with premeditation.
What happened?
I don't know. You think I'm not kicking out of myself? You don't think I feel bad?
No, I know you are.
Oh man, it wasn't good enough. I'm taking the kids. You ain't taking my kids. Threatening me with me, man. With me. Just couldn't stop being a monster. Couldn't stop being cruel, man. You don't know what she's done to me. You don't know the cruelty she's done, man.
They observed
fucking
a change
killed
in
her,
the
you
way
idiot.
Scott spoke about his wife. At first, he had described her as the love of his life,
Bro,
but that sentiment
when
changed
love
as
turns
he
into
began to
hatred
paint
like
her
this,
as
is
an
like the
evil
saddest
person,
shit to see.
suggesting that she provoked his momentary lapse in judgment. It also becomes clear that Scott may have been attempting to establish an insanity defense by blaming his actions on mental distress caused by Deborah's cruel treatment, likely with the aim of absolving himself from any responsibility.
I believe it makes a man temporarily insane for a minute, man, when you think about it. You know that? You don't know the troubles. You don't know the pain. You don't know what I've endured. You don't know what that woman put me through. You don't know what she did to my son. You don't know.
This shift in behavior and story reflects a common tendency amongst individuals to justify their actions and construct a story that others will perceive as believable. A fairly well-known case that contains another example of this is the case of Chris Watts. Just hours before this moment, Chris had strangled his wife and then smothered both of his young daughters
I'm gonna
before
check it
disposing
out.
of
I
their
just got a
bodies at an
notification. That's
oil
funny.
site. The detectives are unaware that Chris did this because he had fallen in love with a new woman and needed his family out of the picture before the
In
new
addition to our
relationship could
confidence and
flourish.
response fixes,
After
we
failing a
also
lie
wanted to
detector
give
test,
players
Chris felt
additional
trapped in
peace
the
of
evidence
mind by
against him.
hosting
And when the
the
detectives gave him an
NA finals privately and broadcasting the matches after the fact. That means you are watching the result of those matches that were held privately. We'll resume the NA Regional Finals with Match 3. In partnership with EA, Respawn, Anti-Cheat, and Security, we reviewed all the data and are confident there were no impacts to the first two matches of the NA Regional Finals, so those scores will stand. Tonight's matches were played on the Season 20 patch to ensure competitive integrity and consistency
Competitive
across
integrity.
all the regional
In the same
qualifying series
sentence as
in the Split
ALJ.
1 playoffs in Los Angeles. We've also investigated the EMEA and APAC regional finals and have confirmed there were no impacts to those matches either. Therefore, we will not replay those series and those results will stand. We appreciate all the efforts and support of our partners at EA, Respawn, and all of the impacted teams and players as we work to find
Okay, I want to
alternate
finish this
sequence of
video real
events,
quick.
he jumped on the opportunity and confessed.
I didn't do anything. Was it an accident? There was no accident. I don't know if there was an accident in the house. I wasn't there for it.
It's a big deal if it's an accident, because we can work with that, Chris.
No.
And I think that's maybe what happened.
I did not cause an accident. I didn't do anything to my wife and kids.
These are your baby girls. And you have not shed one tear over them not being around. We think that's... Tell us, Chris.
They're blue.
In this confession, Scott Jones was officially arrested and charged for the murder of Deborah DePinto. Scott did not enter a plea deal and was placed in custody without bond. Deborah's autopsy report later confirmed that the cause of death was strangulation. Based on the evidence presented, it appeared that Scott Jones's actions were deliberate, as there were more measures that he could have taken to prevent her death. He demonstrated no interest in stopping, and the video footage indicated that he had plenty of time to have called for help and contact 911. After being escorted to his cell, Scott appeared devoid of any remorse for his actions, a striking difference from his behavior when they first arrived at the trailer park.
You've got to help my wife. You've got to help my wife.
They got
my whole life, dude. Please help her. Please. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Detectives believed that this abrupt change in demeanor could undermine his claim that the act was not premeditated. Following Scott's arrest, District Attorney Adam Kendall began building a case against Scott. To lay a solid foundation, Kendall reached out to the friends and family of Deborah DePinto. His aim was to gain a deeper insight into Deborah's character and the nature of her relationship with Scott. People close to the couple characterized Scott as being overly controlling and emotionally abusive towards Deb. This behavior reportedly escalated in the final year of the relationship, with Scott threatening her on several occasions. Despite Scott's behavior, there was no
From the other perspective of Disguise, you did have Design drop down and try to set up a little cheeky Wraith portal off to the side where he was focus fired by the rest of Complexity, but that doesn't
I was gonna pin you in the comment section, Alex. What you doing here, girl?
Part of this final circle as a
What you doing?
Fully with TSM also being right below them, they were also able to focus down on Disguise before Complexity was also able to try to sandwich them. Holding this position was so important, but having a charged up Sentinel for this final circle where you can expect most of these players to either have purple or reds is so crucial, considering the fact that that Sentinel just absolutely deletes your shield, especially when it's already charged up here. But this specific crack and all the caustic gas to build up all this space here, Complexity was unfazed. It was just a matter of time before TSM had gotten eliminated, and Complexity took the dub after that first game, giving them 7 kills and the 12 extra placement points for the win.
As you appropriately mentioned, it was TSM disguised the Complexity in that
Keeping the scene.
And DSG, because of the kills, actually took a second place there. And of course, were able to still tie up with Complexity, though they were the actual winners of the game. Shout out to Monsoon and that Sentinel. We expect to see more of that action today, but that would just be game number 1. And of course, that would set the tone. But Dia, game 2, it's all about keeping it consistent. Let's walk them through what happened in our second match of that day.
Yeah, Game 2 provided a really sharp contrast to what happened in Game 1. This time, it was all about who controlled the most open space, and Dark Zero, to their credit, actually managed to find themselves a really fantastic spot to play out the end game. After a big battle over Big Mod, they ultimately ended up going Geyser side and slowly making their way in to take the advantageous low ground position away from teams that otherwise had height in Grandma's House and at Lava Siphon. This worked out really well for Dark Zero, and again, great call from them, but I do want to bring
how curious how Furia did so bad. Same, they fucking got like 12 points.
In the way that this end game played out. Not just the fact that, yes, it is in fact 2 teams that need to drop onto each other once again, and the team that comes from far away ultimately finding the win, but the fact that Optic made it into the top couple of squads once more. This time, not as a solo, but instead as all 3, and ultimately ended up dropping onto EEC to hand Dark Zero the win. While this is still a win for Dark Zero and it looks fantastic, a team like Optic really benefited from this end game by collecting a lot of extra KP and placement points that they've now been able to collect with consistency throughout the first 2 games on World's Edge. And I say that because World's Edge is what we're about to switch away from. Now that Dark Zero have secured this win, now that we've got some initial points on the board, all of that's about to change, and these end games that we've seen play out very similarly now twice are going
I just
to
fucked
shift
myself
as
for
well,
points.
while open space becomes all the more valuable
Sick.
on our next map. Dark Zero walk away from game 2 very happy with a 23 points, but Optic still the team to keep your eyes on. Keep the consistency going from game 1.
Especially when you consider that starting
We need...
Optic have started outside of
Oh, we just need to throw all these logs in quick, please.
as the points stand, but a performance that would put them in second, as we could take a look here at our overall series results and examine that, actually would put Optic in the driver's seat. But they've got to continue to
3 more and 4%. We got that.
In these first 2 games, Ben, and
Let's
so
go.
for where do we stand heading into it? Because game 3, if it ended like this, would have some big implications.
Absolutely. Optic right now would walk away happily with the 21 points in the overall. That would be enough to thrust
Fury is 17th, so it's not like Fury like changed drastically. They only gained 10 more points.
Take a look down on that leaderboard at Cloud9, currently working in at 16th, only walking away with 4 points. That has swapped their positions, and it is currently not enough for Cloud9 to qualify unless going into these next few games they continue to check themselves and fix what they were unable to find in our first 2 matches.
One of the other elements I want to get your thoughts on as well is Xset, a team sitting in 18th.
Ooh, Xset.
Right now, which of course,
you know, one thing I didn't pay attention to is who made it and who didn't. The only team I looked at really was Furia, because I'm a Furia fanboy.
Next game after they already have 50.
But
it ended right there.
I don't know if Xset, Optic, or like any of the other teams I really want to make it. Make it.
One of our top performing teams and coaches.
I want to make it.
In the history of the LGS.
Yeah, it is a daunting hill for them to climb right now. Currently sitting
She's kind of cute. Who, the kitty girl? Yeah. That redheaded chick? I agree, bro.
If they potentially fall down, a team like Xset still needs to
I
close the
agree.
gap. And when you're out there at the bottom of the leaderboard, you have to remember, in terms of the overall scoreboard, you are only accumulating 1 point per slot until you really start to get up there. So for Xset, it is.
I'm not gonna lie. I originally started watching Apex Comp just so I could watch that eye candy. Vicky's beautiful. That's what I'm saying. I first started watching Apex Comp just so I could look at that eye candy. No joke.
But I think it's time to kick this off where we left off. Match 3 is nearly upon us, and for that, let's go over to our casters, Vicky and Dia.
Is she low-key bad?
We've waited long enough,
bro?
It's time to run it back, and I cannot wait to focus on the
Never mind, I'm not gonna say that. Yeah, she fucking fire though.
Up on what's on the line here. What's the stake for Xset? Because this is a team that I feel like even way back when I was calling them Liquid, I have not seen them miss a LAN. I have not been able to. I've always caught Nocturnal at these live events, and
she's super pretty. Bro, that Tiffany broad was annoying as fuck. She isn't even that good looking, in my opinion. She like, dude, my buddies and I, our buddies and I, we always used to say that Tiffany broad is definitely giving some guy on EA head. She's just sitting there sucking some head honcho's dick. That's the only reason she ever became a caster for them. That's literally what we would be saying.
Be aware that the drop spots for this are not as heavily contested.
She's out here sucking some dude's dick. That's the only reason she's out here casting on. God, bro, she's so bad. This is a war of attrition. Oh my god, it's a war of attrition. It's another war of attrition. That's literally all she would ever say when people are fighting. It's a war of attrition.
Yeah, but that loot, that's definitely going to be something to think about here. And I love how you highlighted it. No longer going to get contested as
cheers, chat.
Because we are moving on to Stormpoint for our next 2 games. As this is match point format, we will be shifting between these 2 maps every 2 games now. So this also comes into question where most of these teams feel more comfortable. Whether we see that consistency transpire between World's Edge and to Stormpoint really varies on the different compositions that some of these teams feel more comfortable on, Dia.
It does, and compositions likely changing here as well to favor a lot more Valkyrie because the control of the open space is so important and the map is so big. just being able to put yourself in the right spot a little bit earlier on into the game can do you so many favors, especially when we're going over towards areas like Mill or North Pad that really are a lot of quite flat ground accentuated by big points of power that you can sit in on high ground. There's plenty of time for this to devolve very quickly. Ape Gang, I think, notably landing over by Millage, aren't getting a fantastic POI and are at the mercy of teams like Dark Zero, Elevate, Nine Lives, and Oxygen, all of whom are incredible at taking 3v3s for very different reasons. So I do want to keep my eyes on this team as they, as well as Xset, do part their separate ways. I can't help but wonder how Stormpoint will look for each one.
All I can think about is the Ape Griefers sometimes coming in on
How am I playing RuneScape for 12 hours? Dude, what do you mean?
Before they rotate through Armory.
You don't know me, son. You don't know me, bro.
But also wondering where this circle's could be taking us.
You don't even know me like that, Babos.
A map as large as Stormpoint, where these northern POIs, I feel, give you much more of an advantage with these type of rotations, whether it be from
You don't know me.
or being able to take.
How you playing 12 hours of RuneScape? My guy. RuneScape's life.
Also thinking about where some of these circles have more
RuneScape is life.
HQ that we've seen so many times on the southern side of Stormpoint. But let's not waste any more time. Game number 3 starts now on Stormpoint.
North to south drop ship pattern will mean that teams that have high ground get an even bigger advantage this time around because Lightning Rod and Zoo Station, that is TSM and LG.
I just want a fucking pet. I just want the Phoenix pet so bad.
And then hopefully making their way into zone based on the information they're able to gather. Dark Zero, we're dropping over by Mill. We'll have a very different time of it, given that their start is effectively delayed from all of those other teams that land on the north side.
Ever seen Blood and Bone? No.
Because then you have to talk about the teams that have already gotten either the Evo Heart. Well, the Evo Harvester spawns within a few seconds into the first game, but rather the scan on the beacons, the survey beacon or the ring console that could actually help some of these teams already start to rotate quick from that north side here. Dark Zero being one of those teams that have the ring beacon over to the south side of Mill. Have no issue to that, but we also highlighted Ape Gang earlier on, who likes to land on the side of Millage rather, and they won't be contested.
Bro, how am I not chopping? For fuck's sakes, I hate this game.
And that north side of Cenote Cave.
It's not a terrible spot to land if you're planning to move relatively quickly. And one of the important things that this does for Ape Gang and the surrounding ecosystem
good movie?
is that
I don't watch movies too often, bro. I haven't watched, like dude, honestly, I haven't watched a movie in probably
and take a trident.
half a year,
I know it
honestly.
sounds like a weird point to make, but Ape Gang landing in between E8 and the closest available trident actually means that Elevate's gaming is severely impacted just starting the game.
Talk about those quick rotations. I mean, I know I mentioned Echo HQ, but I guess these final circles really truly love to be a throwback for me because it looks like we may be going to that same spot,
Echo
north side of
HQ.
Echo HQ. It could have two different pools. I have also seen the circle pull slightly to the north side by the choke of Pylon, but I could see this pulling much more over to the east side, closer to Devastated Coast and Echo HQ that we've seen so many times before. So many teams already also on their rotate. The evac tower called them from Sentinels. Space Station Complexity dropped in and already Cloud9 on the edge of that next circle.
I do know that with Complexity making their way in from Command Center, they're going to have an unusually fast rotation. They are still, in fact, airborne. That's the way that you're going to have to do this. There are a couple of good spots for Complexity to play out of, but one of the things that is very different about them than any
I'm
other
picky with
roster
anime.
right now is the fact that not only are they rotating early, but
The only anime that I genuinely really like is like Death Note.
for that lack of shield economy that
And
they
like
would otherwise
Castlevania is
have
really
with
good too.
rotation, and instead using the generator to supplement that to keep them safe, even in, albeit a little
Ain't
bit
ever
more
watched
awkward
anime?
positions.
I was trying to watch anime the other
They're in
day
as safe a
and
spot
play
as it used to
play
be.
RuneScape
And left it
on my stream.
sticks. I mean, they were
They took my
lacking
stream
on
down
that
though.
loot, considering that fast rotation that you had mentioned, and they're going to be
Little
staying put
bastards.
here for now. So many other teams have already got into that final circle position. EEC with a 30-30 and Skull Piercer in hand. Great looks for them as EEC do land in Devastated Coast, so naturally they have that POY position advantage that they were able to set up for quickly.
And EEC are by sitting here this early into the game, really hoping that the ring pulls into Devastated Coast, because if not, dropping out of high ground...
Yeah, even if it doesn't pull into Devastated Coast, if they have an evac tower, they can just evac right into the next circle. Unless they get shot out.
This space can technically be shared, but it's early enough in the game that you could...
You don't want to hold this spot. Dropping gaming where they're at is a bad spot.
Early enough like this too. Oriole's trying to
This
take
is
a
a very
different
bad
off
spot.
angle, Havoc in hand, getting pinged low by that thermite while he's already low. We'll be able to reach
Oh!
quickly, but he opens the door and immediately comes out the Cossack, the nade, blowing that door wide open, leaving Dropping Gaming as a duo to fight this off.
And now that it's a duo, SSG can and should push the advantage. It is still early enough for them to do without risking a third party, and that's going to continue for about a minute or two. So 120 seconds do SSG have to confidently finish off what they now know is a two-person squad. They have an indomitable advantage right now, and I'm very surprised, Vicky, to not see them pushing
Indomitable.
this.
It's the Cossack v Cossack curse too. Of course, the Cossack is the one that likes to take that.
Nice
space,
shot,
finding an
nice little pre.
opportunity. I saw a shot off to the left side from a
Nice
team that
little
has high
pre
ground
if I
there.
am.
Dropped in Gaming do get eliminated. They clean up that squad quickly. They wanted to make sure that they had the tools that they need just in case a third party could have come from the high ground. But they are safe for now. They're safe to loot up as well. As we take a look at Moist, who also being able to have the POI advantage over by Echo, sitting pretty in that middle sniper spot.
Where does Legacy land now? They Devastated Coast, right?
South side. Complexity between Echo HQ and Devastated Coast, but with Legacy,
Yeah, Devastated Coast is where they land, pretty sure.
more of this space on the other side of Moist.
I couldn't remember what the name of it was.
Seeing
It's
teams like
definitely
Dark Zero
Devastated
getting
though.
pressured out. You mentioned the Trident earlier, and for reasons like this, they were able to take the Trident, move quickly from Mill all the way over to the edge here. Now taking the Gravity Cannon, well, they will be in the line of sight of the squads that have already taken control over the high ground, as well as the armory that we saw earlier.
Complexity, you're taking some shots.
How you been, Fabosi, my guy? How's life, dude?
Smart one. It's
You're
pretty
still
easy
here.
to relocate using the gravity cannons, but we very rarely see teams do it because of how much noise it makes, how vulnerable you are when landing. With Bangalore to make up for some of that, Dark Zero again played the positioning game. Vicky, this spot is a
Dropping
terrible
Devastated? Oh, okay,
place
okay.
to play from if you want to get kills, if you
That
want to
makes
play
sense,
active.
Alex.
But in terms of spots that are unlikely to get pushed, and
Chilling, bro. Not too much is up, man. You know, just living life, enjoying.
Dark Zero overall
Been
absolutely
working.
fantastically.
Oh man,
You know?
I mean that's also off of the fact that Dark Zero had
Living
gotten,
life.
I believe it was 10th in that first game there too, so they still have a good amount of that KP to work with if they want to play this. Talking about the other side of things though,
Fucking tired.
putting themselves on the board. Green Wall remains up and strong with the foundation, and with this rotation on the Trident, they're looking to
The
try to
foundation
close
with
the
this
circle from that
rotation.
north side. Maybe even try to get
Kitty
that
about to
green
drop the
console, rather,
mixtape of
certainly
a
be
century.
to the north side here if they can get some
Hello.
extra information on where everybody else is settled. And it looks like they actually are opting to take the evac tower instead, so that way they can float overhead by that rock.
You know, I'm pretty surprised to see this, Vicky, and I'm going to flat out call it as something that Optic could have and should have done better. Hitting the ring console right next door to them would provide so much more information to Optic that they likely would be in a much better endgame position were they to know where this next ring was going. We, of course, are blessed with that information, so let's talk a little bit about this and how it'll impact not just Optics, but a lot of other teams' chances, say Disguised even rotating in late, who should actually find themselves right next to a solo member of 9 Lives in the next few seconds.
Oh man, even that one member of Optic taking their time to take that evac tower, Optic dropping down on that building over to the side of Launchpad. I know 9 Lives were right by them on the other side here. Native Gaming coming through that choke. And with Disguise taking their time to rotate through Cedo, 9 Lives being on that south side exiting out of Barometer, Disguise has nothing to worry about, but something it is nice to know is the Catalyst, Bloodhound, and Wraith. The Wraith being the one true thing that really allows Disguise to stand out, but it's allowed them to get out of such tricky situations with design just being so on point with the Wraith.
And really interesting that Disguised have gone with Catalyst today. They were thinking about running Rampart, and I know this because, well, we've watched a lot of scrims. We've watched them play on Stormpoint before, but the very fact that they've changed up to Catalyst says quite a bit about the end games that we've been seeing on Stormpoint and how much they've rewarded those brief
Catalyst
seconds
does get
of
more
pseudo
utility in an
vulnerability
endgame.
that
Can't deny
Catalyst
that.
gives you. being able to completely cut off a team's line of sight, if only for 10-15 seconds, can completely change your game, especially when you're making it to the final 3 squads. Happy to see Disguise picking this up, and it's only going to give them yet another fantastic rotational tool.
So it's very interesting to cut off any information if you can with the amount of teams running the Bloodhound, so that way they can get the scan through the Bangalore smokes. That's something to consider with the catwall coming up, and the Bloodhound not being able to scan right through that wall once it's already online. Disguise with their rotate on the Trident, they are going to be coming in slowly behind Furia from this north side. Once again, there was that survey beacon that actually does get scanned right in front of them. That's Furia that is just waiting for them, and now they know that Disguise was trying to take the slow approach to rotate into the circle.
Fascinating to see Disguise still rocking up on it, not wanting to pick a fight, of course, but very much knowing that the teams ahead of them, like Furia, do need to start making their own moves into the ring. You can't sit here and gatekeep a team forever because it'll ultimately be costing you your own chance of success. Disguise.
Yeah, Caitlyn, I remember her.
Everyone else is sat and likely be able to play things out well with
I remember Caitlyn. You two had like a romantic relationship.
Fight for, if not too hard. You want to avoid teams. Actually, Vicky, let's talk about it. Bringing up the map real quick for some excellent uncontested spots. Furia have just rotated up from where Disguised were, rather down, and now have an interesting conundrum presented to them. Do you, as Furia or TSM, fight for the high ground, where we see LG sat, or take what, in my opinion, would be the better play, and make your way around
She in prison on dealing charges?
Through the low ground. This approach that
you stopped associating with her a while ago? Damn.
Gives you one of the very unique spots in the game where you can siege a team like LG without having to worry about the squad.
Wait, she in prison or in jail?
Right now, because there are a
Like,
lot
she
of
got
teams
sentenced
that will be
already?
fighting for
How long?
LG and XSET's places.
Depends on who of these teams right here in Launchpad
The
want
fuck?
to take that more
Wow.
outward rotate. Because I feel like with Furia and the way that they like to play and take some of these fights, they've been playing a lot more aggressive, and they're usually not afraid to try to take more of these fights. But with the amount of teams that will be fighting for that northern choke, that is going to be looking like a bloodbath. I could understand
You got
TSM
court and all
just
that?
trying to take
Or-
space and prevent other teams from having the ring console and a survey beacon that's already in Launchpad, and now they have to worry about Furia who are at their backs that could purposely wait them out and
She got caught
rotate
like
around
so
the
much
edge of the
shit.
circle.
Dude, she's just gotta, honestly, all she's gotta do is just go fucking be a little rat and she'll get out.
Time on this fight because then the ring's gonna close.
You know what I
and
mean?
neither of you are gonna have a choice anyway. What this
All she gotta
ultimately
do is just go rat, she'll get out.
late Valkyl.
She seems like the type that would too, anyway.
Unnecessary risk, and while a Valkyl, yes, is a risk as well, it's one that they can control a lot better than how well any other team plays. They can look for a good spot. In fact, it's so complicated, Vicky. I want to take a look at how TSM are approaching this from the inside.
Maybe here we could land.
Yeah, think about all the landing spots. We can land on like one of the staircases. Like we can land one of the staircases. I think all the buildings are taken. I think we have to, or we can land here too. I think that we can live there on my ping when zone closes.
Can maybe land under the bridge. That's what I was saying. Your ping.
We have to Valko from here, Jordan. Come to me, bro.
Super safe right here. Super safe right here.
She definitely would, she's a pussy.
I think we go to my ping. If that's taken, then we have to land like one of
Yeah, I never know though, man. Well, actually, that remember, yo, Fabozi, remember me telling you about that chick that I knew that went to jail, and she sent me that like long ass letter and shit. Do you remember that? I sat there and I read it on stream the one time.
We're the only team Valgol team, so remember that.
Yeah. I think the spot is open.
You get any love letters, my guy?
Dip down a little bit and go back up. You can land on this bridge, maybe.
That spot looks open, bro.
You do, Sean?
It looks open.
I'm going for it. Go for it. Yeah. Call safe spots. Call safe spots right away. I'm landing here. I don't know.
Yeah, we're good.
Where's the safe spots? In the crate? No, not really.
Maybe.
Is it team on this corner maybe? This corner maybe? Hey, this corner's pretty good. This corner's pretty good. Let's find a safe spot. This corner's good, but
I'm safe here too. I'm safe here too on me. I think, kind of. We're chilling.
Yeah.
They might get pushed to west. Maybe not. You keep your smokes when we get shot.
Find more safe spots. There's nobody in Echo.
Imagine teams are fighting right now, but the mainstream's watching.
Oh,
I know.
Mary Valkyl works again here with TSM. They get to see another day in a a different clearing, not contested by these squads. Meanwhile,
Bro,
Dia,
what the fuck is this third-person angle bullshit? Yo, you know what I'm saying? There's teams fighting, and they go to a third-person angle. Like,
end up losing out on their tournament lives, sending them right back to the lobby and catching LG as only a duo left.
Disguised on this rotate as well, ended up falling. They're another team that we unfortunately won't get to catch in the
how was that armor swap? Was it worth it?
LG
Sweet.
now down a member as well. I hesitate to say that they're going to come out of high ground unscathed, Vicky, especially when we are pulling hard into Devastated Coast. You remember we talked about EEC earlier on today when they were playing up on the high ground in Devastated Coast saying, please, please, please let the zone pull here. They've got to be very happy with how this has turned out so far, because this is a hard Devastated Coast zone.
Especially from the high ground that they're going to be in, but I do have to highlight, C9 called it amazingly where this next circle is going to be pulling, but before we see where their rotate's going to be, Optic Gaming now
It's going to be pulling to the back left buildings.
Underneath the bridge here. Saw the
It's pulling to the back left buildings, 100%.
14 squads still left here, and this next circle is going to be brutal because you have teams like Optic playing underneath Elevate. Caustic Gas is doing enough of that tick damage. They're set up all over the place with these caustic traps. But while they try to fight for at least the high ground, they know that exit's on the other side. No blowdown scan to see. Gonna be able to pick up on that one player that's on the high ground here. That it may be Native Gaming, but sharing that space is also 8 Gang to the side of Native, and then exit neighboring 8 Gang.
You see the Seer scan, and now you know it's Native. They are the only team to be running Seer on Storm Point. It's been working for them so far, but now they're going to have to push it into overtime because Optic must needs take the fight on high ground, and even that is not enough. Whoever wins on height still has to take at least 3 more fights on low ground to make it into the zone. Everyone knows it.
Optic's dead.
Past the engagement as Native struggle to find an answer, and E8 evac over it all. Vicky, it is chaos on the north side of the zone.
Fucking show the fight, bro. What the fuck is this dog shit view? What is this shit?
TSM also taking some shots while they're still safe without being contested.
What am I watching?
Optic Gaming losing out on not playing this as a duo. They've tried to infiltrate the same space that EEC were on and cannot overtake EEC. Even with them holding it down and with the caustic traps, it is just too much damage. But look who is right on top of them. It is Moist, who have managed to climb.
I don't fucking care if it's cinematic. I want to watch them shoot their gun.
Can Moist do what Optic could not?
I don't fucking care about the cinematic bullshit.
If it's worth it. The high
God
ground Moist
damn.
have is arguably more valuable than the inside of this building. Unfortunately,
That's just wild, bro. Like I just don't understand that. There's literally like 4 teams converging on the edge of the zone, all having to move into the circle, and instead of watching like the team, like any team for that matter, they just sit in a third-person view of like the building. Bird's eye view. Rather.
It's just so crazy. We went from 14 squads to 7 squads from that bloodbath of that circle pulling away from all the squads that were stuck on that north side.
Doesn't make sense.
EEC though, because it's a team that lands in this POI and they've been waiting patiently, they are rocking all blues.
Bro, if I was me, man, I would be breaking that door.
Evil shields and even perks alone. So now backing away, they're really gonna have to rely on Carter to build up this space here, put in some extra pressure with the caustic gas before the enemy team on the other side, who has that caustic, tries to build up that same space. Now playing off the high ground, you could see TSM have also rotated from their safe spot. They booted Complexity out. They were able to take care of Complexity before finally rotating here to the south side when that circle was closing originally. And to their north is Sentinels, who are also trying to split their attention onto TSM, as well as Space Station, who are playing on their south.
Space Station also have controlled a lot of area. They are bowling low, however, and Brex has very little cover to play with. Even playing with fire in the window. Everybody dropping off of low ground now will put teams like Moist in a difficult spot, but they've taken a little bit of ground.
Those are good thermites.
See, the thermite is doing work. Moist could find 3 KP before it's all said and done.
Oh, once he drops down here, boys, the thermite.
He fucked up the jump.
Clean up so much off of that thermite pressure alone when that circle was forced to close in here too. RKN gets taken out, so do the rest of Sentinels. And in this building alone that Moist is in right here, TSM and Space Station are sharing that space while nobody's contesting C9 from the south.
C9 are chilling. Naughty's tossing arc stars. It is all good from C9's perspective because they don't have to fight for this building. Moist finally get to take a look back at them, but cannot afford to focus on sieging C9, who have a caustic on top of all of this. Good nade, but it's not going to find purchase onto Sorcerer or Chaotic. The next zone now promises even more carnage, Vicky. And I'll say it, Moist are not in a terrible spot to take advantage of this, but the problem is the ring. It's pulling again towards C9.
Oh no, and with that scan, they know that there's two knocked, and that's gonna be the green light for Space Station to immediately fully send it onto Hell. He's playing up the knockdown shields in front of him between Verholz and Reps, and C9 looking at all of this, know that they're not gonna be giving up this space. They're gonna be staying here, settled pretty, while watching the rest of the lobby fight out right in front of them.
Needed, yeah.
Moist Space Station,
Seriously.
and the solo that is TSM being Hal, and then C9 to the south. They see TSM has been eliminated, and they're not gonna be giving up more of this space as they try to swing over to the side.
There's very little space for these teams to play, but a bit of a rock outcropping right next to these buildings will provide the only temporary safety. You're really wishing you had a catalyst right around now, but nobody's got that particular benefit with DSG having been eliminated. It's all going to come down to Bangalore smokes for temporary cover and for control of the open space. Bloodhound ults are going to come at a premium, and SSG are not taking the gamble.
What's up, Rocky?
Pushing further and closer to Moist. Ultimately, pushing these teams together is
Show
just
the
going
fight.
to result in one of them going down. SSG rockets forward onto C9.
Design you, scan.
Especially with slow heals too. Look at Sino and Frex falling incredibly low. Phony now being incredibly one-shot. Space Station get eliminated. It is Moist now versus C9. A game that C9 desperately needed.
Ooh, MT throwing.
For blood. He climbs up above. He tries to take a different angle. They need some help though. MT and Guild are low, but Waltzy is clearing the lobby.
Woo.
He finds two and he wipes up the
I thought MT was gonna throw.
C9 by himself. Moist take game number 3.
What a
Hey Rocky, come here, baby. Yeah, give me a sec.
Very
Rosie, I'll show you.
are able to play in the open ground with that level of expertise, taking out SSG, rotating behind them, while at the same time keeping C9 in place to avoid a third party. It is a rare skill set, but one that is really necessary as we approach the time where we put the best Apex Legends in the world to the test. This is, while we know Moist are going to the playoffs, their last hurrah in North America before they have to face off in an even higher stakes, higher skilled lobby than you could imagine anywhere else in the world.
It's just crazy too, because I mean, we know that they're usually the squads that always come out on top with more of these southern POIs that pull towards Echo HQ, Devastated Coast. Of course, considering the fact that they have that POI advantage, but as dominating as it was and how chaotic that northern side of that final circle were, to make that rotate, even on top of the high ground, on top of that levitating boxcar, or rather that building, whatever you want to call it, it's just impressive to see that they were able to drop down and still find space to coexist with the squads that have found their space inside of these buildings. And a team that desperately needed that top 3 was C9, because before that game, I believe they were sitting at 16th overall, and they're one of the teams in that cusp, in that border, just threatening to potentially not make it into land as we take a look at the scores after that third game.
I'll make sure your room's clean.
And C9, like you said, end up placing second. Optics still land a top 10, as those are the two teams that are fighting over the last couple of spots for LAN. SSG making it as well, a much needed victory, and Moist with their 25 points. Cannot say enough good things about them, and I'm sure we'll get the chance to talk about them a little bit later, Vicky, but before we do that, let's take a look at those that were not as fortunate to make it into the top 10.
Looking on the other side here, we have LG with 3 KP. We saw what happened with a lot of these squads actually. From LG, Complexity were taken out by TSM, Exit as well on that rotate, matching that with Furia. All these teams, though, basically had gotten eliminated trying to come through from Launchpad, and this is the result from that. It was just entirely chaotic with the circle pulling as south as it was to Devastated Coast, but at least with 3 KP for LG, Native Gaming with 3 KP, these are the KP that some of these teams needed to at least try to build up that momentum if they feel themselves lackluster on Storm Point.
You make a great point here, Vicky, that of the bottom 10 teams, 4
Still
of them
can't get over
were
the short
fighting
hair.
from
Yeah, it's been
Launchpad
4 years
to
since I cut it.
try and desperately make it into the Devastated Coast endgame. Looking at the top of our leaderboard, teams
You see
like
how he's got
Moist,
his hand over his
C9,
dink? He's
SSG,
done that
they
ever
were
since he was a
ahead of the
puppy.
curve,
I'm
with
not even
C9
joking.
making
Ever since he was a
really early
puppy,
zone prediction.
he's like,
Moist sitting in Echo
He feels
HQ when
like
they start
nervous
the game,
about
and SSG
being
also
indisposed.
landing really close by in
Ever since he was a
Launchpad.
pup, puts his little hand over his ding.
This season hasn't been great for zone teams, but this particular result is starting to turn that around for me.
Yeah, actually, you know, with C9 landing by Coastal, like we were mentioning before here, but I just want to highlight, Waltzy cleaned up shop at the end. 8 KP, 3.5k damage in total from Moist. Sheesh. As we take a look at the series result now after that third game here to see where our teams are sitting at right here. And Moist come up to third place, Optic in fourth. They dropped down from that second place spot that they were holding on to after the first 2 games. But want to highlight,
And sometimes
once
late
again,
at night I'd just be
before
sitting
that
here with
game,
them just
before
like
getting
this.
second place, C9 was in
hours.
16th where he dropped in gaming. They have now moved up after those results from game 3 over to the top 10 here, right above Space Station.
I cannot believe that they are literally tied right now. C9 and SSG are neck in neck, and it is very, very concerning for C9 because every placement matters so much for them. They did perform really well, but as we talked about, they've got a little bit of an advantage with the way that the end game pulled towards them. There's going to be a lot of variety in zones today, and I look forward to seeing how C9 continue to handle adversity. I'm also pretty curious about Disguised. They had a pretty good composition. I like what they're cooking, but we didn't really see them make it to end game because they got caught up in this kerfuffle coming from the north side. It's an unfortunate end that comes to a lot
Surely
of
that
teams,
can't be
but
comfortable.
I think that if you're going to be playing high ground like that, where not a lot of zones end, you do need to be a bit more proactive about getting into the ring.
Right.
Well, luckily we've got one more game on Swordpoint before we make the transition onto World's Edge. That's going to be coming to you at the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
Hey. Oh, more patents? Alright. Oh, you want more? Alright, I'll pet you some more. I'll pet you some more. No, he's up here with me. Okay, I'll send him down. Keep going, little guy. Get going, you little rabbit.
Welcome back, everyone, to the North American Regional Finals, where we are about to move into, and I know it sounds odd, Zephyr, Game 4 of the Regional Finals on Stormpoint. Obviously, we come off the hot end of a lovely win there from Moist that after their previous results now...
We're the other two British guys. They're like the better announcers. Like, come on now.
That arguably they don't need, but it is definitely worrisome for so many of our other rosters out there. With Moist taking some of these higher positions away, that's points that won't be on the board for some of those lower end teams that absolutely need them.
And I will say, Zephyr, that when we're looking at teams like Dark Zero and Moist who are winning games, I do think that while they may not need the points today, that these wins mean quite a bit to them, given how important a match point victory is. Very few opportunities to practice match point, and so the more games that you're able to win in a format like this, the more competitive you're able to make it, the better you're looking the next time you play match point, which will be in the finals of playoffs.
And never forget, at the end of the day, this is the region that we're sending the majority of teams to those playoffs in Los Angeles. So the majority of the competition that you'll be facing off against exists here and now. It won't be identical, but it's the best bet for most of these rosters, but they've still got to make their way there.
That they do, and with our second game of Storm Point starting today, let's see how differently things go. When we move over towards places like Devastated Coast, you do get very finicky end games, where in this particular case, early positioning and landing close by was really rewarded. In future games, we're likely going to see that dynamic shift as many different areas of Storm Point play out in drastically different ways. Say, Cedo as an excellent example, as all of our players drop in for the second game. This time, we did go on a little bit more of a southeast to northwest sort of route with our dropship, which means that teams like Eternal EC and Moist do start the game a little bit earlier than, say, Fury and Disguise to land over by Wall and Northpad.
Something that we actually haven't gotten really a big chance to talk about, especially after seeing what was, or at least what felt like, such a zone-oriented game.
And they just put the chick back up? Yo, for real.
That is wrought within Devastated Coast is the fact
That's
that
all I'm
we are
saying.
still well within that edge.
Give me the girl.
That benefits some of those teams taking their time to
Give me the
work their way
woman.
into zone, find the resources to boot, and then fight for some of those good positions when we start to talk about that zone 3-4 transition.
And normally when you're playing, say, spots like Devastated, Echo, Coastal, you do have an opportunity to make use of tridents if you would like to. Perfect example here. Thank you, Ape Gang. And pick up a few of the Evo caches that may otherwise lie around here. They are, unfortunately, Ape Gang, caught in a battle over tridents with 9 lives, which is going to happen when you're landing over by Millage and you've got a squad landing Cenote. But it is the trident that is a really valuable resource when we're on Storm Point, because of the ability that it takes to, or that it brings to get you around, to get you into more complex spots on the map than you might otherwise be able to access with such speed.
Well, it's going to be one that teams like Ape Gang and maybe even Optic over there on the edge of Down Beast are going to have to consider when we talk about a zone like this. Not quite as deep towards that southeastern side like last time around, but still a distance of a rotation necessary for most of the rosters.
Bro, fucking Storm Point and all of these like southern zones,
more
man.
of the playable space, more directly, of
Disgusting.
course, towards Echo HQ, where we sometimes can see this zone end. But of course, a lot of the transition points and the chaos that can be brought alongside teams working their way through Pylon.
Teams who've gotten a lot of practice rotating in should have a lot of practice fighting Legacy, but Sentinels get caught off guard. And now, without Zenile, it's RKN and Luda who are left on white shields to survive, perhaps fight another day, but it isn't looking good for them. Zephyr is no support legend for this squad, and a very zone-oriented team means that they've now been denied the rotation and the ability to make an impact.
You miss your go playing zombies?
Roster.
This is something that we've been waiting, at least for Legacy, in terms
Yeah,
of them
I
rearing
mean,
their head in our regional final. I know they're one of the teams that
Zombies
are a little
was
more
fun.
secure, but are still a bit further down when we talk about those overall standings regarding where
Doesn't mean I won't go back and play it at some point.
edge of these 3 games.
You know what I
Currently
mean?
12 with only 13 points. They don't have completely enough points to feel dominantly safe. And like you said, it's that additional practice that goes alongside.
Fun to see Oxygen setting up down here. It's a significantly different
Rocky,
play
come on,
than
baby.
what we're going to be seeing the majority of squads go for, where Oxygen are
Come
playing
on.
for a specific
Rocky.
end zone when they move down towards the south. Like
Rocky,
sitting when
come here,
you're
baby.
not sure where the zone is going to go, way outside of it is going to be really punishing,
Oh,
potentially,
yeah.
if you get the zone prediction wrong. Unfortunately for Sentinels, they are the ones who are punished the most
Sure.
for underestimating Legacy once, and then for sticking around.
For those of you who are Sentinel fans
Fine.
going
Never
into
mind.
today, this is one of those rosters that needs to not only perform well, but at their very best. Coming into this with only 51 points in the overall, they pretty much have to win today.
It's getting short bursts. I mean,
Down and out. For Dark Zero, the complete
no, I
opposite
could
story.
still to this day. I could play like 12 hours of zombies every day if I really wanted to.
Well, as a very risky
But
maneuver. We've seen it
it's just
already
honestly, I just don't like the
play out
people
too well,
in the
and
community, so I
Legacy
just kind of
hold the
stopped
high
playing.
ground immaculately, pushing Dark Zero back into the spider caves from whence they came, and they're gonna try.
And they stole the car.
Can't write this, Zephyr.
I can't believe a team like Legacy is allowed to just get away with so much. We talk about the early game rotation, diving down to low, taking out Sentinels, and then stealing this one away here is something that will hopefully benefit them as we get towards that late game. But for teams that need to find their way to late game, 8 gang struggle here.
Bro, what is this gun? Like, oh, it's the flatline, obviously. But like, what iron sight is that?
Lest they fall to Oxygen.
That's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that. Actually, I know exactly what gun that's called. It's called the teal something.
Almost takes them down. Finn's got to be a bit careful with how wide we swing this, but in a 3 versus 2, you can kind of throw caution to the wind.
Yeah. My rounds weren't even that optimized. It's the crazy part.
Additional 2 points to herald them into the further zones. They do have another squad coming
If
up.
I'm enjoying the game. Oh yeah, for sure.
Even if they take something like this evac, it can
Oh no, Nocturnal, you gotta hit those, bro.
Just a little too early. Obviously, you won't see that rotation.
Damn.
Furthermore, for Oxygen.
Yeah, it's not only that. It's just like I just don't want to have to fucking associate with those people. Like, I want to have them come by my stream.
Evac is, let's still say, a benefit.
This is a weird
like I said, I'll still play zombies sometime.
We've seen
Just not
Dark
today.
Zero roll
Or anytime soon.
deliver them a Trident, and now we've seen Oxygen.
Yo, Furious just getting rolled. Oh my god.
Jump tower. Not very often that we get to see teams taking resources away like this, but in the midst of all of this fighting, that's almost a byproduct of a very aggressive game that we've gotten so far. Many teams that are trying to rotate into a very familiar Echo HQ zone are getting caught out because I dare say they're letting their guards down a bit too much.
This can come through definitely from the
Echo HQ
the
zone.
edge play, but Dia, you can at least
I think it's yeah. I was gonna say it's gonna pull towards Legacy.
Yeah, one of the fascinating things we talked about Oxygen earlier on about this zone is that.
Yeah, and I saw the other zombies drama. Yeah, that's fair.
Hoping that you've got an end game over here, and there are a couple.
That's exactly
that this can be with
where it's gonna end, in my opinion, up near Legacy right there.
Everything that's happening over here, I'm not even gonna circle it because it'd just be more clutter on the map. But where everyone is, yeah, that's one place that the zone can end. Legacy are playing for an interesting one that actually has won them multiple games over in champs and at playoffs. End zones like this will provide for teams like Oxygen that then get to approach from a place where no one else is. 9 Lives who can take control of this ridge line, and any team like Optic who managed to be the last one in Pylon can stick around for placement points and get a free rotate with an evac or Valkyrie into wherever the end zone is.
This is something that teams, at least for those still kind of.
Homie says a free rotate as if every team in the lobby isn't in that fucking spot.
At that to potentially stop them from getting towards the Echo if
free
it is to garner itself there. We saw Dark Zero try, and they made for rotation. For TSM, though, they're in the midst of pushing into,
nice
positions galore. Native already down, I believe, 2 coming into the action here, and now just cleaning up the remnants of this IMC Armory, a free position for their next move in.
And Zephyr, you heard us talking about this last game, but the IMC Armories, they're not in the glorious state they used to be in, where you could sit there and bunker up until the late game. They've got so many points of access now that an IMC Armory is a stopgap for where your next rotation will take you. The Native, unfortunately, get caught out before that next move happens. Dark Zero have now sat themselves right next to their Aussie buddies. Over in Echo HQ, they will be sharing space inherently with Moist. The zone, however, not in a great spot for Dark Zero, as you and I both know that ultimately we're pulling a little further away from the big Echo HQ building and at least towards the gravity cannon in some capacity.
Dark Zero here, after losing out what could have been great positionings, forced to contest for this low ground, which optimally isn't the worst. You still have survival position, but when we talk about that climb up going into the late game, it is met with the fervor of so many of these exterior teams having such great angles.
Doesn't look like Ape Gang fared too well after
you want to play some zombies now? Yeah, I hear you, man. I was watching some kid play, or some kid. I was watching Almighty Viking play zombies this morning. Kind of made me want to play some 5. Not gonna lie.
From that side of the ring.
Kind of made me want to play some 5.
Everybody holds their breath for the next zone. We've got about a minute till this ring finishes closing, Zephyr, but at such a time, there will be a lot of teams in Echo HQ that have to reevaluate their current positioning as it stands for the late game and likely fight each other in order to hold what very few buildings remain in the POI.
Now, when we talk about buildings in POIs here, Disguised have no skin in the game whatsoever. Still within that.
They don't even have damage and they have
that
red.
slowing, rotate, and the assist in terms of building those resources that we discussed earlier. It's one of the few teams that are currently sitting on triple reds, and the hope now is, of course, finding that further transition to see how a team can fight and slowly work their way in. A great example of that being Moist from last game. They had some of the first pickings to these early zones going into game 3, but ultimately had to transition back into where our zone was finishing and were able to do so.
Nine Lives keep their eyes out on Oxygen. Still plenty of time for Oxygen to rotate, give it a nice evac. But the ring going to be the
Oxygen's only
draws
2.
these two squads together. Nine Lives and Oxygen both will have to
Legacy should have stayed up top.
over by the gravity cannon. With
Like gravity
Furia,
cannon.
LG, and Disguised all making the same round.
Cloud9's in like the
Remember,
best
there
spot
is
for the
option
straight
to
call.
stick by the pylon side for this next ring and pull a
They got
late
that
evac
height.
or Valcolt into the zone. But for that, you've got to be alone, and Furia is far from it, facing off against LG.
For Sweet already down here and now
Oh boy, Sweet.
knocked out, edges upon the ring for Furia. This is free pickings in the 2v for Funk though. Great coverage in terms of finding those cracks. This is the minor delays that they might need to find survivability, but still a lack of an answer.
Oh boy, Sweet. I remember Sweet talking last night. He's like, yeah, Funk threw a game for us as he dies right here and throws a game.
To find what is hopefully something of not even just a nice edge position. That's already taken. They need to fight for even something like that.
looking at how Furia are playing this, it's pretty clear Furia are a duo as well. These two teams that are facing off against each other don't actually have more firepower one way or the other. With the banner recovery of Sweet, it's nice that LG get to rotate away, but Furia are not in a better position as a result.
I was gonna say, is
They're gonna have
House
to
the
move
rat?
towards the south,
What the
rotate
fuck?
through where we last saw Nine Lives position.
Where's his teammates?
And it may very well be the end of both teams suffer.
This is a struggle even for
Oh,
this
they're
team
far
right
behind.
here.
Damn.
TSM, no side of that hill is available for play going into that next zone. Could potentially be a larger evac or major rotation to save them going into the future here. But ultimately, if they are to walk in directly to complexity, it'll be met with potential punishment. For now, though, you see that Wraith, it means only one thing.
The single shot from dropped wasn't quite enough, not connecting, and it has forced Optic to play off of the low ground. They do have to fight Disguised for this height at some point, but it doesn't need to be now. TSM, however, their agenda has certainly been pushed to the front as a Valk ult right on top of the gravity cannon gives them an uncontested landing, but one that can be sieged from multiple angles. I think they spot one just as they land. It's Oxygen starting to encroach.
That's where Legacy was earlier. That's where Legacy should have been holding. But TSM just fell.
That be if they want to transition in late, and it's more than clean for their elimination of 9 lives out here on the edge. And on top of that, they secure a building that defends them from the damage that could be going alongside remaining members. Losty, and of course out there Disguised as well. But Furia, even as a duo, continues to ream and beam, lay down pressure here that you might see them take advantage more than you'd expect.
And now that Furia control the ridgeline, they're in an odd spot. Taking the siege onto Optic, their backs are vulnerable, and Furia do not have the manpower to watch every angle. As Madness looks down, Oxygen Esports are going to be watching from behind, and we still got the LG Disguised fight happening here, with neither team ultimately benefiting from this. Both desperately needing a relocate. Sweet's just gotten back into the game, so LG are 3 strong, but they aren't on red shield strong.
Notably for Disguised, even if they don't clean things up here shortly, they have the double evacs available for a larger rotation ahead if they are to drop down, well, all but similarly to what we saw out of TSM. But for that feed up there, Dark Zero eliminated by Samsung early here. That's a huge monster you no longer have to fight with.
Ooh, you're going in for the no-scope and you fucked it up.
Braver down. Not a good look for Optic as they lose one. It is on a contest for the Ridge, and it is against a duo. If Optic can't clutch it now, I dare say that their chances at this game, at the series, go pretty low. DSG rotate up ahead of Luminosity. Can third party fight on Hype, but instead are going to rotate right into zone with Luminosity following immediately behind them. It is a scramble to get into the ring, and there are very few places that you can really land and make it work. LG zoom past Disguise onto the low ground with absolutely no cover from Hype to work with, but they aren't focused by Disguise, who have to balance both sides of the equation. Instead, somehow they make their way to relative safety inside of Echo HQ and are now fighting a totally different squad. Oxygen even evacing over all this, somehow have safety.
Themself and everyone else, though, who has come in late here are in terrible angles with notable potential shots that can come through from all sides here. Luminosity just barely getting themselves back up in recovery, now looking below and finding out that this building is more vacant than they expected here. Playing on the outskirts have left them safe for now. Optic themselves and many others like Auction look for the corners that be, but this time around find the damage that comes along with it.
What time is it?
Devo's
9/11? Jesus.
Optic. That's 2 clips now that we have seen almost used as a zoning tool, keeping people from swinging an angle, knowing that you're walking into a devotion. It is going to allow Optic to reset miraculously. Noct may even be able to stick a res. No gold knockdowns as it appears, but they haven't immediately gone for this. SSG are looking at it. E8 have an approach on this.
Get him,
I'll be honest,
McLovin.
the low ground is now looking like a peaceful place as
E8's dead.
E8 will follow.
Just a big death ball there.
Of many squads that can participate in a low ground engagement.
For Complexity, they're the 14 moving in after that engagement. It's Luminosity down the low ground who gets pushed by the remnants of E8, gets wiped out. E8 finds success against the third party, against EEC, before finally being wiped out by Complexity in the end. But we still subsist with 10 total squads remaining, as we'll choke out the entirety of Echo here and force everyone to rotate down south. You can already see these
he missed the Kraber.
right behind one another.
Kraber shots again, not connecting, not giving Optic the necessary openers to find good fights.
He's shooting even from like 20 meters away.
Right now,
yeah.
Only 4 kills so far. While it is good, is not enough with the placement that Optic currently have to contest a team like C9 who have yet to go down. Dropped. Doesn't get hit by the rockets. However, this is them up against DSG once again, and it's going to be a double swing from Dropped and Skittles to try and take down one. Complexity are the ones that ultimately follow there, missing out on Kimchi and Lou. One member left, Monsoon, who drops down and immediately gets melted by Optic, but trades one out in the meantime. Full send from DSG onto the weekend squad means that we lose another, and TSM swing on that to make it a 4th party for the win.
Now down to our 7, down below.
That's like Blair and I when we play. I'm just shooting the back of his head half the time.
TSM, a Mozam in the hands available here, continuing to subsist off of some of the points that we saw from our initial games. As we look at the other side, the Southern Height, once again held by a notable C9. They were so close to picking up a win in our last game. Can they pull off where they had failed?
A lot of spots that could potentially win you the game, but I'll be honest, right below TSM, not exactly one of them. TSM are doing a lot of work taking out just a few members of SSG. Moist will fall first. TSM control part of the high ground, now shooting onto Legacy, who absolutely, Zephyr, have one of the best spots in zone. This next ring is going to pull almost immediately next door to Legacy. It'll be a fight between TSM, XSET, and C9 as to who can live the longest to contest Legacy's position.
I really like this from TSM here, playing off of the very rare pickup of the Valk coming in clutch here to give Verholst the option to find those angles. But with that comes the respect that you see ever so similarly from the likes of a team like C9. Their position going to last a little bit longer than when we talk about the edges out there towards the west, but they have the majority of the stack to contest with, notably that zip right there. Potentially the place they'll have to look first against XSET.
Now, C9 predicted the zone really well, but 2 of their members are on blues. They do not have the power spikes, really, of late game to be taking a full-on 3v3 and Exit. Well, they just don't have the position to be sitting there. I'm going to be real with you right now. Exit are a foregone conclusion as they get wiped off the map, and it's now TSM and C9 that hold the high ground. TSM's Evo shields are so much scarier as Imperial Hal takes onto the forefront. Legacy are just watching this happen, waiting for their chance to third party off of the low ground, because the
Can they even third party this? It ends on them in the low ground. They don't even need the third party.
Clean BOI comes into play as TSM are able to clutch up a reps caught out in front of them. Goes for the
Why is
like the switch of an angle starting to look more
why is Legacy
C9 to maybe push into them
what?
instead. C9 swing Legacy, but they do not get a knock instead. Now they've overcommitted onto that side. Naughty's got no help. TSM have all the time in the world, and C9
Legacy through that.
a duo with the high ground. TSM can still do nothing against Legacy, or is Hal going to clutch it? It's 1v1. Hal's got no shields, but a shield swap comes in. Jaguares has the health advantage. Hal's got to drop and take the fight, but Jaguares.
Yeah, he's gonna win that. That was close. Alright, chill there.
With no time to heal it up.
Chill there, diva.
The end of the motherfucking stream. It's the end of the motherfucking stream, bro.
My little gangster. Come here, buddy. Hey, mister. You want to go to bed? Fine. I'll let you lay down there.
On January 27th, DraftKings sent an email to their customers saying the biggest winner last night was Jonte Porter unders. Now, most people don't even know who that is, but somebody did and made bank. One bettor made a 6-play parlay on Jonte unders for $80,000 and won $1.1 million. Normally the cap is like a $1,000 to $2,000 bet on props, so this looked off. Then sure enough, March 20th, Jonte Porter unders won millions again. Something's going on. Sportsbooks alerted the NBA to suspicious betting activity, and Porter is now being investigated. When you watch the film, nothing stands out too much. A fringe player setting screens and stuff. Some people say he tried to miss this banked 3. Look at that guilty face when it goes in. But what about this? Tom Havistro pointed this out. Porter's number 34 in gold. At the end of the quarter, in position to get a rebound, but his man pulls away. Yes, he is safe. But then the ball bounces right to him. Instead of grabbing the board, though, what was that? He like taps it to his teammate at the end of the quarter. Have you ever seen that before? Now that was the 3rd rebound of the game, and it's only the 1st quarter. The total's 4.5. So you can see Jonte go immediately to the coaches in the background and start pointing to his eye. So he left the game having re-aggravated an eye injury. Nowhere in the minutes he played did he get hit in the eye. He wasn't even on the injury report before the game. But maybe he got that board and was like, 3 in the 1st quarter? I am out. A sportsbook employee told ESPN people were trying to do whatever they could to bet Jonte Porter props against the Clippers. And then just a few days ago, the same thing. We had a bunch of people trying to bet the under for more. So it looks like Jonte told people to bet his unders because that's what he could control. Maybe an organized crime person approached him to pay a flat fee to hit the under. Then that mob guy sent runners all over the country to different books to place bets. It's really suspicious if one person makes a huge bet, but spread out, less red flags. But after getting away with it, they did it again? So stupid. Jonte Porter is a random player, but that's why he would do this. Porter's on a 2-way contract in Toronto, which means G League and the NBA. He makes $415K per year, which is a ton of money, but not among his peers. He is surrounded by millionaires, including his brother, Michael Porter Jr., who signed a $179 million contract. I am not saying this is right. This is why the mafia might have targeted him. So what happens next? Well, in the new CBA, the rule says any player who directly or indirectly wagers money or anything of value on any game shall be subject to a penalty. The penalty for such offense shall be within the absolute and sole discretion of the commissioner.
Damn.
May include a fine, suspension, expulsion, and or perpetual disqualification. So it's up to Commissioner Adam Silver. And honestly, he is lucky it is Jonte Porter. He could throw the book at this dude, suspend him for life to scare other players. But this might not be the last time. And if
No,
he
it's not. As
suspends
soon as
Jonte
you
for
put
life, what
betting on
happens
sports,
if it's a
it's like
top
game
100
over.
player next time? You gonna kick him out too? According to The Ringer, the top 100 ends with Terry Rozier, Chris Paul, Isaiah Hartenstein, Walker Kessler, and Brandon Miller. Now, some casual fans don't know them outside of CP3, but it would be a huge deal if any of these guys got banned for life. Jonte is such a fringe player, Silver could probably suspend him for 2 years, and it's basically a lifetime ban. But this kind of thing was bound to eventually happen. Silver was the first commissioner to come out for legalized gambling in 2014. One of my most important responsibilities as commissioner of the NBA is to protect the integrity of professional basketball and preserve public confidence in the league and our sport. I believe that sports betting should be brought out of the underground and into the sunlight where it can be appropriate. People will say this is proof the NBA is rigged. This kind of thing probably happened in the past, but we never found out about it because gambling was illegal. Now, we've got companies like DraftKings who can call up the NBA and say, hey, we noticed something weird. Back in the day, an illegal bookie ain't doing that. So because it's legal, Jonte Porter may have gotten caught here, but at the same time, it erodes confidence in the NBA. Obviously, Underdog is the sponsor of this channel, but I'm trying to tell this story and report on it as unbiased as possible. But legal gambling is why Jonte Porter got caught. What's crazier is what happened in baseball. Now, you might have heard this story, but most people don't know what actually happened. Shohei Ohtani is like the Victor Wembanyama of baseball. A new player from overseas can do things we haven't seen before. But this week, the FBI says he sent an illegal bookie $1 million. So Shohei's rep
No, it wasn't a million. It was actually
his
4.
interpreter betting on sports, and Ohtani was covering his friend's losses. The interpreter then gets interviewed and says, yeah, Ohtani didn't trust me, so he logged onto his account and transferred the money himself. No problem. Except you can't send $1 million to an illegal bookie. That's a crime. Ohtani could get fined, suspended, go to jail, get deported. So his reps changed their original story and said, wait, actually the interpreter stole the money and Shohei didn't even know. How obvious can it be that this man is the fall guy for his famous friend? An interpreter makes, I don't know, let's just say like 6 figures a year. Reports say this dude was $4.5 million in debt. What bookie would allow that guy to get that big in debt unless he knew who was actually paying the bill? So baseball is investigating, but nobody thinks that they're going to suspend their biggest.
No, they're definitely not going to suspend their
But
biggest
that
star.
hasn't been the case for TSM. They found a way, landing all the way north at the map, which is a bit easier to do on Storm.
And we're
back,
ladies and
Though, is
genitals.
Ape Gang, because they have been a bit of the talk of the town over the last week.
Yeah, you know what? We gotta talk about it, how it's been going for Exit, because no matter where Exit goes, Ape Gang just so happens to follow. We're gonna have to see how this plays out, considering that Exit is at risk being on that cusp to qualify for LAN. A team that we haven't really seen miss out on a LAN opportunity ever here, so this would be actually monumental, considering the fact that Ape Gang does split that loot and Optic being right there. We all know that Monument already doesn't have the best loot, so that is the only 50-50 that we have to see here on World's Edge.
Sykes no longer part of that squad, but has fit in so well with one of the top teams in the world. Now Xset trying to find their rhythm yet again with Koiful, and there's a lot of question marks so far, but World's Edge will give us some answers that I think many desperately need to have. Legacy, a big shout out to them landing launch site as well. Can they repeat what they did? Big win over TSM, that 1v1. it was special, but it also has given us a little bit of an awareness around just the Havoc and how good that thing is, especially when you get to pre-fire, when Hal's dropping down, has to land and turn around and start fighting. Yeah, that Havoc's going to pretty much win that one every time.
Listen, Rain Day, back in my day, the Havoc didn't even have wind up. Oh man,
what day was that, man? I mean, wow.
I think that must have been either end of season 4 or beginning of or season 5 in general, because that was around the time that I started playing Apex Legends, and the Havoc was a problem. And I remember leading up to that, the best way to try to situate that problem was the turbocharger. But with the shift of gun compositions now, with now the Digi not being on the SMG, making SMGs harder to handle with the recoil, specifically the hip fire. When you take a look at like the R9 card, the Havoc is just so strong right now in the gun meta. Yes, you get to put the Digi on the Mosem and RE, which is what you've been saying so far in some of these games that we've been laughing about, but it works. It does the damage, and aside from that, the
Mosem slaps.
3 times on that weapon, and you could beam from far away. Heck, even thinking about the time that the Havoc used to be able to take the select fire, something that
I was
really
gonna
didn't have to say any use of just utility for that. But I'm sure you remember that, Rain Day.
I was gonna say, back in my day, the Havoc was hit scan and the select fire. Remember that one? I still, you know, I miss it, but that is gone the way of the charge rifle as well. We don't really have any of those hit scan pressure moments anymore, but they were fun while they lasted, very dominant while they lasted. And you know, the Havoc, when you get it, as we get ready to get back into the game here, we just have a bit of a reset from the players, so we'll get back in as soon as possible. Vicky, you do bring up a great point about how the meta has shifted. We're not used to not seeing, you know,
Meow, indeed. Vicky Kitty, meow.
All of these weapons really that dominate in that close range SMG, especially when you would imagine in a Bangalore kind of occlusion meta that we've seen, not be at the forefront. But alas, that is what has happened, and ARs have slowly but surely, in the case of the Havoc, quite quickly become the dominant choice for many players. It doesn't mean that we still won't see things like a car occasionally. We'll see some 301 here and there. Flatlines stayed pretty relevant, as well as things like Prowlers, but it is really said no more digi threat on these SMGs. So go shotguns, go pistols like RE45s, or start working with the bigger weapons if you want that type of range and to be impactful. And the players seem to have made their choice there.
And a weapon that will never, or a weapon archetype rather, that would never be able to cycle out of the meta, especially with the Evil Shield changes, are those long range guns. Talking about the 30-30, you're talking about different snipers, and it's definitely been prevalent because now with Evil Harvesters, the wildlife in Apex Legends, if you move over to Storm Point, so many different opportunities with the bins to be able to get that Evil Shield charge. Something else of poking from afar has now kind of changed up the game. Yes, we've seen it before, but it adds emphasis now to the teams that want to situate themselves in final circle positioning from the very beginning of the game. They're not only denying themselves loot, but they're denying themselves the opportunity to level up those Evil Shields and to be able to take advantage of the perk system that has been presented in Season 20.
It's a great opportunity, I think, to shift.
She's back. Bro fell asleep. No, I didn't fall asleep. I was looking at my phone.
And one of the major elements that, you know, we're seeing, if you really look at Apex Legends, Vicky, it's the changes that are coming in at the time of this recording tomorrow. Bangalore has had some significant shifts and some big choices made to where you're no longer going to be able to get that ultimate cooldown in the same rushed way, and they've increased the actual ultimate from where it is as well. How do you feel just originally on that element, and also some of the smoke changes, which we can bring up after that, of just what they've done with Bangalore and the decision to say, we don't need you to necessarily be a part of, you know, the meta, at least the way that you have been so far in Season 20?
Listen, all I'm going to say is hasta la vista, Bangalore. It was nice knowing you.
Is it that true?
No, you know, I think it's going to be interesting to see what we have as a makeshift problem to what some of these teams may have used Bangalore as a crutch. I feel like Bangalore, being that mainstay legend within the compositions that we've witnessed in all different regions of Pro League, comes into question of what we need to change about Bangalore without completely gutting her, because I feel like this was the legend that you used when you had to make your safe rotates. That's really what the purpose of, between the smokes and then obviously using the ult, so that way you could get certain teams out of different positionings that you wanted to fight for, creating that space that even Caustic could actually take with his Nox grenade, something another legend that's actually getting a change there too. But I think more so what these changes come into question is which legend is going to take that place of rotating. We love Wraith, but I don't believe that her kit provides enough to be able to have those safe rotates. Man, I would even love to see maybe in a different universe Ashe being called into question, you know? So many different legends that
Ashe will never be played.
For certain team
She's really bad.
compositions would be fantastic because I'm all for different legend diversity.
Her ult needs a buff.
Specifically, losing out Rolling Thunder going from 4 minutes to 4.5, and also the smoke launcher no longer dealing damage and decreasing the duration from 18 seconds to 11 seconds has given her a bit of a different shift. They've also buffed the heal rate on Refuge, which people decided not to use. It's now 3.5 HP per second over 3, so you're looking at a 15%, 20% increase there, but is it going to be enough? Also, one of the things we noticed was Cover Me was actually working a little bit better than intended, and that is one of the things they have fixed. It's no longer going to track where that player is while they're pinging you, shooting in the smoke. However, we'll show you where they first were. But another legend that I want to bring up, Vicky, this legend, when I saw this change, I got a little sad. I'm not going to lie. And I love it because I think Lifeline is so rarely seen in our high-level pro league that I looked at it and thought, what is Aurora has done has really impacted the game. And you can see it right here with the ability to get gift wrapped. That next ult is a supply drop. That will be removed. That was a huge part of rushing and getting to that position of having a Kraber, a wingman, a bow check bow. And what they're trading that for, Vicky, is consistency. You are now going to spawn with golden gear, an Evo cache, gold knockdown shield, gold backpack. You will be getting one of those. So how do you feel, not just with that gift wrap changing, but also her tactical, which means you can actually reduce the cooldown of that tactical, was 40 seconds down to 25.
It should give you a Evo cache every time you call in a Lifeline package.
Consistent all-time heals with Lifeline. How are your thoughts on those changes as we get ready to think about this and go into the game?
Having Duck with you at all times, I'm all for it. I mean, give Duck an RE45. We'll see the magic really happen. But no, honestly, I actually, to get your hopes up, I think gift wrap coming out and introducing the gold-plated new perk where you'll always be guaranteed a gold knockdown shield is absolute game changer. I still think Lifeline is going to be incredibly strong. I get the change. There was too many power weapons out on the field for everyone to use, and that was just giving too much an advantage, especially in a lobby like this one with the player skill level and the direction that it's going in and the changes of what Season 20 has brought. It's interesting because I love how you mentioned Aurora, our #1 EMEA team for a reason, bringing the Lifeline out, but something that is lacking within our North American region. So it's that diversity where I'm glad that it gut the character. They brought in something different that would still elevate her play style, and that means that you don't have to automatically land in a POI like Trials, so it allows more creativity, I feel, with the Lifeline and different rotates. And since we aren't going to be seeing the Lifeline out here for NA, what we will be seeing though is that 50-50 go down between Ipcan and Xset. Let's get it started.
Let's get it started indeed. They didn't show 9 lives though, so just to shout out, they were playing a little bit of Lifeline in that last game. I wonder if they'll stick with it here. But great points and great discussion as we head into it. If you're watching right now, that will be available to play. And check out those changes. Obviously, these pros, though, they don't want anything to change, especially if you are in the position of TSM, who have found themselves at the very top of the leaderboards yet again. But inside, where Fragment is, we all know if you play it, very difficult spot to be. Not a lot of loot as well. The disparity between that and some of the other areas, plus the size of it and the central location of the map has made it difficult. And yet Xset is going to have to still share this space with Ape King, Vicky. It's not ideal, but sometimes if you're going to get the job done, you got to go through some tough circumstances to get there.
Talk about tough. I mean, it's not even technically Ape Gang, too. You have to imagine the easy rotate for Optic Gaming, who are on their other side by Fragment East. As we tune into TSM, nice. We're able to get that drone out of the sky to pick up a gold helmet. You always love to see that because you'll be able to have those scans online even faster. And we get to take a look at where this circle is going to be pulling. We had all those southern zones over by Storm Point. Well, time to take a trip over by Climatizer here on World's Edge. It's going to allow teams like Space Station to already have that POI advantage. They even have the ring console, so they knew that this is where that circle would be pulling. And teams like Optic not wasting any time contesting Monument or Fragment East, already going in for the rotate. And XA had gotten ahead of Ape Gang and Optic in that.
Obviously, the strength of rotating early is that position, but sometimes these pulls have been devastating, especially when you overcommit for some of these teams. It's meant that even Dark positions have not been able to pull out those wins in the same way that, you know, their spot might have indicated, because you can never fully know, especially at this point. So it's these late rotate teams who are very consistent with it, and not Complexity, but DSGs, the Furias, even TSMs, LGs at this point. Going to see if they continue to see if that's working for them at the start of this, as we follow along with Complexity and Dropped on Optic and the rest of his team, Skittlecakes and Noct. They've been trying to find a resurgence here, Vicky. They certainly need it, but it's going to be one of those things where, is it enough today?
It's going to be incredibly tough unless Oxygen just completely fumble the bag here. It's a lot on the line, but you hate to rely on the downfall of other teams here to put your team on top. It's just way too risky. As we look at teams like Complexity with their rotate playing on the low ground of the tunnel. Going to be playing more so on the edge, because we can expect the circle to continuously pull more so to the north, unless it pulls by the rock side of Overlook on the southeastern side. But even more teams with their slow rotate, talking about 9 Lives who are leaving Grandma's house. LGR right behind them. Enemy over there. And this is one of the squads that, coming out of the countdown side here by this choke, they're taking some shots at 9 Lives, but Sweet missing out on some of these Hemlock shots, completely getting burned for it. But Funk coming in with the bow check, getting that knock is gonna open things
bro,
up
the bow check this season is so broken.
Also a notable knock with the Sentinel right above as well. I think this is just another showcase of what the conversation was about. Early care package weapons with blue shields. It is definitely a recipe for disaster for the team you're fighting against. And of course, that means that LG are going to take advantage of that as best as they can, swinging with 70 from across the way. Sweet getting up on top, Hemlock in the car, as they'll be content to just work on getting their purples, show some presence here as 9 Lives look to back off.
Bullying them from even getting information too, because now LG is going to be able to get Grandma's house survey beacon, so they're going to be able to get that scan, some extra Evo charge. Teams like Ape Gang with the scan, see a team that's already inside of the building right in front of them. Could be Space Station, considering they do land on that north side of Climatizer, but so many other teams that are in the area. Could actually be Optic that have already taken control over that rotate that we saw earlier, leaving quickly from Fragment. And now having to play off this low ground, but this is the type of circle right there where you can expect a lot of teams to coexist in that final circle.
It absolutely is. There's a lot of places, a lot of layers to it as well. So sometimes it's a matter of the decisions of who ends up being on what staircase next to one another, because a team like this trying to hold down, it's got to have that caustic to just hold this space. It also, in an interesting way, is what Drop said, because you have a caustic and so many people have a caustic, it makes it a little bit less valuable. Consider a team like TSM, who's been running the Bangalore and the Bloodhound and the Valkyrie in that same position, rotating early. Now that they've switched onto the caustic, they'd be able to hold, but without that, it'd be very, very difficult to go up against Ape Gang in that zone and not
We're
just
on
get
match
pressured
point.
out and kind of egoed if they want to. So changes for World's Edge, knowing that this is very likely going to be the case. A lot more building heavy, a lot less long range shooting, and they've made the changes to prepare for that.
Oh, LG have found the space right underneath the building that Ape Gang was looking at originally. Caustic traps that were set up there now are going to be able to get deleted. But this is a great spot. We see a lot of teams usually exist here because with that crate in the middle, you can get a lot of sight with squads that are on that bridge. But TSM have taken this fight versus Sentinels over by the outskirts of Overlook. No other team in the area could contest this. So this is a safe fight to take for now.
TSM up on top. Sentinels trying to get involved here. Arcane in the middle of the building, but look at the disparity. It's purples versus blue. That represents 75 extra health that TSM can burn through and still match up with Sentinels. So it's going to be an uphill battle for them in more ways than one. Hal, he did it again last game and clutched up a few to put him on match point. Right here, he's going to clutch up again. Doesn't even worry about the shield swap. Knows that Verholst on high and reps as well inside the building will have his back. And TSM off to a great start yet again. 3 points. And they have cleared out a lot of space behind him. Furia, Moist, Disguise, Legacy as we take a look.
Disguise rotates
as
so late.
the
Oh
only
my
teams
god.
outside of the zone behind them, but looking like there's so much other places that they can play on the north or western
That's
side
wild.
of this ring that TSM have really done a good job of making sure no threats are going to be pushing up on them.
That was such a sick fight that TSM just took too versus Sentinels. Like, that was honestly so seamless with the way that they played that split positioning and the follow-ups for how forcing them to get out of position into Verholst's line of sight. That was chef's kiss there. And like you mentioned, Rinde, they've cleared that angle of where that next circle is going to be pulling, completely looking at the other squads that have taken their time to rotate. Dark Zero also are going to be able to get that survey beacon by Grandma's house, a team that does like to take their time to get into the circle. Meanwhile, over by Fragment, the party's still going. It's going to be Furia versus Moist here.
On shots with the G7 as well. Great choice outside of the 30-30 for options here. It's going to do fast work, especially if you can get a headshot. And Moist, of course, one of our top 2 teams, trying to see if they can push it to number 1 after this. Let's listen in on how they make their move from Fragment.
It doesn't make sense for that not to be Legacy behind us, empty. C9 shouldn't be that slow, no?
I don't know. Did I see a shot southwest?
E backing here.
What's this other team northwest doing?
Monument, I don't see anyone. They're back here.
They're over here. Okay, I'm smoking.
Okay. We might get held on this zone. No, there's no one on the hill.
Right here. Yeah, we should just walk it up to here.
Going?
We could hit ring console, I'd up for it, but
I'm trying to just study the map to see where people are right now.
There's one team overlook.
Well, Moist, actually, smart call there. C9 was well rotated, as they were pointing out. It was Legacy who have made their move and found themselves in the zone. But Moist, they just want to play it safe, Vicky, and that might be the right call for now. A team that can't play it safe, though, DSG versus Furia. This is a fight that is going to happen.
And DSG being the only team to still rock that Wraith here too, so that's going to be a notice for Furia to know exactly who they're dealing with here. The face had been used earlier too, as you could hear that being used right behind Design. Furia do have the slight high ground advantage here though, but Disguise have the natural rock form to use that to get out of their line of sight. Meanwhile, another fight happening on the northern side of Epicenter. Uphill, it's going to be Dark Zero.
Damn, Dark Zero's getting
Over
rinsed.
this building. That is going to be 9 lives that have already situated themselves there. And on behind 9 lives, it's going to be Legacy. So whichever of these teams try to actually fully commit first will get inevitably third-partied by Legacy on the other side of that building.
Fighting first sometimes just is a death sentence, and it may not be immediate, but the cascading elements of that fight usually have dire consequences. So in this situation, Furia and DSG realizing maybe it's just better that we just make sure they know not to take our space here, not to do anything crazy. We still got a lot of ways to go in this zone. 2 of our latest rotating teams hasn't worked out incredibly well for Furia so far today. They're at 6 points overall as we get a big landscape overview, Vicky, of where this zone is going to end up.
It is pulling towards the outskirts of Climatizer, and
SSG's in a really good
called it
spot.
best. The team who not only lands in Climatizer, but who had access to that rain beacon for quite some time, Space Station. But it looks like this fight has finally begun here. It's going to be Disguise, Design, and Timmy falling incredibly low, but Enemy finding I'm Madness first. That's going to be Disguise having the advantage before trading out Timmy here. And Timmy looked like he did have the gold knock too, so they can't get him back up just yet, and Design having to play this safe while Enemy heals up with the shield bat.
They did lose Madness, though, so can they get him back is the question. Just trying to throw some nades. Maybe they can bait it out a little bit, but just going to play the shield, most likely. Enemy and Design, they've got more than enough damage. And let's not forget about going into the Void, one of the only immunity frames in all of Apex Legends. We rarely get to see it, but Design has said, here, let me show you. Keon with a big slide and the alternator, and it's his Watson as well, who stays alive and takes down DSG. But as I mentioned, the cascading effects.
Rip.
Who hears it? Well, Moist Esports as well. And that is it for Furia. Those 2 teams signed their own death warrants.
Feasting on the death boxes. Perfect timing as they waited in silence for the third party. And now they get to profit on their rotate with Epi being completely cleared. But again, Legacy was on that bridge on the other side of 9 Lives and their building. Dark Zero have taken control of that building next. And with TSM calling in an evac, of course, this is not Stormpoint. No Valkyrie here. They're taking to the skies to maybe see if they can get into a better position. But their evac tower gets destroyed. That may have been complexity that I've been looking at them the entire time.
Is this my Rampart lobbies in normal pub games this week? I don't know, but those evac towers, obviously, you run the risk of people in that position being able to shoot them down. Now they've got to make the walk. It's a difficult one. Oriolis in front of them. And TSM, Hal decides to throw the Bloodhound ult, and it works. Sees flesh. It definitely wants to push this. Sees another bit as well, and an opening.
Oh, you threw.
But the Bangalore ultimate, while it's bought them a little bit of time, it doesn't seem like it has gone too much. It's risky to fight here. And oh, yes, it is. TSM going down. They will not claim match point here, at least in game number 5.
Oh, that was so risky. Yes, he left 2-1, but the cost to gas is just so much take damage. These aren't what the changes, and look who comes to clean up. It is Legacy sliding in and taking care of dropped in gaming. While they're playing off that low ground, though, teams like Moist Esports are going to be rotating off that high ground. You can see them on the other side of the bridge with Yanya being right below them, and Dark Zero now on the other side of Moist, going to be able to take control of over that bridge that Legacy had given up to Moist earlier.
No matter what, we're playing another game. That would have happened if TSM had won. However, that would have secured them the win, and we would have been playing
more face acne than original ideas. That's hilarious.
That would determine who would ultimately qualify for LAN. Now, we're playing another game, but we may keep on going. That is match point in Apex Legends. We notably have a winner, but we play at least 6. Oxygen Esports trying to climb up in the ranks as well. Aiden will find some damage around the box, but it's not enough. He gets taken down as well. As a player comes in from behind, it's C9 and Chaotic help to delay and now eliminate Oxygen as they were trying to make a push in zone, and C9 have cleared their backside, and the only team are up north.
Oh, they called him the bangle here. Dark Zero forced to drop down from the high ground. It is 9 Lives with the blue evil shields that have come in at the perfect time. They need to capitalize off of this, but they lose out on so much HP. No shields on all players of 9 Lives right now as they're trying to reset, but they do get a knock onto Zero. Huge knock here. They finish him off, and Jen on the other side does trade here. Dynasty literally so low. He can't take care of the other member as Jen slides in, but he can't get res. It is Sykes, the last one alive for Dark Zero, but the circle is closing in behind his back.
Unbelievable. You can see how chaotic it is as this late rotation continues. Sykes trying to just hold on for DZ, but Moist are ahead. And they found a great spot up here on high. They can play this ridge, and they can see from above. And this is going to be so good for MT. Trying to pick up KP as well. They're on purples and looking to maybe get more. They get Yanya. That's a Legacy who's trying to move in as Jaguares and Legacy are fighting complexity, and Monsoon is alive still. Moist actually helped them out there, and so Monsoon will be able to stabilize, it looks like. An angel from above, and Moist clears out Legacy for them.
They are above them, watching over them like a guardian angel here, but I don't know how they keep getting to these high ground spots and end game for free. Look at
Moist gonna win again?
Open range here for the Moist boys. They are absolutely looking to get wet here as they take care of Fun, but they're not going to drop down from the high ground. They're going to be holding this position. They finish off that knock player onto Fun. They get the scan. They get more information here too. They saw the scan from right below them here. With 11 squads left, they see how many squads are sharing that building. And by the way, it's over 5 to 6 teams in that building on the outskirts of Climatizer alone. Look at this, LG right below them, Optic as well. Complexity have now moved from the fence line, and they get taken out by Moist. Optic Gaming get eliminated here with 9 squads left.
You shall not pass. Moist trying to let it be known that we are up above. Don't even think about it. They're doing a good job of that. 44 to the dome. Gildersons. They say he's one of the best in the game. He certainly has proven it with the performance of Moist. They're trying to get on match point. If they do something crazy here, I think it's possible. They're second place right now with 40 points, Vicky. 9 squads left. That's easily enough. I think TSM were on 39 and did it with 7 squads left, getting just a second place. So if Moist keep this up, we could be looking at 2 teams on match point after this.
He got taken out in the middle of the gondola. That is so unlucky. Oh, he said bye.
Naughty, what are you doing, bro?
Naughty may see him back in the lobby because he gets beamed immediately. Chaotic sliding through the fence line.
Poor Chaotic, man. His teammates weren't doing nothing. He's gonna die to circle.
One shot, he manages to slide through. For now,
Exat Koi is dead to circle. Exat dead.
LG as a duo now after losing out on Funk, just trying to messily find their way into that next circle. But they're in the line of sight of squads like Space Station, Native Gaming, and even Ape Gang inside the truck.
My goodness, Gilderson's still alive. Moist still getting placement points. I'm not sure it's enough though, especially with
Moist dead.
Moist Esports goes down with 42 points. They will not be on match
Ape
point.
dead.
I don't think anyone else can do it at this time. And it's Elevate Gaming. Sweet, I believe, on LG still alive. SSG.
How the fuck is Sweet still alive? He was running right across this open area here. That was hilarious.
Here in match number 5, Vicky. Elevate, they've got space now, but they're gonna have to move. SSG seem like they're in the perfect position.
Yeah, SSG's had the best spot all game.
As well, though they have the most time in zone, it almost guarantees that one of these teams is gonna have to push them first.
Absolutely. Ooh, huge beams coming in. Phony trying to get that follow-up here, playing off the side of the tower. Native Gaming, the only team to bring out that logo.
Bro, that Kraber skin sucks.
Have not denied themselves that loot. They have the Moby right in front of them for some extra makeshift cover, and Rambo's got.
I don't know what it is about that skin, but every time I use it, I just miss shots with it.
Star, in so many ways. When you think of Rambo, you think of the ability to show up and clutch. You think of the hair as well. We'll see if he's going to be celebrating after this. He's got a tough uphill battle here. But maybe he just might get a little lucky. And by that, I mean maybe Elevate say, we want to play for something. We want to take matters into our own hands. And we are going to be the ones to push SSG. That means now they've taken 0 damage and gotten 3 kills. And it's Native who are late to the party. Elevate.
Oh no, Elevate just takes an easy second place.
1 kill already from Luxferty. And Elevate Gaming, they're just trying to survive. Will Native have been able to push? Rambo grabs a second one. It's Sap.
Oof.
And Native Gaming will take the win. Rambo and squad will clutch it up.
That's rough.
In 17th overall before that.
I'll be back.
We go next here, Rain Day.
Hey, Rocky,
We love the timing to that fight, Rain Day. They booted off EA from the death boxes at their feet, so they were also able to go for Evil Shield swaps at the very start of that fight if it didn't swing in their favor, in their advantage.
I mean, they really caught SSG off tempo because they were dropping a mobile respawn beacon, I'm sure just to have a little bit of cover for when that zone came in. And it was just Elevate who decided to push at the perfect time. They probably got some great opening damage. And at that point, how fast that occurred, they were not able to get a shield battery off. There's no swaps to play from at that point. And so it was really just great timing from Elevate. But the way that Native came in too, I thought Elevate would have had an opportunity to just go back to back because they barely took any damage. They were all purples. Native just really clutched up Luxferty with that opening kill, and of course Rambo following that second, and meant that they were able to go ahead and get the win.
Really helps to not really have a lot of cover. When you back away from that tower, it looked like Native had bullied them out of that cover and still were able to work with that tower to get out of their line of sight if need be, and then swing on opposite directions. You can't look like a chameleon. You can't cover your 6 and in front of you at the same time. You're completely caught EA off guard there.
They needed some Mirage invisibility, though I'm not noticing in the patch notes if we're going to see anything that's going to bring him quite yet into our meta. Maybe, that could be a good thing. But right now, it was great to also take a look at one of those stars in our league that, whether you were talking about his entrance and his electrifying performance, the hair, whatever it is, Rambo on Native has just been a player that has been in our headlines a lot for so many good things, for his excellent play, for storming up as a sub and making a splash in one of our lands, and then of course retiring and then finding another opportunity, playing with Dark Zero a little bit, going away from that, now finding his moment here with Native. I think this could be the start that they needed, especially in a tournament today that means a lot.
Yeah, in unison with Clean and Lux, two incredible players. This team is very well-rounded. It's about those comms. So the clutter in the comms sometimes could be too much. Slowing things down, though, really helps elevate this squad to a new level. Patiently waiting in the back out of all the chaos from that building and climatizer that we saw the majority of the remaining squads fall in that next circle. And that's why holding that back corner was fantastic. The first team, actually, to call out where that circle was going to be pulling was Space Station, but they were involved in the chaos at the very end when it came to trying to clean up some RP. And that allowed Native to actually wrap right behind them and take a much better position.
I honestly think SSG, that position is great to talk about because you think maybe they call it, maybe they're in their God spot, they get a top 3. Should they be happy about it? Well, I want to get some other people's opinions as well. You and I have chatted, but let's bring back Zephyr and let's introduce our guest for this halftime at this point. It's game 5. Usually that would mean that we'd have to go to 10 games, Jayhawk, but I don't know if we're actually going to be going that far. It's great to have you back on the broadcast, my friend.
It's great to be back, and you said it, with TSM already on match point, everybody's just wondering at what point do they potentially try to end it, because as we've seen, you know, at every LAN in the past, they're always a threat.
Well, you know, now that we have you for regional finals, I think it is great to talk about what indicates a winning moment, because we've only seen Dark Zero and TSM do it. To me, I always look at it as they've got this kind of clutch factor. They know how to make a game theirs versus ride the waves and kind of be passengers, so to speak. They kind of drive the game that they're going to win. What do you think is the biggest indicator or thing you look for a team who looks like they're going to win match point that day?
It's oftentimes the team that's willing to take a risk that can get them that win. I mean, you think back to the Split 1 playoffs, TSM with that Valkylt to the backside of zone, that's what set them up for the win there. Then Split 2 playoffs, DZ going to the low ground. Everyone seeing that at first is wondering, what is DZ doing? You know, we're all used to people going to the high ground. That's where you want to be safe. DZ just sitting in the middle, understanding what it takes, a risky play to get the win. And then obviously at Champs, TSM with those 3 wins in a row, the various pushes they had to do on DSG and then Blackhand. It takes a team that is willing to take a risk, even if it means losing the game, if it can get them in a game-winning spot. And that's what TSM and DZ do best.
I like how you talk about taking risks, because if you take a look at the teams that are on that cusp of qualifying to LAN, there's one team that I'm looking at right now, a team that I'm a big fan of that is about to not qualify. And I'm talking about Optic, even Exit here too. Optic potentially just not make it. I mean, what do you think they have to do differently, looking at the performance on Stormpoint versus World's Edge, to maybe take those risks so that way they could elevate themselves and be within that top 11 spot?
Optic just don't seem as comfortable as they once did, especially when it comes to fighting. They historically in the past were just so good at not fighting in order to get KP.
Most of you will already be aware
Teams out. I think
How to incite fear into the people. Bridge safety in Canada questioned after deadly Baltimore collapse. Bridge in Baltimore collapses after being struck by ship. Two very different fucking titles of what's going on.
Which is a ½ inch on all 4 sides. Before I started slicing and dicing, I wanted to sharpen my knives for the first time. Next, I...
Unpopular.
While everyone was asleep, Apex Legends just ran a super secret event to replay the North American Regional Finals for ALGS. You may remember a week ago when the ALGS North American Regionals
Hit the weight room. Oh.
Donut focaccia. So
Bro, that was fucking hilarious. They all just fucking bombard that man. They bombarded that man.
SSG out of their line of sight, like Vicky mentioned earlier. They do that. SSG has to go over towards E8. E8 makes the push, and that just cleared up all this space for Native to then push forward.
Hey, let me do something real quick. I want to say
Speaking of clutching up,
damn,
Luxford in the
damn. What now? Alright, hold on. Yeah. What now? You see this shit? It's us.
Well, overall, this
Yeah,
would
who
put
this? That is not
them
me.
into a pretty strong position, especially with the fact that they are obviously
Hey, let me do something real quick. I want to say
sitting pretty
damn.
in a performance.
Damn.
It's us.
Hold on. Yeah. What now?
One thing I
You see
want
this
to look at here is Native
shit?
Gaining. If they do pull off,
Yeah.
with 49 points sitting at about 18, the only way they will be going to land
Bro, the resemblance is uncanny.
This man just placed the only bet on March Madness. That's impossible to lose.
Maybe we're starting to see an option for Rambo to clutch it up with his boys one more time.
It's certainly possible. I mean, the fact that Native just got this win here, they're feeling confident after that. And also, in recent weeks of scrims, Native have started to look
irregularities over the past several months, multiple sources told ESPN yesterday. So the NBA is looking into some prop bets involving Porter from games on January 26th and March 20th. Players, along with all league employees, are prohibited from betting on any NBA events. That's including, of course, prop bets. Tim Legler back here with us, and Shannon Sharp, and of course Brian Windhorst. Brian, you along with David Purdom and Woj are the ones who reported this story. What is the latest on this?
Yeah, so first off, there isn't any certainty that Jonte Porter actually made a wager himself. What there is a lot of circumstantial evidence and suspicious activity, primarily because, as you can imagine, as a player who's on a two-way contract, not enough
in their pockets that made them reach out and say, oh, what's going on here? Somebody's betting 85 all this money.
They ain't wrong. Once you start fucking with the once you start fucking with that betting service money, man. They don't want your ass to win.
Take another one anyway, despite having, a lack of prio.
All right, Jayhawk, thanks so much for joining us again. Catch up with him on stream or on his YouTube channel as well. Hey, Jayhawk, appreciate you, my friend. We'll talk to you soon.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, you know what it means. It means we have had our halftime recap, and it is time to get back into the action, so I will not delay. Vicky, Zeph, take it away.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Zeph, we're back at it again, and we're back once again on World's Edge. Man, what a game for E8, though. I mean, how much, like 13 KP, 14 KP? That has elevated them to be very close to match point, but they did not secure it just yet. TSM, like what Jayhawk was saying, once again have another shot at ending this entire regional final if they get the dub this time around.
But optimally, this is something that we have seen rear its head across multiple match point finals. I'm sure you, of course, as well as anyone else, knows that it isn't just that simple. When we talk about delivering the final blow that is that win between teams like, well, Dark Zero and TSM, it is still a tough task to boot, and one that usually does not come immediately.
See here.
Teams who are so well versed in the
Fuck, we got no weed.
understanding who is on match point.
Absolutely, and we mentioned it before, we're gonna talk about it again. We are moving back over to World's Edge, where we see a shift of different compositions. We don't see the Valkyrie from TSM, that's why we've been seeing those evac towers come out. We don't see the cat that we've seen from another team. We're seeing the Lobug being brought in from Native. And this comes into question the different playstyles that we've been witnessing from the teams that feel more comfortable on Stormpoint versus World's Edge, or even vice versa.
Right, exactly, and especially since we have seen a lot of zone-oriented favoring today, especially in comparison to when we were in through our first matches 1 and 2. I'm curious to see that now that we return once again, if we see a similar strain of action going into our 6th matchup, or potentially we do see a return to form, especially with the more edge-oriented styles that have at least, well, delivered what is usually success.
Can't wait to see a success play out for some of these teams here. Let's get started. Game number 6 to solidify where our teams are going to be seeing themselves and if they can make it to land here too. Or can it be ended with TSM being the only team at match point right now? Few other teams are trailing behind. You have to think about teams like E8 that we just mentioned that just had a Goliath of a game. Even Moist, who've been putting themselves consistently up there and having 2 circles pull towards their POI back in Stormpoint for game 3 and 4. We do tune into the only 50-50 that we get to witness here on World's Edge, and it is Ape Gang, who are neighboring Exet.
Now, notably, this has not really delivered much striations in terms of how things have favored for either one of these rosters coming outside of even the early embers of World's Edge last time around here, but it is something that has provided a bit of a delay, right? When we talk about getting to that kind of zone, something that has become more favored going into the regional finals as these games have gone on, this is something that sets both of these teams behind when, in fact, they're the 2 teams that need these wins more than anyone.
It's that risk and reward here too. How long do you want to stay in this fight knowing that Optic is on the other side of Fragment, where they have control over a whole survey beacon, something that neither Exet or Ape Gang have, as well as the fact that they're lacking on loot, such as the life on Monument, honestly, here. See, Knocked with the pings are just going to start rotating, but I do have to highlight, I talk about the lack of loot, but he's managed to find himself with a purple light mag. We absolutely take those, as well as the Evil Harvester that's actually spawned right next to him on the other side of the fence line. And with a nice overhead here too, Zephyr, we get to see that this circle will be pulling more so between Geyser and Lava Siphon.
Now, this can be one of those deep interested geyser zones where you're either there.
We need more POIs on this map.
Game, but they do still leave the opportunity open for some of those northern blue boxes, chokes that can optimally finish here. If this zone was
They need like one more good POI on this map.
More of Big Mod, you might see something similar to what we saw in World's Edge last time.
Like take out Mirage Etoile and put something in, or actually take out Overlook. Take out Overlook and put a bigger POI in there.
When a team like TSM is right here along the edge on this side of Lava Siphon.
I swear the script writers are working overtime somewhere in the back end here, because that circle being right there for TSM is going to be absolutely scary. Moist already sliding down to get involved. Already 5 teams within the area, while Complexity fighting in the house over on the outskirts of Lava Siphon, up on that hilltop. Optic on the other side of this here too. They lose out on Lou. Kimchi Lee gets sent down, and Monsoon doesn't really have a lot to work with here. Lacking on that evil shield as he tries to slide down, trying to reposition himself, and it was dropped with the rest of Optic that decided to come into entry frag.
Still, with only 1 member left standing here, you have to wonder where the follow-through is, and it comes alongside what looks like a very weak TSM. A TSM that also knows for a fact that they need to be healthy and strong going into controlling a position like this. Reps, of course, on that reset is definitely going to be the go button to what is some of the final stration. But I will say, they have cleared out the majority of this. The runs have come through, and for Optic,
wow,
that's a wipe early.
No way. That is so crucial. Optic going down early in game 6. And that was
damn.
The chaos happening inside that building.
Optic went down. I don't think they're making land.
To make it out as a solo. Monsoon was able to slide away out of all of that situation. Exit do get scanned by a beacon nearby, waiting patiently inside of this house. But more of these squads are going to be rotating through that choke that we just saw so many of the other teams fighting on the outskirts of Lava Siphon.
Now, especially, I want to touch on this for Optic. Going out in this game is terrifying. They were looking for the points to boot that would put them on match point as well. And especially with a team like TSM still within the lobby, now you have to hope. Your
Period, 9 points. Jesus.
Here. They're one of our few rosters that doesn't just walk into today qualifying off of their raw points alone, and especially now with Cloud9 finding their way into our top 10 after some of our recent series here, they don't, or I believe so, are never to be eligible alongside the points that they can accrue in any kind of position. It is the win or bust for this roster.
Wow, so much pressure. The Green Wall Foundation slowly crumbling here. We have to see if they can make a miracle happen. Oxygen Esports, though, on their rotate, getting gate kept. Full blue Evo shields for this team here. You see the ping to see if maybe they want to wrap around instead. So many other teams looking to try to rotate in the same direction. Exit, we already saw before inside of one of the fragment houses, have not left from their position. They would inevitably try rotating in that same direction that we just saw Oxygen in. Meanwhile, EA, with an explosive last game, rotating through Armory Cave, and with no other squad to try to contest them on the other side of this entrance by Geyser, they'll be able to get a free rotate here and maybe even a free northern house by Geyser that has that slight high ground that overlooks a lot of the other teams fighting on the other side.
Now, notably for a roster that sits at 48 points, you know, we talk about the difference between being on match point and being just below it, and usually we see some teams that sit at 49. Right? But when we talk about placement alone, that's a team that needs to breach past the 10th point position mark to start to get into placements that actually work into 2+ points or find a successful fight. One that for Luminosity, they seem to be already in the midst of potentially taking.
Taking with confidence. Look at that Mozam. Yeah, he doesn't got the digi on that, but he's got the gold shotgun bolt ready to go as EEC Hot Beast of the Hunt, backing away for right now before taking a different position. I like this call from EEC, sending their blood onto the high ground as McLovin takes a fragging angle. Nice suppressor, sweet beams with the hemlock, tells him to sit back behind cover while the rest of the LG squad managed to rotate to the south. This is the call from Sweet to prioritize their rotate instead of taking this fight over by Harvester after seeing where that next circle could be pulling.
Still, though, it is excellent in terms of displaying the pressure that they need to have there because EC is optimally in the weighing advantage going into that fight. Something that they're about to lose now as they just expended it on Luminosity. For a team like Disguised, who comes in and cleans up on the back, even though EC might be healthy, when we talk about utility, that's something that they won't have here.
Even trying to take that fight versus Disguised. Have been able to get that circle beacon too. Was he taking an overlook at where this circle is going to be pulling Zephyr? It is going to be moving over to Geyser directly. Even by that choke that Native was holding earlier too. So these squads taking their time. Dark Zero as per usual. Harvester with EEC and Disguise are going to be finding themselves in a difficult rut with the squads that are going to be gatekeeping them from the south side of Geyser.
This is tough for Disguise, but ultimately in the end, it's not tough for a Wraith. Finding the way across your portal in hand. Designful, though, setting this one up for potentially that opposite-ended angle that you sometimes see Disguised like to play around to find the damage from behind to a position where usually isn't expected. But granted, with this time of a delay set up in between here, it's unlikely that they're going to find quite the success. McLovin and Sose already in a perfect position to capitalize, finding almost triple cracks across from them.
They are absolutely taking advantage of this fight, even closing in the space as they should, just trying to prevent Disguise from trying to get a full reset. It's the ego check, forcing Disguise to not only back away from Harvester, but to now take their time to wrap around the long way into where that next circle is pulling, because you got now less than 20 seconds to make that decision before this circle closes.
We'll see how they fare, especially given the fact that when we did get to check out on this zone, it's contested as it gets. The majority of those who are going to be present within our endgame have already arrived to Geyser, and we talk about why it's so difficult. From the choke, up here held by Native Gaming, the one alongside them slightly to the west, and even down below where TSM sit in their house, getting across these points successfully and beating those teams, but then more importantly, working your way into the POI is one of the hardest things to do, in my opinion, when it comes to World's Edge.
With the amount of chokes, too, for where some of these circles pull, absolutely. They do have Rambo on that Caustic to make some of that space, and while Native do sit up on top of this hilltop to prevent all these other squads from rotating in. They have the Loba Black Market to get any extra loot that they may need. Dark Zero, though, with their time on their rotate, Evo Harvester after Evo Harvester, and even the bins, they find themselves with full purples. Doesn't even look like a lick of damage has been put down by Zero. But they see the squad that's inside of this building. They get the scan, avoid that nade here from Jen. That is Ape Gang, by the way, inside of this house with Exet looking with hunger in their eyes, maybe, if they could try to take some shots here.
Now, Dark Zero is on an extensive exchange of a rotate here. More notably, Zero, of course, making the cross to find the Evo cache to get them.
Damn, Burton's getting fucking mashed when he was crossing right there.
That red Evo to work with here. If they wanted to go into a fight against Ape Gang, they're more than.
They're just 3-man ratting. Oh my god.
Especially if they got those Evo shield checks. Meanwhile, teams like LG waiting in silence. Waiting behind the rock for any unexpected squads to get ratted on, specifically the teams like Fury and Legacy. But Dark Zero, looking at EEC, who have made their slow rotate away from Harvester, have chose wrong. They're going to get gate kept by Dark Zero, and now are forced with full blue Evo shields, now noting
wow.
they're going to get Evo shield checked by Dark Zero, who have the advantage to now back away and take that circle damage and take a slower rotate into that next circle.
This is perfect there, and this is going to cost
McLovin might die.
EEC, who have had
wow, he's lucky.
More notably set up when it comes to the edges of that zone. And for Dark Zero, though, these are the benefits that will continue to extend. Now talking about the chokes ahead here. We understand the applying pressure behind, but having this advantage going into that next fight is going to be huge, especially when they start to breach the edges here. As long as, well, what looks like their backside is completely clear.
Good info here too, DZ. This is the importance right here with the Evo caches and the way that they've been able to make that slow rotate. This works perfect into the DZ playstyle as they've adapted so quickly to Season 20. They do get pinged from behind, though. I did see that 30-30 shot, maybe from Exit, who are still waiting by the train tracks of Fragment. LG engaged on this fight. They're waiting patiently by the rock. It looks like C9 are right next to them. It was waiting by that Evo cache to try to catch an unexpected squad, but look at the huge nades. Sweet does get the Arc Star knock, though, but it was a trade-up as Stay Naughty is able to get that next Arc Star knock onto Funk. Slayer going down. Sweet is literally 1 HP. Bang Ult called in. The knockdown shields coming in clutch. The insurance policy that he didn't know that he needed. C9, they get eliminated. Saved by TSM Hal himself.
Wow.
As LG get to see another day.
Literally a cunt hair of health.
Between a rock and a hard place there, what was the peak around that gas comes back to bite them in the face of a Bloodhound. But I'll tell you what, it doesn't get much easier for teams like Disguise. Now, from above, Legacy have their pickings.
Oh wow, if he had one more bullet in his gun.
Damage descend on that knock. They barely miss out on that full.
Oh man, Legacy on the high ground now. Uncontested from the Big Mod choke. For now, though, Legacy could easily just wrap around here if they want to. Have to see how this plays out as.
Ooh, that was a good caustic call.
Between everybody in
Preemptive.
the canyon. Now Yanya gonna be able to smoke away, see if they can take some of this circle pressure. Yeah, it's just round 3. It does make your eyes water, but they still are right there next to the circle.
Round 4, baby.
Be able to reset.
It might be hot.
Yanya's dead.
Enough there, just a bit of a sunburn as they make their way across for the other side of our zone, though. It's chaos.
How many teams are here? Oh, it looked like Oxygen was on top of Koya. Koiful.
Into this choke that we set up far earlier on. Even still, with this minimal of zone pressure, like we saw with Legacy, they have to worry about the prior cave system alongside the guy, even with scans on the other side.
Actually crazy here. Ultimate Accelerate gonna be paid.
Bro, imagine being stuck in the tunnel. Oxygen is stuck in the tunnel. They got Elevate and then an X set on either side.
Look how many squads are waiting on the outskirts of this circles effort. This is insanity.
Wow.
With so many teams still alive.
It's gonna be a good game. TSM might win this on this game.
They are at match points and they are still claiming heads.
I do worry, though. We did get a sneak peek at that map with Furia being very present here on this low ground. Make one wrong move, one far send, and that's an immediate knock from the likes of, well, and through Hal there, just barely finding a presence of safety back. Reps now set up above once again with that Mozam Digi combo.
Furia with their best roach impression, climbing up by the ledge of the cliff here, looking for an opportunity.
Axa, nice wipe on oxygen there.
TSM, but TSM had those scans ready, and they know exactly the approach that Fury wanted to go for. And with TSM playing so patiently, they still have the double blue with Hal being on purple as he's been doing so much poke pressure, leaving one at one, and the follow from reps, the synergy. Not surprised, but it's a gift here. TSM see them try to fly through. Let's jump into a listening with TSM with the circle closing in behind them and more squads landing in front of them.
Fight each other.
We're safe on us right now.
They're safe on me. I'm
under us on the right here. They're gonna die for kills.
Anyone have public cells? Anyone have public cells?
No. I got a smoke on us.
Smoke that.
I have to smoke on us. I only have one smoke. I have 2 ultic cells I can drop.
Yeah, drop it. Drop it.
Drop both. I drop both.
Listen, we're full health.
Under us, I think.
Yeah, no.
I have no smokes right now, guys.
Okay. I think we have to drop down here. I think we have to drop. Maybe play on me. Actually, play on me. Play me. Come to me.
Yeah.
Look at me.
Under the building in front of us.
Look. Evan, you just jumped down.
I fell.
Actually, we're good. Look at these four. Try their fight.
Shoot the right side.
Flash. Blood down.
Hal's just like, Evan, you just fell down, as if he doesn't know.
I got him. Behind the fucking.
Push that maybe.
Finish them down. We don't need to push that.
Looking for it. Alright, to finish. At the bat, I'm one.
I'm safe here. I'm full safe on me.
Yeah, full safe. I still have Bangle for this. We can play on the side of the building.
Look, it's a duo. It's a duo on the right. It's a duo on the right. It's a duo on the right. We need to get them killed.
Alright, will you? Yeah.
We gotta kill these guys on the right somehow.
70.
TSM is gonna win with this game.
100 down, crack blood on.
We can push up with Bangle.
No. We don't need to push that. I need
someone was behind this tree.
There is. Can you smoke that angle so I can scan the building, please?
Yeah.
Or smoke right here. Smoke right here, maybe.
Okay, I don't have a smoke now. I just smoked it like he's.
That's fine.
You can do it.
There's a 3-man in every side.
I feel like
we have to just play on any. We're gonna get fucked though. No?
Where do we play then? If we...
Okay, I'm down to cross now. I'm down to cross now. I'm
Nothing this. Yep. Looking. 100 caustic. I'm gonna shot on the window. 96. I'm gonna down to the window. No, you're not. Batting.
Oh, he's dead now.
I'm pumping that.
I got kidnapped.
I'm safe on me.
He got kidnapped.
I'm down. That's all you guys. There's a 2-man. I'm dead. There I fell. It's two.
Bro, like. Oh, man.
That was a good kidnap. What the fuck? This is definitely the game they win for real. Yeah, I thought. Next game for sure. How could you jinx them? It already took place yesterday.
It's one of those moments where you just can't believe it's happening.
Tokes, let's go.
Like the days of yore here. We've seen design and crew get aggressive, but to come out
Got some of this hay.
the fate of so many other rosters, similarly to how Koi is finding Nox within the window. Potentially now their access to the interior. But I'll tell you what, with fun looking low and caustic gas, it doesn't get much easier.
Look, red stocks up. That's all I know here. Disguised. Lots of fans coming in to look at this team succeed. LG fighting for their life on the low ground here. Managing to get that scan by the rocks. But with the Beast of Hell activated and still getting...
LG is gonna win this game. Alright, coming second.
The Sky's holding split angles here too. 9 squads left, and the majority of these teams...
I've got a good spot. Oh, that thermite's fucking going ham. Wow. That thermite went ham. I'm not gonna lie.
Wealth of points for them across their KP. Now for Moist swinging outside, you found the damage earlier, but you weren't able to follow through for Xset. What could have been
Xset going big. Holy shit.
For Nocturnal, but a 2v1 situation.
Oh, if Noct won that.
This roster in 7.
So unfortunate here, but Moist stays on top now. Clearing out that entire building means that they'll have some freedom to reset as this final circle is closing. Final circle and 6 squads left. You've disguised Legacy, Moist dropped in Space Station, and the solo that is Furia right below everybody. Look at Keon just minding his own business.
I don't know if it's due to the pressure, but Designful with no white health is driving me insane here. Hasn't been able to likely find the resource, and there you can see as we...
Bro, what do you mean? You're going for another Wraith?
You're a single caustic gas trap would be enough, but can he
He's dead. Like, what the fuck is my boy doing? Design.
upon the roof? Space Station Gaming are more than happy to welcome Disguise with open arms.
And getting that knock onto Design was huge.
SSG game.
Found the rat that was Furia. Timmy
SSG should be winning this game.
here for Disguise, and Space Station with the scan. See the team right below them.
Either the SSG or the team below to the right. I don't know who it is.
But Space Station have the high ground. Disguise playing outside the building on the low ground.
DS, yeah. Either DSG or SSG. No in between. Cheers.
Having to make an exit here for SSG with no cover to even exist within. It's the perfect opportunity for them to drop in. Well, find themselves now lower than can be with Crook. JE on Orioles working their way out at the very end here. They're more than happy to clean things up, but don't have the time to
The team up top threw so hard. Wow. That team up top threw so fucking hard. That's crazy.
Talk about all the teams that were still alive for that final circle. That was absolutely insane, and the easiest route was Legacy clearing out their back. Let's also
Zendaya?
that
Yeah.
was Legacy taking the circle damage to rotate
Ew.
a big mod choke. They knew that they had to approach from that angle where we saw teams like even LG give up more of that space when they
There's a dude that I watch watches videos, and he's streaming that a lot right now, and he told me I should definitely check it out.
To see the perspective coming through from what was the western side of the zone here, with most of our teams having to make that major cross
Hey,
into
speak of the
direct
devil, here he
Kaiser
is.
choke. What we never got the chance
What's
to
up, my
really
guy?
see was how
Hope you're well, bro.
Legacy were applying
Doing chilling.
and when we talk about the present team,
This game looks trippy. This game looks like what is it called?
He said that the old one's better than the new one is.
What's it called? I can't remember.
But
It's like that Farmville game.
you don't like the new one?
It looks like the Farmville game.
Space Station on the high ground by the roof shaking hands because they were the ones that helped pressure out Disguise from trying to take the easy approach through the Wraith portal that Design had tried to set up alongside with Space Station before he inevitably got knocked. Crazy final
What?
game right there overall, even with Disguise having to share that low
Sheesh.
ground there.
Brain rot from too
Solo
much spot
of
smoke.
Moist too, being able to take a chunk out of Timmy before he falls to Moist hands. It was a lot of chaos for the squads inside the building though, but that's to be expected with the caustic being put into the meta, you playing on World's Edge, and the space that was taken inside of those buildings thanks to those barrels.
Absolutely. Just being able to survive there. We get to see that most directly from Moist after what was an excellent beam from Koifel to find that initial knock there. They never are able to actually follow up given the fact that, well, things like that caustic make it far too hard to push within these buildings. As a result, they get to come out at the end and clean things up. Similar to teams who, in the end, like Drop-In Gaming, get to come out at the very last moment. And even though they don't win, come out on top with a higher placement due to that defense.
And that's with Legacy also taking 2 dubs for the day, all right? They took game number 4 that you and Dia were able to take us through on Stormpoint, which also highlights how Legacy is one of those squads that have no issue whether it means taking a win on World's Edge versus a win on Stormpoint. And that was the last game that we had on World's Edge before we make that transition onto Stormpoint. So while we calculate everything, Legacy could be meeting themselves right next to TSM there.
This is something that now works its way into a lot more of those threats that we discuss when we talk about match point format. TSM have had their chance now, 2 games in a row, but this is where the calculations get a lot harder for all those teams doing the mental math. It's easy to keep track of one squad. It gets very difficult when we start adding others to the mix here, potentially as we come to a conclusion regarding some of those overall points.
And you can hear the pressure from the teams that do want to nail down that dub. I mean, TSM being the only team at match point before that game there, they were in a lot of trouble with that rotate. You could hear it in their comms, but The poor man Verholst could not get a break, whether he was getting beamed by the teams on the building, mid-rotate, or even getting kidnapped. He can't even sit down to pop a med kit for the life of him. And that was the power of design, being the only wraith in the lobby, being able to reposition. Actually, I love it. Shout out to Prod. We get to see the clip ourselves. This was after he had already gotten kidnapped, but this just leaves Hal playing inside the crevice before TSM get eliminated by Disguise. You could hear in their comms earlier that they were getting peaked, but they were also getting beamed by the teams that were playing inside the building over to the left side. You could even see it through that window, but that's why it was so important to conserve those smokes to try to help you out in mid-rotate. But regardless, you're going to be in the line of sight of two different teams. You could try to rock climb up all the way up to that lip, but you're still at that positional disadvantage when you try to force that position.
And it just goes back to the zone. When we talked about it at the very beginning of the game here, Geyser is just one of those positions that you have to be a part of. If you're working your way in off of a slower rotate, we see so many of our teams get eliminated as a result. It's the squads that are there from the get-go here. You talked about Legacy off of their late zone 3 rotation through the edges. That's something that comes back to pay dividends literally 10 minutes after the decision is made. It's one of the few places on World's Edge where you have to be proactive there. And while, yes, there are times when that zone can just kind of shore its way out a little bit closer to that Western choke there, setting yourself up for the transition that is easier rather than the perfect ending is something that you have to adapt to when you are looking for that major win. It was something that even in day 9, when we chatted with Psycho, he would be someone that rather sets his team up for that potential rather than getting into the direct position and hoping for that perfect God spot.
Especially when you're at match point. We're gonna tell
Last game.
Scores, guys, to see which of our teams are gonna be meeting TSM at match point. Don't go anywhere, because on the other side of this break, we'll have the scores ready for you.
Tonight, our progressive jackpot is up to $55,000. Anthony, you ready to take the big shot? This is what I do. This is what you do. Well, let's take down the lights. Everybody, let's cheer on Anthony. Here we go, $55,000. Oh, you had the...
Let's have some fun.
Oh.
Get 6 more custom chain and pendant sets all going out.
Oh, he fucking took out his
Now
ACL.
watch this. I'm going to take it from here. I'm going to turn right and blow myself up. See how that works? Do you have any more questions? It shoots a missile inside of itself and dies. When you turn right and shoot a missile, there is no way you can deny this anymore. If you turn right and shoot a missile, it missiles itself. Now watch this. I'm going to take it from here.
Okay, pizza review time, Crust Brothers. We got the whole backstory.
People don't know this. A lot of teams have. Who had a better?
I have 3 months to graduate.
Alright, enough of that shit. Where pause. Hold up a minute. Where'd the LGS go?
Ooh, are they gonna end it now? And they never end it now. They always drag it out for a few more games, and everybody very aware most often.
What the fuck?
In the end game lobbies this time, Legacy
Of ad-free music with music premium. YouTube and music premium. So, listen. They used to have like YouTube premium, now they have YouTube and music premium. So now you can only get like ad-free music. Now you're gonna have to pay for 2 separate services for the same shit. Like, what?
And then get kidnapped and die. It was too good. It was too good.
It was tragic here. We take a look
at
the score, but did you see Moist with a double-digit KP? TSM on the other side, you mentioned it, mid-rotate absolutely gets destroyed.
It's a cheaper plan?
In Verhol's position, playing Apex Legends and lobbies like
With
that.
like Spotify?
But TSM do go
Fair.
out while sitting at match point, even though they were able to get 5 KP. And it was one of those tough circles, but my eyes we're on that bottom team, Dia. The green wall.
Fair.
It is crumbling. Optic being one of the first teams to go out in that last lobby. Time is of the essence. We are moving on to Game 7 now on Storm Point.
And this is, well, the last place we saw this was a Legacy win. And Legacy have done it now twice today. They are a team that you should be concerned about on Stormpoint because they manage open space so incredibly well. Legacy have been on fire today, and I didn't think I'd be saying this at this point in the season, Vicky, but it is remarkable that they are among our top teams once again and are still one of the only, I think they are the only team in this lobby that isn't signed.
That is actually crazy. Things need to change.
Well, TSM has to win here because they got 83 points or some shit like that. So TSM's got to win this game.
Before this regional finals, I believe they were sitting in 7th overall in NA, as stacked as it is, and it's very close between that middle pack of
They literally just have to win this game. It's only mathematically possible. Unless they die like with 0 points. Unless they die with 0 points here, and then win the next game or something like that. So.
As we move on to Game 7 here on Storm Point.
Now that we're returning back to Storm Point, we're going to be looking at things like late rotates from Disguised once again that have been taking them so often to red, and hopefully moving away from this devastated Coast Echo HQ area of the map, because I said Storm Point could provide us for...
Bro, I swear to God, I want a North Pad zone. Give me a fucking North Pad zone, bro. But you know what? It's going to be like a Zeus cannon. No, a Zeus. It's going to be a Zeus or like, whatever the fuck. Zeus or like where TSM lands. Lightning Rod. It's going to be an ending there.
Moist, Legacy, and Space Station Gaming. Those are the squads that you're going to have to keep your eyes on.
Can I...
Word here that we're gonna get a quick little restart before diving into Storm Point, though. But to highlight your point, Dia, looking at the way that some of these teams have been able to take advantage of the POI advantage with where the circles are pooling. I jinxed it with Echo HQ, right? We were talking about it before we went into our first game of Storm Point. I said, you know, we've been seeing this a lot. And then you mentioned Variety.
You know why they just restarted the fucking map? I guarantee you they're restarting the map because they're like, oh shit, another Echo Zone. They're like, you can't put up another Echo Zone. They're manipulating the zone right now.
Seeing how some of our squads have been able to adapt, I'm thinking about the time that even Exit had clutched in that final circle, the one time that we saw that circle pull towards North Pad. As we do get set up, though, we also get
Guarantee it. Top conspiracy theorist right here.
To probably swap back over to the Valk and even the Catalyst coming out for some teams.
And we talked about this last time we were on Stormpoint. I believe it was in the Echo HQ zone, although it could have been Devastated Coast because, let's be honest, they were very similar. But we did talk about the fact that Complexity were running Watson, and Watson has lost a little bit of value, weirdly, moving into this season. I'd expected her to be a lot stronger, but with Horizon leaving the meta, she's not as good of a counter to a lot of other things that are happening.
Chat, I've streamed for 15 hours today.
Strong, and I want to see more teams making use of things like
not even exaggerating.
With a catalyst that
well, how long is it now? 4 hours 52 minutes, and then how long was the earlier stream?
Especially in putting up defenses towards pylons.
10 hours on the dot.
Well, we've got just 1 or 2 squads running.
So yeah, 15-hour stream.
That's where I think we should be seeing arguably the most value come out of them, because all it takes is for you to be in the right position, like we've seen Complexity and Disguised be, and all of a sudden you can do something that no one else can do. It's the caustic problem, but in reverse.
Yeah, that's where the Trailblazers for certain legend comps come into play. I mean, Disguise being the only team to run the Wraith, doing what we just saw on World's Edge to poor Verholes. I mean, that also allows teams to go for an easy
Vicky Kitty.
You mentioned the caustic being a problem, and
have my babies.
Play for that final circle position, getting the ring consoles and already settling down in a building of where they could predict where that circle is going to be pulling is lethal. That's where the caustic just bunkers down, and you're not going to be seeing anything else other than the inside of the building and maybe some poke pressure depending on your weapon loadout for the remainder part of the game here, which is also why we were seeing the Loba on World's Edge with a very similar tactic. You sit down on where you feel like the circle will be pulling after getting that gathering console information, and instead of denying yourself loot, you're able to use that black market, which you could choose the perk that expands the black market, and you could get even more loot if you feel like that's what you're lacking here, aside from the fact that you're denying yourself Evo Harvester charge.
Yeah, Loba's a really fascinating pick because it is native that's running Loba when we're on World's Edge, and if I'm recalling correctly, they're running it out of Landslide, which is fascinating. I think we see Loba out of Dome, Landslide, and sometimes Skyhook, because on World's Edge, she's really POI specific. When you're landing near any place that has a vault, you get a lot of value out of Loba really quickly because you can loot up and get great loot and then move on. When we're on Stormpoint, she does lose some value, but at the same time, that very same thing you were talking about of loot up, move on, be able to stay a little bit more mobile while keeping your economy in check does stay true, and yet we don't see nearly as many teams run Loba specifically. So I am wondering whether there is something that Loba can bring on Stormpoint that we just haven't seen, or whether this interaction with vaults that she has will leave her ultimately as more of a World's Edge pick.
And that's probably going to be the next direction of where these comps are going to lie after the change that we're going to be seeing on the patch notes that release tomorrow on March 26th. But it's also interesting to see how some of these teams have made that quick adjustment at the start of Season 20 and then having to shift away from there after seeing certain just nerfs or even buffs for certain legends. I like to shift away from Lifeline to now being able to get guaranteed gold knock. But specifically looking at the teams that change up their comp on World's Edge in the current patch that we're on, the Valkyrie that TSM has found that success on a map that TSM is very consistently.
TSM wins this, how soon do people start copying them? You know what I mean? For the Valk pick.
Now, and there aren't a lot of Valkyries. Verho's probably being the only one that we've seen consistently with this team comp. The problem lies in more teams running Valkyrie, because with Valkyrie means that more teams are going to get to the circle positioning that they want to be. Something that TSM doesn't really have to worry about thanks to the Valkyrie passive with the information that comes when you're in the sky. Now, of course, that's negated by the teams inside of a building since they're not in Valkyrie's line of sight, but it's still extra information on the squads that are mid-rotate.
The whole thing that's brought Valkyrie back into the meta is her blue perk Afterburners. Being able to get pre-nerf Valkyrie on your team before you leave your POI is the perfect
aerial expert.
It's nice to have, but it really
Afterburners sucks.
that much. And she actually brings up a really fascinating point about
Afterburners fucking sucks.
Evo's work now.
What do you mean?
Because Evo Shields introduced perks, Valkyrie is
15% higher launch. That shit sucks, especially for TSM and you're at the top of Stormpoint. You can already Valk all the way across the map because you have the height difference. Yo, differential. Fucking today, Junior.
She doesn't get that much more powerful. It's when you hit purple that all of a sudden Wraith becomes a really active rotational legend, and it is one of the things that, while we get more varied compositions nowadays, we as the viewers get to enjoy, which is how different teams throughout their EVO journeys get to make use of the literally different times that their legends become more powerful relative to their counterparts on other teams.
I love you brought that up, actually, because it also comes into question the risk and reward of getting early blue here for Valkyrie. Now, imagine if her ult being 25% higher was moved over to the...
Not 25, it's 15.
Something that would change things up a lot for teams that take their time on rotating, who try to prioritize Evo Harvesters, like we've seen from Dark Zero. They prioritize on getting those Evo Harvesters, and that's their pathing planned out for where that circle would be moving later on. And then, you know, Valkyrie having it on the blue means that you could quickly get one Evo Harvester and immediately rotate off of a Skyward Dive.
It's really fascinating. That trade-off specifically is likely what's keeping Valkyrie here. If we moved all of a sudden Afterburners to purple, not that we could do that, but you know, the balance team moved Afterburners to purple, we'd likely see a lot less teams running Valkyrie as a result.
You'd be surprised, because Afterburners isn't even the one that most of them choose. They choose the better handling as fucking Valk. Like, do these people even watch the fucking game?
Can be useful, but they can be just as detrimental to
like,
so many squads who oftentimes do get kind of caught without knowing exactly where they're going to land. We've seen it happen many times in Valkymetta's previous, and we've even caught it happening on screen during this year's ALG.
These motherfuckers don't even watch these games, bro. I swear to God.
It begins now. Game 7 with 4 teams on match point. I will remind everyone, TSM, Moist, Legacy, SSG, those teams can end the games now.
So much on the line here. Thank you everyone for waiting. Game 7, Dia. I'm excited to see how this plays out with so many teams already on match point. A lot on the favor here for teams like TSM, who find themselves with that success story on Storm Point that we've seen plenty of times. Get to hang out now and see where the circle's gonna be taking us. Once again, I am predicting that Northern Circle, and we may have been blessed.
I'm hoping so. It would be a lot of fun to go up north again. High versus low ground disparity is always really exciting.
It would be fun to go up north.
But it is going to take a while for a lot of teams to be in the know about where exactly the ring is going. A team like Drop-In doesn't have access to an early beacon, but we on the broadcast, we know what's up. We are going north. Vicky, there's something going on with you.
It's a Zeus station.
You should look into this.
It's crazy. It's the accuracy out here. We sometimes play this game too on stream to make sure where these circles are going to be pulling, and we always love to see so many of these RNG circle pullers thrive out here. But I want to specifically highlight how close the circle is to TSM, who land in Lightning Rod, who also have a circle beacon right there, so they will have information when they go on their rotate, perhaps even through Zeus Station, where LG will also have not only the ring console, but as well as a survey beacon.
SSG benefiting in their POI from a proximity to a lot of PvE. I think it was you that mentioned this just as we left Storm Point, Vicky, but being able to have PvE in the form of prowlers and spiders next to your POI is just as, if not more valuable than, say, things like Evo Harvesters spawning next to you, because they're specific items that you can grab or specific activities that you can engage in that get you Evo that then no one else can get.
I've seen it so many times already with Dark Zero, specifically that last game on World's Edge. They're able to gatekeep with red Evos without even spreading a little bit of damage. Talking about different utility, the replicators being on Moist POI, and they got a gold extended heavy mag. You love to see it here, but since the circle is pulling all the way to the north, Moist do have to make a little bit of a trek. So looks like we are going to be zooming over to that next circle, playing by the edge, and that also means that Moist will be passing C9 soon on their POI by Coastal.
Moist are one of the few teams that is going to be forced to play really hard edge in this scenario. They don't have rotational legends. They don't have an easy way to bypass teams that hold up north. And unfortunately, they just don't have easy access to a spot like this. Fury, on the other hand, landing over by wall, have arguably one of the best ways to play this game out, and they are making themselves comfortable doing it. When the ring pulls really far north, Vicky, it is like 7 times out of 10, it lands on this platform or the one above it. And Fury know that as well as anyone.
Absolutely. Or even LG, where LG is right now with the survey beacon that we saw earlier. That's going to be a tough spot when you hold that rather early, especially when you're still with all full blues, but they still have a good amount of loot, it looks like here. Poking potential from Sweet, you look like the flatline and even the Havoc, and it even looks like the care package that's right underneath him if he so wants to just drop down and have the rest of his teammates cover his back here. But you can only imagine teams like TSM probably already on the higher ground with their rotate from Lightning Rod. We saw that Furia were getting pinged by a Sentinel from afar. It's probably Complexity that has already entered the fight through their own choke. But so many squads have not wasted any time to get into where they predict this next circle is going to be pulling.
It was in EMEA last time that we saw a ring play out in such a way that it favored a team like Luminosity.
Zionfall's almost getting rinsed.
Can actually play very
Bro, this broadcast doesn't show people shooting their guns.
And that's it.
Like, show me motherfuckers shooting their weapon, bro.
Won a game from here.
Oh my god.
A very similar thing. TSM from up on the high ground do have a little bit
I
more.
want this bird's eye view bullshit.
I do want to pay tribute as well, Vicky.
Fucking
The fact
terrible.
that we saw
They're in like,
Designful
why isn't LG
for
here?
Evo Harvest
LG should have been in TSM's spot. LG literally lands Zeus.
one of the very few crazy things you can get away with when you're one of the only people running Wraith.
Yup. I love how you pointed that out, especially the Evil Harvester being in the middle of everybody's line of sight. Now you get that for your team.
E8 Zach Mazer going down first. Shocking.
You see them trying to take some shots while the action does not stop. Oh, he yeeted that Nox grenade. I mean, there's no follow potential here, but they do get the knock, which starts off everything. That is going to be Sentinels now closing in the gap onto E8. But don't fret, on the other side of this fight, Ape-Gang is slowly creeping up from the other side of wall, and Disguise are looking onto this fight. They pay for it as Sentinels lose out on one of their teammates, and Luda's trying to get the first fire.
Damn.
This whole fight from Sentinels is really rough. From the Caustical that started it all, that just whiffed hitting a roof, to a super wide swing by Zenile. Sentinels were not on the same page, and a third party just exacerbated that problem. Oxygen are the beneficiaries.
Those are good thermites.
Sentinels also didn't do a whole lot of damage on their push, so there's a big chance that E8 are able to
Ooh, that was a good stun.
and fend off Oxygen's engage.
Yeah, they could thank Oxygen for forcing Sentinels to back away.
Oh, dude.
Maybe reset, but Vayne gets
Nice pick.
trades knock for knock here. As now the rest of Oxygen trying to see if they can get the reset. E8 now.
Ooh, he almost got that kill.
And with Aiden getting pinged from the other side, I don't think that one last straggler of E8 could really get the reset here, as Sentinels are looking to try to re-engage.
This fight is so messy, Vicky. I am sweating bullets.
Yeah, Zap, he's the only one up for his team. Just get out of there.
Outside, Zap, hoping for the clutch that never came.
Luda's off in the background there.
We'll retreat to the roof as Oxygen managed to reset on the low ground. This is all the best that E8 can hope for, is to get away at this point. And they should be able to do just that with Zap having the head start that they already got.
Ooh, wait a minute. That one last straggler of Sentinels, Luda managing to go away. I think Luda was able to get the banners maybe, because there's a Moby on the other side of wall that they could actually use to respawn the rest of their team. We're going to have to see how that plays out for Sentinels. Yes, that one rat of Sentinels is going to be able to get away. Again, not sure if he was able to get the banner, but would be absolutely huge if he could get the respawn, as we are looking at TSM's POV. To be a squad right in front of them. That's going to be Space Station that is now trying to rotate from Zeus. And this next circle is pulling right on top of TSM.
This is uncanny. Yeah, even LG, who were down in the low ground in what we had theorized to be a god spot earlier, have to be looking at this next ring pull that they'll see in about a minute. And going, well, I don't know how we're going to adapt to this. Many teams are going to be caught not knowing how they'll deal with an ultimate push up to TSM. Yes, this squad may be on blues, but they've got very little to deal with in terms of actual siege onto them. It's very hard to engage onto the high ground like that, and TSM have all the time in the world to hit purples off of damage alone.
And that's why they've moved up in the way that they have. It's just Hal and Reps on one side. They've left Verhols to take control over the high ground, because being on the Valk, you could easily just fly right back up there. So he's going to take a look and put pressure onto the teams behind him. The rest of TSM now have moved back, but they put in the pressure that they need before looking on the other side. You see Hal now trying to harass LG. He was one shot away from purple. He finally gets that online. Reps now going right back to the building, and they can change sides. But basically, they're looking at 3 squads all at the same time.
SSG has got to be the biggest problem, not just for TSM, but for any squad that actually wants a fighting chance at winning this game. Uprooting SSG
Looks like an angle right there. Damn.
One priority, as otherwise an uncontested rotate from Zeus will have very few other squads to deal with. And when we're running in a game that has as many Bangalores as this, they're going to be pretty darn impossible to shoot at as they approach you anyways. SSG for now just have to hang out, but this game is going to have their position aging really, really well.
I'm talking about Optic earlier. This is a team that needs to have an amazing game. Have to see how this plays out here for this squad, as they are going to be relying on the rock form, some natural cover here. It's going to be a TSM once again on the high ground, but they're right next to Sentinels over to their right. Furia that are neighboring them inside of that building that we saw them take place in earlier in the start of the game. And Legacy involved in a fight here too. Nizul was able to get the first knock onto Crook for this fight.
Surely Legacy don't go down. At no point should we be concerned about that. Legacy have definitely shown up with their team fighting chops today. Slide on by, collecting a quick KP before moving on to the rest of the fight. However, with Jaguaris down, it is just Jay standing 1v1 against Nazul. Yet another kill goes down, but drop in. Do ultimately fall. Legacy play that a little bit closer than I had imagined, but still come out literally and figuratively on top.
Like, you got 2 knocked though, so you're feeling yourself from that, but it may be too little too late as Legacy stay alive in this game while being on match point. 18 squads left, and Legacy...
Damn, that's a good spot for a trap.
Really smart considering that you could slide down to the choke that would open up to where TSM is on that high ground building and Zoo Station where Space Station will be rotating from. Something similar that Moist have taken note of, and they are now posted up on the high ground of Command Center looking at Legacy through the bunker doors.
There is another fight in Legacy's future. There has to be. There's no way that Moist can actually rotate out of this without going through Legacy. Were they to jump down onto the low ground through Command Center, they're going to be eaten up by the next zone. No way that they survive that. Instead, now you've got to gamble. And I hesitate to say that it's a 50-50 because Legacy have already shown up and won 2 games today, but if anybody can shut them down, it is going to be the reinvigorated Moist, who have claimed to game themselves and could choose to even the score. They will have to rely, however, on a lot of uncanny bang smokes and caustic ults to get them through. In fact, they're not even going to risk it. This is a surprising turn of events. Moist are going to try and rotate over through Thunder Watch off an evac tower instead. This may work out, but there's an not insignificant chance, Vicky, that this does not work out at all. Let's find out as we jump into Illicit in with Moist.
There's a team up the hill. I 100% saw someone. I'm kidding. They're not in either. Do we have another evac? Well? We got an evac. We got a med kit. Get up and we can look to evac from around the corner. I don't know if we can get up, MT. Our climb up is like you can. You can get up right here on me. Okay. Wait, how did you climb that? Going. Yeah, see, it looks stuck in evacs. That was yep. We might have taken bang up.
Oh, they're done.
I'm dead. You guys just gotta take it. I'm going now. I'm just gonna...
They should have just evac'd right away.
Holy fuck, I got beat up. You can land in one of these walls. If you land in this, you can probably right there. Maybe. Oh, there's a team in there. Alright, you play yourself.
Well, that did not work out as they expected at all. However, Vicky, I can say with confidence, we called it. This was not an easy rotate. While Moist are technically alive, that is a temporary status. Waldsea survives just next to EEC as Legacy, I'm sure wondering what on earth happened to the squad behind them, go on and slide down the hill in a much better position. A lot of open space that they can play here, while still, albeit facing down SSG and Zoo Station.
Look, I think they can figure it out after seeing the 2 evac towers and then them beaming them right in front of them. I mean,
This teammate ran right in front of the smoke. Classic.
Like, well, as I said that, as that just happened. They do get them, but not only that, but it was Sentinel's oxygen, optic elevate. Everyone is dropping like flies. Yes, 12 squads left now.
And this is just the beginning, Vicky. When we knew that Skulls were going to be cold moving up the hill, yeah, we knew it was going to get this bad, and it'll get even tougher for squads that are approaching off the low ground. Teams like SSG, their game will get a little more difficult as they've got to encroach on TSM. And ultimately, high ground's not going to be that forgiving. But for squads coming from low ground, the Exets, the LGs, the Ape Gangs, the Disguise of the lobby, their chances of survival through the next zone are next to 0.
This is crazy. I can't make this up. The circle's pulling directly on top of TSM. With 11 squads left in this line,
Yeah, like LG should have been there. They're literally landing Zeus. Just don't get it.
They're getting shot on their side. They're gonna die. They're getting shot on their side. They cost to the left. Crack. Oh, almost all cracked. They're pushing my left. I see them. Being cracked. Yeah. They're not. One die. Chill. Betting. Use my second. 17 seconds. Do we back up and we should back up now. We should back up now. I'm reback. Yep. Another team flying in close. I'm throwing evac side. Call mine in. Yeah, call it. I'm throwing in over here. Call mine in over here. Can you guys land close here? here, hold low. Drop me back. Yeah, here. Dropping you one. Okay. No cost to go, by the way. Yeah, that's fine. Look roof. Triple roof. Can we slam in their side? Yeah. Slam in their side. Land there. They're gonna fight buildings. They might fight buildings.
Getting downwards.
Yeah. I'm playing. Safe on me.
Team on them.
I'm popping
They fight high.
Yeah. Here.
I'm chilling here. I need to play.
Okay. You need to reset this with barrels, okay? Yeah. I know. I have no barrels right now. No barrels.
We need to look down low.
I'm looking for the Z-Dog behind us.
Run up here too.
They just broke.
Their team might run up on my ping, alright?
No, they ran inside.
Love the comms that we're hearing from Space Station to make their safe rotate out of the line of sight of TSM. One of the two other teams now alive in this circle. Ape Gang, EC get eliminated, and TSM have the high ground with Legacy playing right underneath them and Space Station far to their left side. They have line of sight of this squad as they keep pressuring them out downhill.
It is not a massive problem yet, but TSM are running low on ammunition. They don't actually have all the time in the world to sit up here. Eventually, they're going to have to move down and take some loot off of the squads below them. Squads that really haven't died yet. There's only one kill for TSM so far.
It doesn't matter.
At this point, on match point,
As Hal just knocks somebody.
TSM have to win the game.
This is actually insane. Game number 7, it may end here. We have to see TSM holding high. Legacy inside the other match point team.
Oh my god.
While Dark Zero are fighting for their lives, trying to gatekeep C9 from exiting out of the tunnel. Xset get eliminated. Our 7 squads left, and Disguise meet them back in the lobby.
And as Xset goes down, they've got to be scared. Because the chances that this game
7 teams left.
Match day ends here and now
Damn.
increasing. And Xset's chances of going to
Most of the teams died on like the northern, northwestern side of the map. It's crazy.
Losing a lot of valuable end game resources to Legacy. In the meantime, there's a really big, not insignificant chance, Mickey, that Legacy come up from below and straight up win this game simply because of the additional resources they'll have.
That would be absolutely insane. Even Luminosity that's off to the side. Yes, they're still full blue here, but they can gatekeep the teams that are fighting to the south. Dark Zero now versus C9. They cleaned them up, and now SSG are looking directly at them, but they have to look to their backs. They are still getting pressured out by TSM that have high ground, and now Dark Zero are forced to meet against Native Gaming on the low ground.
SSG really unlikely to fully
Ooh.
win the game from here. We haven't seen a team
Wait,
win
so-
from that low ground in a zone like this since Horizon was in meta, and I don't see anybody running Horizon right now.
Sweet over peaking like usual. Classic sweet.
SSG are going to climb that hill no matter what, however, getting themselves closer to the end game and technically in zone. 4 teams are left. 3 of them can win now. It would have to be LG, who are still on blues, that win this game in order to push us to another match.
They just got to purple now after all the chaos from the south side of the zone. Look at this. TSM on the high ground. Legacy right below them. Space Station, who were also a match way over to the side. While Luminosity...
Wow, well, this game is actually crazy.
We may see another game of Apex, but it's going to be so tough here, depending on how
That's
they
actually crazy.
and put themselves in the line of sight of not just TSM but also Legacy.
3 teams that could win it. Like, obviously TSM wins. but-
Ammo troubles have been solved. There was plenty of energy left on Verhulst, who will be putting through the
Stop this bullshit. Go in the first person. Thank you.
So TSM,
Fuck
at least
me.
in good hands resource-wise, still do have to worry about their positioning.
First person, my guy. First fucking person, my guy.
On top of Luminosity, who now have to play defense as they had set themselves up to do from the very beginning.
Oh my god.
Stick in hand, much like many others, they should be able to do it, but Luminosity have yet to win.
Like, see right there, I want to see what SSG is doing, man. I want to see why they're swinging, what the thought process is. See what they pinging and shit.
They know if they give up this space, it is GG here with LG looking at them straight in the face.
Although, like, where the circle ends, LG should win this game. They should have won this game.
Like SSG on the low ground.
Unless they just don't have any ammo.
Left, and Legacy will eventually have to pick one of 2 possible exits from this building. They can wait on
He's
that
dead.
decision, however, as They're going to have plenty of squads exiting the lobby before then. TSM now have to decide, do they deal with LG first? Do they deal with Legacy first? Because the choice is theirs, but it is not an enviable one. The third parties are real in endgames like this.
They're waiting for it, but this is something to come into question. The compositions. The Valkyrie doesn't have a lot of utility in end zone like this, even with her purple Evo shield.
So like Legacy, I feel
You have
is.
the ability to get onto that high ground here as Verhos takes some shots at LG moving in. They're taking
Never
out
mind.
low ground, and evac tower has been called
TSM can play that little wall, like that little ledge down low. TSM definitely does have the best spot. Oh, nice thermite.
TSM can take the middle ground right now. They don't want to give up height too soon, but a huge Bangalore roll ripped through TSM. Very low health bars, but they're still burning luminosity, dropping onto the middle ground.
Oh, nice nade.
TSM looking down on the
Huge nade.
and luminosity. Everyone knows they're on height, but they can't do much about it. Luminosity are hiding, Legacy are hiding, and eventually TSM are gonna have to come down. Hal throws in a nice shot.
What? They literally. That's so cheesy. What an ending. That shit's so cheesy. They barely even shot anybody. Let's see what happens up in the top right here. Oh my god. Fucking nonsense. Reps just went apeshit with the evade. Wow. That's crazy. That's fucking wild. GG. GG. Alright, yo, I'm going to bed. Fuck tired. That was good. That was worth it. That was well worth it. Appreciate y'all for chilling. God bless. Hope y'all have a good night. And what's tomorrow? Might see you tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Peace.